Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and people of all gender identities, welcome to Schmuckco, where we're doing something a little bit different today. You may notice that we're not behind a green screen, or in front of a green screen. A green screen's not behind us.
There is no green screen.
There's no green screen. There's no video games. Instead, we have this box.
What's in the box?
Rather large box.
What's in the box? Well, it is a 3D printer kit. It is the Anycubic pulley version unassembled Delta Rockstock 3D printer co-cell kit, large print size with heat bed and power supply. It's something you can get from Amazon for about $250. You want to show them?
I'll show them real quick.
Show them the Amazon page. What this looks like. I can. We can put that in the chat if anyone wants to see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it looks like this.
Yeah.
And
Alan's on the mic over here. I can put you guys.
Actually,
nice sound.
We may need to move that microphone because when you turn and talk into it, it's hard for us to hear you.
Oh, really?
A little bit.
I'll do. How about that?
Yeah, no, we can get a mic stand or something.
You got that nice radio voice going on right now, Alan. Every time you lean into the mic, you're like, "Hi guys,
Hey guys.
welcome to NPR."
Like I think we're gonna end up probably rebuilding the whole streaming setup a few times. So
All right, I'll put you guys back in the main.
yeah, let's actually we can go to the webcam here because we have a webcam here. So these are all of the tools that we have. I don't know what we're gonna actually. Yeah. Like that. Yeah, that looks good. So I don't know exactly what we're gonna need, but we definitely need Stanley knife.
Can't go wrong with a box cutter.
Box
Hey,
cutter
Brianna,
to get
sorry.
into it.
You're not the only one here. Don't worry. I'm also here, and Kris is here, and Malcolm is here.
Who's the only one here?
Brianna Fantasy.
Hey,
Hey,
Brianna
Brianna.
Fantasy. And so we've got these little boxes to store things in because it's gonna be
Screws
full
and
of
whatnot.
bits. We've got cutters, scissors, pliers, screwdrivers, and Allen wrenches.
And a bunch
And
of
some
tape
other
and
stuff
zip
in case we
ties.
need it. I don't anticipate that we'll
power
need
testers.
most of this, but yeah, let's set this back up over here, and you can. What do you think the best angle is? The main camera or the webcam?
Let's check it out. That's the main.
Yeah, the main
The
camera.
main camera should be good for this.
All right, so now this could be a really short stream if this is broken, or if it doesn't have all of the parts. It was kind of kicked in here, but it feels fine.
It should hopefully be good.
Should hopefully be good.
We can always do a 3-person D&D stream.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely down. I am 100% ready to run a game for you guys. Do you have characters?
no. All right,
Don't worry, I have characters for you.
here we go. So inside,
A lot of foam.
A ton of foam. It's really white.
yeah, a lot of foam blowing up the camera a little bit. So
Yeah.
it's
Let's see.
full of bits already. Are you taped to that? Oh, it does come out. So this will be, I mean, this is going to be how tall it is.
Nice.
Can you even fit all of that on camera? Not quite.
Out.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, it's coming in.
Like,
It's coming in nice.
A little bit taller than me. Right now.
what is
Ever so
this?
slightly. I don't know.
It's too thin and scratched up to be a precision rod, hopefully. Oh, maybe that's just glue on. Okay, well, we'll put that somewhere. We've got some pulleys. Whole giant bag of screws.
That is a whole lot of screws.
Let me see if I can get it in the webcam.
Oh, well, then we should probably
Yeah, let's
pull the webcam over here. Well, actually, why don't you picture that?
Webcam PIP. All right.
Yeah. Show off our collection of screws
giant
there.
bag of screws. That's a little blown out.
It's a
but
little blown out. It's cool.
There's
We'll
a
see
lot
it.
of screws in there.
These are some plastic pieces here.
Pulleys,
If there's anyone in chat, feel free to ask us questions.
plastic.
I think that's the top and bottom base, but I'm not entirely sure.
Acrylic.
Yet more screws.
So many screws.
Um,
Base pieces.
Yeah, so this is going to be our heated build plate here. Do not touch the hot zone. And then this is some sort of build surface.
Cool.
And a piece of glass. So why don't you put that on the shelf to the side, because we don't need that until the very end.
Let's put that in the main cam.
More acrylic bits here. Another whole pile of aluminum extrusions. Oh, and those are metal shavings, so
Hi,
do
Philip
be
D.
careful of that.
Yes.
The shiny
Now,
bits.
You are
Yeah,
not
yeah, no,
alone.
I recognize
Yeah.
metal shavings when I see them.
I
I have worked in a machine shop.
did not recognize that those were metal shavings on the first one at first. Okay, so these are some kind of connecting rods, because this is a Delta style 3D printer. Oh, and it does come apparently with fluid.
Yeah, you might
Oh,
have that
cool.
so we can go inside the box.
Yeah, so
Well, right now
very white.
it's just very
It's
white.
mostly
Very
just
white.
foam.
There's another layer underneath that.
Yeah,
There's a ton of
it's a filament,
Is this?
I think.
This looks like a brand, this diamond pattern, but it
It
doesn't
does.
have a brand name on it. So that's,
But yeah.
we can toss this off to the side as well, we're not gonna need that. Ah,
I know.
More stuff.
electronicals.
XDev Nerks also here. Also cool.
Ah, hello.
Hello, everyone in
So-
chat.
You missed it, we're building this Anycubic 3D printer kit that you can get on Amazon. This is not sponsored, I bought the kit with my own money and we're putting it together. So I think this is our main controller board.
All right.
This is an SD card, we don't need that, that's garbage. This is our display. Part of the case, that'll go somewhere.
Can we get the styrofoam out of the way? Does it look so quite blown out?
Yeah, I'm getting
I
all
see.
the
Oh,
bits.
There we go.
And then
There's a bunch of bits in there. Still a little
more bits.
white.
Another bag of
Right.
screws.
It's a lot
This
of
one
bags
labeled
of screws.
3D printer accessories. It's actually a bag of screws in a larger bag. So that's cool.
Can't go wrong with bags within bags.
Belts and limit switches. Ooh, here's the actual hot end. Coming apart already. Let's put that off to the side as well.
By the way,
Fancy.
Denner
Ooh.
just gave himself a tattoo.
Himself
Oh.
a tattoo.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Impressive, yeah.
And Sugar
Were you
Man is
using
also in the
a-
house.
Tattoo gun, or did you use just like a needle and some ink?
Oh, looking at the webcam, I'm thinking you probably want to turn that back onto the automatic gain control, because there's just too much contrast going on here, I think.
All right. Let me change that real quick.
What kind of bits do we... this is tools. Got some Allen wrenches in here. Pair of gloves. All sorts of little black plastic tubing bits. Is this a USB cable? That is probably a USB cable. Okay.
That's
Looks
a
like there are
question,
also
Malcolm.
more
They
screws.
use tack and ink from a pen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Prison tattoo, huh? I think this is going to be pieces of the
Little girl who was giving those out at a camping trip.
extruder thing. More cables in some heat shrink. We could do them a favor and actually shrink that heat shrink down if we feel like it. Got a hot air station.
Shrink wrap?
Yeah, it's heat shrink tubing. So this stuff, if you get it hot, it'll contract
Tighten
down a
up.
bunch, tighten up. I don't know
It'll
if
hold everything together.
yeah, it'll hold everything together. It won't be quite so floppy. Here's our
Cable management a little bit easier.
Mister, put that off to the side with the hot end. Yeah, 'cause that's sensitive. It's a little glass bimetallic bead.
Oh yeah, we should probably introduce who's on screen. Right now, it's
Well,
yeah.
right now it's a box, but if we sit down and go back
Yeah.
to the main camera,
Yeah.
we could introduce ourselves again here.
It is,
So I'm Chris.
I'm Malcolm.
and on the mic it's Alan.
He's back behind the scenes. So we've got this bunch of plastic pieces. Got some. Actually, these are the main frame. Yeah, this is the bottom frame. I cheated and watched the instructions beforehand, but
How dare you?
we'll probably end up doing that on stream because I don't really remember them.
Yeah, how dare you become prepared for this stream? How dare you be responsible?
Come on. What do you think this is?
nice power cable here. We'll get these mains wiring. It's always fun. All right. Oh, does this?
Is it instructions or is it just a...
This is a change to the mainboard holder sheet metal that's different from the actual instructions. Okay, cool.
Huh.
We'll need to look at that. Product manual. I'm surprised this came with so much paper. This looks like a better instructions than their videos. We'll get to that in a minute.
There's quite a bit of paper here.
Okay, so there's all the links. You can try and scan the QR code off the video if you want to assemble this yourself. All right, and we have one more box. And here, could you
I will.
exit that from the area?
Wait, is a box within a box?
Yeah, this is going to be the
Boxes in
power
boxes.
supply, I suspect. Take a look at what that is.
All right.
This is a 12 volt, 20 amp, just standard no name Chinese power supply. Yeah.
Mm.
Sounds very reliable.
It's 20 amps at 12 volts, that's probably enough to actually run the heated build plate. So one of the interesting things about this printer is, so the title of the Amazon product says that it's got a heat bed, but the description of it doesn't mention a heat bed. And then in the Q&A section on Amazon, the manufacturer said that it does not come with a heat bed. Someone helpfully answered that it does come with a heat bed, but the power supply is not good enough. And then someone else answered that as of January 2017, it actually does come with both a power supply and a heat bed. So I think we got lucky and we got the January 2017 one. So
If we were only that lucky, we'll find out when everything doesn't work.
well, I mean, if the hot end doesn't work, you can get a new power supply like this for, get a better one for 20 or 30 bucks.
Oh, that's
So
not bad. Okay,
that's
cool.
what I'll wind up doing if it's not sufficiently powerful. But also, if you're just doing PLA, you don't technically need a heated print bed.
And what's PLA?
PLA is the type of plastic that I've been printing on the existing printer. We've got all these models that you can't really see on the shelf there, but
You want to
Oh yeah, there's webcam that.
yeah. So this is
a bunch of cool little models and stuff.
yeah, I don't think there's anything there that I actually designed, but I got most of those off Thingiverse. I have in the other room another, is it a Monoprice Select Mini, which is a pretty good $200 printer, but I'm having problems with the print bed, and I wanted a bigger printer anyway.
Well,
so.
actually, Zach designed one of them.
Oh yeah, no, show off that little lion head. Unfortunately, we don't have the full final version there. That was an early test print. But
So yeah, it's a cool little lion head,
All right.
custom made by Zach.
Yeah. All right, back to the main.
Yeah.
okay, so we should think about what our strategy is here.
Do we want to go with the frame first?
Well, I'm thinking even before we get to the frame, we may need to sort and unpackage some of this stuff a little bit better.
I think that's probably a good idea.
Get these, so get the electronics out of the way. That stuff will be last. The other thing we might want to do is get some sort of paper towel or some kind of get the metal shavings away from here before we get them in our fingers and the electronics.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
Would you like me to go get
I
some?
can go grab some paper towels.
Yeah, get some paper
all right,
towels
I'll
and
be
like a
right
cup
back
of
with
water
some paper
probably.
towels.
And then I'm going to start. Let me go through this main bag of screws because in the manual it actually does tell us how many, every size of screw we need. So I'm hoping, yeah, they look like they're individually bagged, so that'll make things slightly easier.
All right, we have two comments. One of them is from Sugar Panda, who just in the Q&A section, she just wanted to ask, what's everyone's favorite anime?
Favorite anime? Honestly, I've not watched all that much anime.
I think for me, I don't know. Death Note was my favorite for a long time, but I feel like That was very angsty teenage Alan. And also Emerald Embers says the color seems to be a little wonky on this shot.
Color a little wonky?
A little wonky.
Let me take a look.
Alright, I'm gonna try
Problem
this.
is our lights aren't exactly daylight balanced.
Right, we did this at night, so
I could probably fix that here.
1 second, guys. Bob, do you mind going on shot?
How do I look?
You look fabulous. Tell us what you think, guys. I think that looks a little better.
That look any better?
Yeah, it's a little better. There's still a little bit of green cast to it, but the whole building's lit with fluorescent. We didn't in here, but can't really avoid that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. It will
Spit
only
that cup of
go.
water.
It will only go up from here.
All right.
I don't exactly understand their bagging scheme. They have like these just tearaway bags for many of the sizes of screws, but then all the nuts are in Ziploc bags. Although some of them are in both, as you do.
It seems like it's possible that they may have ordered, like the parts they got mass produced came in the bags pre-packaged, and they were like, "Cool, we don't need to repackage these.
Yeah,
Just chuck them into the box."
James and Connor say hi.
Hello.
And
We don't
Sugar
have
Panda has a
this.
comment for Malcolm, which is lose the man bun. You look better without it.
It's not a man bun. It's just a ponytail. There's a big difference between the two. And this is mostly because if I don't do this, my hair will be literally everywhere. It's just to keep it out of my face right now. It's not a style choice.
It's a practical choice for building.
Why I wear a hat. Okay, so we have entirely too many screws and things to organize these in a reasonable fashion. Yeah, start on those. That's probably a good place to start. I'm gonna.
Where's Gus when you need him? Gus yesterday had a comment where he loves.
Oh, we
peeling
probably
plastic
pulled the
off
trash
these
can
things.
back. Oh, you did. Okay.
All right. Let's just. I wonder why there are so many like metal filings with this.
Because they came on like a 40-foot long extrusion, and they just cut the pieces out without. It already had the stickers on it, so the
I guess that makes
settings
sense.
just go down there. Okay,
Why
so
are the stickers so poorly attached? Like, look at how off center that is.
the guy who did that didn't really care about his job that much.
Emerald Amber says that you should be a monster like me and leave the plastic on.
I would leave the plastic on. The issue is, let me grab one of these and show it on camera here. Can you see the sparkles
So
there?
much. Here we can get it nice and close using the webcam. There are a bunch of little metal filings that are stuck to the tape.
Yeah. So not only will those
So-
be the worst splinters you've ever gotten, but
You don't want metal filing splinters.
but
That thing
also
has gotten a lot of metal filing splinters over the last couple of months.
if you see these circuit boards are just basically exposed.
1 second, 1 second.
Oh, yeah. Back here. This is just kind of an exposed circuit board. So metal filings don't go well with exposed circuit boards. You don't want conductive debris in your 3D printer. Or
Could
in
be
your
very
fingers.
bad.
Worst case scenario, what happens?
Everything doesn't work.
Yeah, worst case scenario, it shorts power to something that doesn't like having the power directly shorted to it, and then it releases the magic black smoke. You can't get the magic smoke back in. No one has figured out that technology yet.
Unfortunately.
You say, you mean we don't want to start a fire and be badly injured?
It's not so much the starting the fire. Starting fires is cool. Starting fires with electronics, not cool.
Starting fires with electronics that really should not be on
I
fire.
want D01, which is, that's shorter extrusions. Okay, so you've got 3 of these. I'll let you clean those a little bit.
Yeah, I'm mostly just pulling the plastic off for right now with these ones, and I'm gonna go over it with the paper towels in just a moment.
So it kind
Really?
of like you're using like classic puzzle building strategy and just kind of assembling everything in an orderly fashion.
Well, one thing I wanted to do is just put out all the screws on the table so we can clearly see where they are.
Ouija stopped by, and he
Hey,
said,
Ouija.
Hey, Ouija Power.
2 men and a machine to conquer the world of streams.
Okay, so we're supposed to have an additional sheet of insulation layer, which is D18.
Sugar Panda.
Helpfully not listed on the parts list.
Sugar Panda asks, "What's everyone's favorite color?"
I like blue or black.
green guy.
Unfortunately, you can't wear green generally on stream.
Generally, unless it's dark enough. I've worn green a few times. It's been dark enough that it hasn't been like completely invisibilified.
I've been into the purple color myself a lot lately.
How much of that is you, and how much of that is
we
Jordana
do.
rubbing
This
off
does
on you?
come with
Probably a lot
one
of your dad
3D
rubbing off
printed
on me.
part. That's terrible.
It comes with a 3D printed
One, the
part.
3D printed part.
Only one.
So I'm looking around, and we're supposed to have this insulation layer, which would go under the main board and be about the size of this thing. Be some sort of piece of plastic.
It looks like it might already be on there.
There's
Those are all
a
very
sticker
good colors,
that
Sugar
is
Panda.
already on there. Okay, cool. Then we don't need to worry about that. And oh, you screw this on and you figure that out yourself. Okay, so nothing major there.
All right, let's.
Ouija's practicing to get all the rings at the end of Sonic 4 Episode 1. They really want to get the Sonic Hat Avatar Award.
Nice.
I haven't played that Sonic. Sounds really hard. Oh.
These?
Do you guys have lucky numbers?
Not particularly.
Really?
Oh, not superstitious. 16 for myself.
I'm a very superstitious person. It's just none of my superstitions tend to come with numbers. Usually it involves dice. But that comes from being a D&D player, so
Sugar Panda 28 says that her lucky number is 28, clearly. Brianna's 20.
Okay, so they've taken this picture that's supposed to tell you which way to put this up, because it matters which way this goes up, in such a way that
You
it hides
cannot
the
tell.
features that are different between the top and the bottom.
great.
There's this little cutout, which I guess isn't there, so it probably goes this way, but I would like to see these screw holes here,
Yeah,
which are offset.
would be nice.
Those are very particular numbers, Ouija.
That's a lot of favorite numbers, lucky numbers. Well, I think actually everything is symmetric, so as long as we put these all the same direction up,
Should be fine.
yeah, we'll just put the whole thing on the one way or the other way, whichever way it ends
So
up.
those
fitting.
ones should be pretty clean.
So we need
Metal filings is
C11s.
the worst. I didn't deal with metal filings.
Being careful there, Malcolm?
Huh?
Being
Ah.
careful?
I'm being fine. I just they're frustrating and they stick everywhere. And if they get even slightly magnetized, it just makes them 100% worse, which can happen in a lot of ways.
Would you say that they're itchy and it gets everywhere?
Hmm?
You don't like metal shavings? The way that Anakin doesn't like
No.
sand?
Oh, man. Metal filings are
C16,
better
here
than
we
that
go.
goddamn line.
Might have been good to get even smaller.
Containers. Trays.
Trays.
We're gonna need a bunch.
Yeah. Didn't realize quite how bad this was.
Oh, are there any that are the same type of screws?
No, every single one.
Every
of these
single one is
bags
different?
and
Okay.
they can't be mixed because we've got these are M4 by 10s, these are M4 by 8s, these are M3 by 10s.
What's the
So
M?
they're-
Does the M stand for anything?
Yeah, these are metric screw sizes. So metric screw sizes are great because the M means it's metric, the number is the diameter of the screw, and then the X, another number is the number of threads per centimeter, I think. No, actually, no. The M threads are all, so for every M4, it's going to have the same thread pitch. So you just look that up in a chart. And the by 10, actually, in this case, is the length of the screw. So an M4 by 10 is a 10 millimeter long M4 screw.
Makes sense.
These are M4 square nuts, and so the way this works is a couple of those. So these nuts are hanging square nuts, and they go in the slots in this channel, and that bolts everything together. So,
Alright.
Question to Malcolm from Sugar Panda.
Yes.
If there was a zombie apocalypse and you had to choose between saving Gus, Emily, or sister Zoe, who would you choose? In parentheses, I know that's cruel to make you choose. I'm assuming cruel. I'm sorry, but I'm a curious being.
See, I'm a overambitious person and would probably try to save them all, or just abandon all of them and just run.
those are the only two correct.
It's kind of like
answers
I
to the
either try
trolley
to save them
problem.
all or be like, nah, this is a no-win situation. I'm out. There's no real in between there for me.
Only two correct solutions to the trolley problem.
Yeah, you run away, or you do what a reasonable person would do and try to find a way to save all of them. God, the trolley problem's so stupid.
Alright. See you soon, Brianna.
These are poorly manufactured screws and nuts.
Yeah.
They're hard to twist on, off.
This
Okay.
one's just not threaded straight,
Oh, that's
which is a problem.
bad.
I have some small metric taps in the other room, which we... maybe the screw's not straight? I don't know. Neither one of these seems to be threaded on straight.
Sugar Panda thought, like, wow. And I thought my question was cruel.
Okay, so...
Ask stupid questions, get stupid answers.
It's hypotheticals.
Eh.
But the day
But
will
it's
come
like-
when there is a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, and then I will be prepared and will already have all of my... I literally have several weapons designed for the zombie apocalypse in my room within easy access of my bed.
It doesn't surprise me at all.
Mostly just because they've ended up in my room. I have an axe that I built in my welding class that's just mounted on my wall as a decoration,
Of course.
but could probably kill someone.
They let you build that in your welding class?
I think technically I wasn't supposed to, but I kind of just did anyway. And
They
like,
didn't stop you from building that in your welding class?
I mean, it was a PM welding class, so it started at 6 p.m. and ended at 9 p.m. And the professor who was like teaching it, like the guy who was in charge of it, was super chill. And I think he really liked me as a student because like I built a bunch of shit in that class that like probably
Uh-oh.
should not have
Drop
been
the first screw.
built.
Uh-oh.
All right. Oh, there it is, right over your shoe.
Didn't want to make this the finding screws on the floor stream, but it's going to be inevitable. Yeah, so some of these are just too off-center, I think. I don't know. I'm going to try some different screws.
Well, here's hoping that like there's enough spare ones. That it's
I mean,
not
if
gonna-
needed
it's not
be,
gonna matter.
I could cut off that little plastic ridge. That was
Yeah.
what was getting in the way.
They're asking if you can speak up a little bit louder.
Yeah, I think we can speak up a little bit louder.
Probably make that happen.
But no, yeah. So I kind of was just like, this piece looks a little bit like an axe. I want to make an axe. So I made like a Viking hatchet. And I was like, how would I go about like making this look nicer? Because it had the like
go.
slightly rusted steel look on the outside. And the professor was like, you could just go in there and like buff it a bunch and like use the grinder to make it all nice and shiny. I was like, cool. And went and did that. And then afterwards, like I was talking to some of the other students, they were like, yeah, that's like not allowed. Like we were like, I'm pretty sure you can't do that. And I was like, oh, really? Huh. Well, I'm glad I did it before I asked.
I just dropped a nut right by your foot.
That
And
is-
there we go.
Thank you.
Alright, and then get these.
More dangerous shards.
So much metal filings. I've been taking a machine shop class this semester, and so been very familiar with metal filings in literally everything. I've been finding them in my pockets, like
I would have liked to have taken a machine
Everywhere.
shop class. I sort of took a 2-week one, but I went to art school. And, like one was touching the saws and stuff. Did a little welding, which was fun though.
Welding's hella fun. I cannot recommend taking just a machine shop class enough. Granted, I'm somebody who's very good with like just spatial relations, so I literally breezed through that class, and that I finished the final project about like I think a month and a half ago.
They're asking, Malcolm, are you in college?
Yes, I'm actually finals. Finals is coming up the week after this upcoming week. I'm on the second to last week of regular classes for PCC, which is where I currently am furthering my education, which kind of just for me means taking whatever classes seem interesting.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back.
Absolutely.
No problem.
But yeah, I'm currently taking this semester. I take a lot of classes in general because I just take whatever seems interesting to me. But it means that I end up with a schedule that has stuff like I'm taking a bodybuilding class in the morning because it's a gym membership that my GPA hinges on me showing up. I'm taking a argumentation and debate class because I figured that would be an interesting thing to have, and since
Classes are fun.
I'm talking in front of people, it's good to have some speech classes underneath my belt. I mean, not that I really need it. I'm pretty good at talking already. I do it way too much and at length. But that's a fun one. I'm taking philosophy of religion class because I was like, why not? This seems interesting. And then the two classes that I think are the most fun so far this semester have been my Introduction to Interactive Game Design, which is a fun class. The professor, because for some reason this class is in the art department, is the most pretentious guy I've ever met. I like him a lot. He is so pretentious. Oh my god. Super cool dude.
What kind of stuff are you doing in that class?
We're using Stencil. If you've ever heard of Stencil.
Yep.
We're using that to make most of our games. It's mostly just introductions to concepts behind game design, all of which I know already. So the class has very much been me trying to deal with like the homework assignments he's been giving, half of which have been reading out of the textbook. And the textbook, half of the stuff the textbook says is just, nah, you can't really learn this from a textbook. You need to practice. But here's our thoughts on it. So
Well, that's a helpful textbook.
yeah, it's been interesting. But no, it's been a really fun class so far. I've learned some interesting new stuff. Mostly, this class has just showed me that Stencil exists and that I can actually make some okay games in it. I used to dig around with Scratch forever ago, the MIT one that Stencil's based on.
I don't know if I've ever used that.
It's not as good as Stencil. It's really rough, but you can make some pretty cool stuff with it if you spend, 6 hours a day for a week and a half, like just figuring out all of the ins and outs of it. All right, so everything should be significantly
Okay, so you got all that
more
prepared?
clear of metal filings.
I have one more set of screws to put in there.
Best to grab the little bits that fell off as we were stacking them on the table and stick them in the trash can.
We're gonna need to clear off some amount of space on this table for like the actual printer to sit.
True.
I'm just realizing.
Did you guys see Sugar Panda's last two comments?
No.
Okay, Sugar Panda was asking. She was
Sorry, I
wondering
gotta
because-
change the settings on my laptop here to make it stop going sick.
Yeah, Sugar Panda was just wondering because you always mention that you have finals or something like that, and she knows that you're not in high school.
Yeah, I'm taking college classes.
And she asked, "How old is everyone on Schmuckco?"
I am 20.
I am 24, almost
I'm
25.
31.
I think Gus is 17. Not sure exactly.
Auto lock. 15 minutes. Okay. I'll look at that at least once every 15 minutes, I think, right?
Hopefully.
So, I believe our next step is to assemble the 3 of those together.
Those look intimidating.
This is going to be the top or bottom, I think, of the printer. So it's a little tricky. You may have to unwind those a little bit.
I'm going to set one of those down.
That'll be a good place to start.
So that I can actually
Use
I will
use
figure
my
out-
hands properly. Okay.
Okay, and figure 2 just shows you. Oh, it does the head labels. Okay.
Favorite food for everyone? Tamales.
I can't
That's
pick a favorite food.
That's a solid answer. I'm going to go with tamales.
You think I'm decisive enough to pick a favorite food? I can't even pick a favorite like band or color usually.
Yeah, I have a hard enough time like figuring out what I want for lunch. So I don't have a favorite food.
But I'm very picky about my tamales. It has to be my mom's caliber because she makes the best ones.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with homemade tamales. I mean, you can go wrong with homemade tamales. I've had it happen before, but like good homemade tamales, you really can't go wrong with.
This bag is what I want. Yep, this bag has the parts we need.
Hey, Kris, you made it work.
Well, it clicked, and then you need to tighten it down.
Mm-hmm. I got this.
I know what those are. Throwing parts on the floor. Okay. So we're going to need this pulley.
There we go.
Hey.
One done.
The next one is the tricky one.
Yeah, because we're gonna have to do this.
But is it tricky
Together.
than it is to rock a rhyme that's right on time?
Okay.
You're kind of supposed to slide them both
Yeah.
together at the same time.
I'm realizing that.
I can give that a shot if you would like.
I get the first one on all of them. attached.
CO2.
Welcome back, Brianna.
And what is it?
Okay.
C14.
Hold on, let me just
C14.
I can set this stuff down in front of me.
Yeah, we're
It's a
gonna
bit
we're gonna
easier.
need to do that.
Let's just get a little bit of space.
Would you like me to set up a table off camera?
What's that?
Would you like me to set up a camera off camera so you can see?
Table off camera, you mean?
Yeah.
To just
Yeah,
set
actually
stuff
get
on.
the square table, and then we can put like a lot of this stuff. I know we won't need for a while.
Which square table?
The square folding table that's
Right,
in the hallway. Yeah, the card table. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, you had just no. I gotta grab C14. C14. Okay.
Apologize for this.
You have to kind of slide them all together at once, right?
Yeah. All right.
Well, remember what you did, because we're going to need to do that again, but on the bigger one.
Okay. So that's.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Some more space for you. Off camera.
While you're working on that, I'm
Okay, for sure.
table.
Yo estoy bien, gracias.
Motors out of the way. You'll be able to get through here?
Well, if you ever want a Spanish lesson, yo lo hablo, which means I speak it. Favorite book series or just a favorite book? Do you guys have one?
Oh boy. You keep asking about stuff that you cannot have one favorite of.
Yeah, favorites are hard. I would have to go with. I'm gonna go with a whole author, Douglas Adams, because he's only written 7 books, and they're all fantastic.
What are they?
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and the Dirk Gently series.
Those are very solid choices.
Okay, fantastic. If I'm just gonna go with an author that I have never had a qualm with any of his books, for the most part, I'd have to say Terry Pratchett.
I need to read more Terry Pratchett books.
There are a lot of really good ones out there. My general recommendation for a good place to start would be literally just starting with the first one if you want to go with the Discworld books. Like the first Discworld book, Color of Magic, fantastic. And is a good start to just the world because you're not missing any of the inside jokes. Because there's one thing that he likes to do, it's as he's writing, it's, you know, make references to his other books that he's done already. So you'll get a bunch of
working on that. I'll start on.
Yes. Orcash, you're right. Discworld does count as a series, but that was part of the question. Favorite book series or just a favorite book?
Yeah, we can only answer these as well as we can answer them. So, like, if you're asking personal preferences,
Yeah.
we can't be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff in a moment.
Brianna's was Harry Potter.
Harry Potter's a solid one.
Yeah, Harry Potter's good.
I need to reread those. I haven't read those in
Those.
Years.
years.
I have not reread those books since I reread all of them in a week when I was sick. Like all 7 books in a week.
A book a day.
No, because the later ones are not easy to read in a single day. So it was the first 2 I did in about a day and a half. Because I finished the first one and then started on the second one and then finished the second one. And then started on the third one. Third one took a little bit longer because that's when they start to get a little bit long. Fourth one took forever because it's such a long book.
Harry Potter, for me, will always sort of be a book on tape because we listen to those.
Jim Dale.
The Jim Dale ones. We did that on like road trips going up to Seattle.
Oh, that's
So
really
we
cool.
would listen to like the whole book for a week straight.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. They will always be audiobook for me as well.
Oh, you two did the audiobook?
I've always been a huge audiobook guy because I can't sit still. Like I fidget too much when I'm trying to read, especially now. Like I've hit a point where I kind of have to read audiobooks because I just don't have enough time to really not.
You gotta multitask with your time.
I feel like I'm wasting my time if I'm not multitasking.
Books and podcasts, I can't do multitasking though.
I've gotten real good at doing books and podcasts. Like I'm usually listening to a podcast or book if I'm doing stuff. Okay.
And Sugar Panda says that her favorite series currently is The Isle of the Lost. I haven't heard of this series.
Yeah, what's that about? That sounds familiar, but I don't think I've heard of it.
Care to give us a quick summary, or just premise? I think I'm always going to be partial to the Lord of the Rings, even though they are so rough to read sometimes.
They can be a real rough time.
I just read them when I read them when I was like 10, 11, and I always go back and just reread chapters, and I rarely do that with some books.
One of the books that I can give a book that I wholeheartedly recommend to everybody to at least give a shot. I know that a lot of people are probably not going to like it because it's very much it's told from the perspective of the main character, and so if you don't like the main character, you are not going to like the book because the main character is a little bit of an asshole, and he is narrating the entire goddamn thing. But the Kingkiller Chronicles are a fantastic book series. We're still waiting on the third one, but books 1 and 2, which are The Name of the Wind and The Wise Man's Fear, fantastic reads. Granted, it does spend a lot of time with the main character pretty much just going to college. Like that, yeah, that's pretty much the main part of the first book.
I worked at the DA's office for a little while, and one of the DAs was talking to me about fantasy books and stuff, and he said by far his favorite was The Name of the Wind.
Name of the Wind is fantastic.
And he went on a 20-minute rant about how great this book was.
It's really good.
Oh, also, for the Isles of the Lost, apparently Disney made a movie called The Descendants.
Based on it?
I guess so.
Oh, cool.
So it must have a following.
Yeah, maybe that's where I've heard of it.
So how's it going there, Malcolm?
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah, I just need to tighten everything up.
Extrusions are tricky.
Chris, what are you working on right now?
I'm doing the same thing, except this one has 2 bars, and it is, I think it's the bottom and that's the top, but I could be wrong.
Would make sense if the bottom's a little bit more solid.
I don't remember if the motors go in the bottom or the top. This is the end with the motors.
I have a picture drawn up right here. I think, Chris, you're working on the bottom.
Probably. I'm going to grab their screwdrivers as well, because otherwise we only have one set of every Allen key.
What was that? Oh, no, you were talking about me.
Yeah. No, Allen key.
Yeah.
These things. Ooh, this is actually a ball end one. Nice.
Oh, nice.
I'll have to keep that. It's going to come in handy.
All in ones are nice. I've been meaning to get a set because I use it all because I've been taking the machine shop class and it's a lot of fun. I want to take it again next semester because you start learning a bunch of CAD stuff and CNC machines.
What are those?
Yeah, it's fun.
CNC, I forget what the abbreviation is for. It's
Computer numeric control.
yeah, it's basically you tell it exactly what you want to do in what you want
like
to
a
cut.
metal or wood cutting robot. Basically.
Yeah. So you get you can get some really cool like CNC cut designs and stuff.
Ooh, very nice.
Like especially the when you get like the really high end CNC machines that have like a bunch of different axes.
5 or 6 axes.
Yeah, where you can like it can. It's really cool. That you can do some really cool stuff with them.
If you're not familiar with what like a 5-axis CNC machine looks like, you can look it up on YouTube because the videos of those things running are fascinating.
Really cool.
Welcome back, Brianna. Yeah, so, and then what was the other thing? The CAD? CAD?
CAD, computer assisted design.
Okay.
Right?
I think that's what it stands for. Yeah.
It's basically it's a sort of 3D modeling, but with more numbers. Because
One of the really nice things you can do in CAD, if you have a parametric CAD program and you've defined all the radiuses and sizes of your model, is you say, well, I originally modeled it and it was 3 inches around, but I'd like to see what it would look like 5 inches around.
and you just
Type in
scale
a
it up.
5 and it scales everything up, but like it keeps your screw holes the same size and everything normal like you'd want it to be. So I've messed around with that kind of stuff a little bit with the 3D printer because that's the easiest way to get into designing physical things that you're going to make.
Yeah, but no, there's a lot of cool stuff that you can do with CNC and CAD, and like I've been watching the like Machine Shop 2 class do all of that stuff as I've been just learning how to use a lathe and a mill, and it looks super cool. And like as somebody who's constantly building just a bunch of junk, it looks like it'd be something that is right up my alley.
Like, I want to be one of the cool kids building cool things.
I mean, less of that, more of just like I want to be able to build myself a tiny replica model of Serenity or a lightsaber hilt, which I actually did. I grabbed just a tube of aluminum, cut a bunch of grooves into it, and
It's a lightsaber.
yeah, I got some super glue and a leather belt from the thrift store. Cut up the leather belt and glued in the leather so it makes it look all nice. And glued a little red Lego bit for the button. It came out looking a lot better than I was expecting it to.
Do you have it? You should bring that.
I don't have it with me today, but I can bring it in and show it off at some point. I have a lot of cool prop stuff that I can bring in to show off, including a Captain America shield, which consists of pretty much one of those like trash can like sleds, like the trash can, like the saucer sleds that I covered in duct tape and spray painted, and it came out looking like a really beaten up, worn out Captain America shield.
So I actually skipped ahead. Do you want to do the same thing with these, and then I can go back to that part? So this is supposed to go down this hole.
Okay, cool.
That's the directionality of these parts.
So, do you need this?
Yes, I do that.
I will pass you that.
You guys need to have the full system worked out now.
Well, I just started doing the next piece that I could assemble because the step 2. Actually, no, this is still step 1, installing these in this piece. But I just skipped ahead to, I guess, step. Nope, that's still step 1. Never mind.
A lot of step 1 stuff.
When you put multiple things together, I don't think it counts as step 1 anymore.
This whole section of the book is step 1, and then we get into figure.
So I think technically that's not step 1. I think that's part 1, which has a bunch of steps in it.
Oh, actually, yeah, no, I do. Okay,
Would be
so
the way that I would.
Step 1, step 4, or something. I don't. That's not important.
The thing is that we have not jumped to the end.
No, you can build these in any order. Doesn't really matter.
And they're designed to just be able to snap on together, kind of, right?
It's a little bit like a giant erector's set,
It's
right?
yeah, more like an erector set. These are standard extrusions that you make like industrial equipment out of, or toy robots. Either way, and then there's a few like custom metal pieces like this kind of stuff. But yeah, it's a kit. It's a clone of. In terms of firmware, it's a clone of a Rockstock, I believe, which is an open source 3D printer design.
Someone's eating Snickers in chat. Sugar Panda.
Oh, we were supposed to put in more screws into this thing.
Oh,
Maybe?
yes.
Are you guys?
No. Where?
Are you guys hungry? I can get you snacks. Or is that bad?
I'm good for right now.
Snacks would be bad. My fingers are covered in oil right now. So.
No, don't do that. Enjoy your snacks, chat. We cannot snack right now.
We may take a break at some point when we're getting frustrated or halfway done. You know?
That'd probably be smart.
Grab some lunch.
Yeah.
Or, like, junk food. Same thing, right?
Basically. Okay, this would have been, I don't know, it actually probably wouldn't have been easier to do before.
About the same difficulty.
About the same, yeah. It's just the squeezing your finger in there part.
Something that I'm not great at because I have very large fingers.
We're going to have to do the same on that one, I think.
Oh boy, that'll be fun.
What's wrong with your fingers?
Oh, I just have big hands and big fingers.
No, but in terms of the machine, like...
There's this piece that's this hole right here. We need to put a tiny bolt on the back of this screw because that's actually how it's gonna, like the two pieces are gonna connect. But I neglected to put these in earlier, and then there's another screw. May be supposed to go in somewhere, but I'm not clear. Did it tell us to put that in? Ah, yeah, it did. Okay, it's a C13. We'll do that in a minute.
Okay.
Well, if you ever want to see the videos, guys, just let me know.
Okay.
Well, like, putting them up on there would be mostly useful for showing them to chat. I would pull them up on here. But I watched them a couple of days ago. Well, actually, I watched them before I bought the thing in the first place. And they weren't super clear. And they're in a different order, I believe, than this. So,
Oh, great.
yeah, helpful things like that. Okay, we're looking for C13 and a C18. These C11, C13.
Hair's getting in the way again.
18. Okay. Oh, okay. There's only 3 of those. So
This is why Chris wears a
just
hat.
where those go.
Yeah. I may have to get a hat as well to wear. Okay.
Don't understand what this is for, but
What is for?
There's a screw that goes through here and a nut on the back of that.
I mean, I guess it's for attaching like the print plate and the heat plate, maybe, but
I don't think so.
I don't know.
This is the top.
Mysteries to be solved later.
Yeah, we'll find out later. I'm gonna put it in.
We'll figure it out. It's like building a giant Lego set. I love it.
Seems that it's a lot of frame and then a lot of different pieces that go in there.
Yeah, well, pretty much. I mean, it's a 3D printer, so the main thing you want is for the frame to be nice and rigid, so it doesn't distort when it's moving back and forth.
Right. You don't want that to be all wonky.
Yeah. And then, you know, in terms of electronics, it's pretty much one board that you plug the power supply and the motors into, and that's it. Once we get this step done, I think it'll start going much faster.
Yeah, it should get a lot faster once we get the
Yeah, this seems to have a lot
frame
of like
pieces done.
small bits that are part of like dexterity and.
I've literally spent my entire life training for this, as I've just been I've been building Legos. I've been doing
Okay.
Connects.
Oh man, Connects.
That's a throwback.
Yeah.
Do they still make connects?
I think so. I swear I saw them at Target last time I was there.
My cousin used to get those all the time because big sets used to come with a motor, unlike Legos.
There were some big Lego sets that came with motors.
They were real expensive.
Yeah, I took a robotics class that was mostly Legos one time. That was a fun class.
I remember building
I built a
Ferris
robot
wheel
that
with
dismantled other people's robots.
We built a Ferris wheel at the next one time. It was really nice. It had like carriages and everything, and
Yeah.
we used the motor to get it going. And like, this is one of the greatest things we've ever built.
Yeah, Connects. They had some crazy stuff that you could do. Okay.
Making a giant triangle.
Okay, that is nice.
Obviously, this is really just for assembling something to summon demons from the nth dimension. Why
Yeah,
else
we
would
can
you
do
need
that
all
too.
these
The machine demons.
geometrical shapes and stuff?
Okay.
You need a hat.
Nah, I'm just gonna put my hair back up. I really need to get it trimmed so it's all the same length, because right now it's a little uneven because I have just been growing it for over a year and I have not gotten around to getting it trimmed.
Apparently,
So-
the Lord Cabot says that the Connect still exists according to Amazon.
Yeah, you can still buy them.
I wonder how much a set costs. I'm really curious now.
Yeah,
You're right,
I
I
have
kind
not seen or heard of Connects in.
I swear I
Years.
saw some at Target last time I was there. Granted, I have not been to Target in probably 6 months, so that could be completely wrong.
I don't go to toy aisles and toy stores because otherwise I'd buy everything.
Your dad
Yeah.
pulled me away from the board game section and everything. Especially now that I have a baby brother, I'm like, hey, he's gonna grow up. He needs toys. And she's like, he's only 2 years old. He can't play with any of these.
Yeah, but I can play with them for him.
How in the shit are you supposed to do this?
And the frustration begins.
I don't have tiny fingers.
Alright, obviously
There we
we need to employ child labor.
Yes. Maybe the needle nose pliers are
Wait.
good enough?
Wait, Lord Cabbage, is Super Mario Cat Mario building set from Connects cost 35, or is that Super Mario Kart?
There's a.
Super Mario Cat would be amazing. A Super Mario Kart.
I'm
buying-
fine with either one of those things.
Both of those sound like they would be an interesting.
Yeah, I want one of each.
Cat is correct. Super Mario.
Okay,
Yeah.
Lord, who's this? Lord Cabbage? You
Lord
need to link to that in the chat, please.
And buy me one, I'll pay you back.
That too, but link it in the chat so we can all see what Alan is getting.
All right. Here's a link.
Super Mario Cat building set.
Oh yeah, Super Mario Cat.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Is it exactly what it sounds like?
More or less.
Mario's in a cat suit.
It would not be the first time he's dressed up in an animal outfit.
No.
And honestly, it probably will not be the last.
Was the first one the fox suit?
I
can't think of anything.
like the raccoon one?
Yeah, the raccoon one.
Tanuki Mario or whatever it is? However the hell you say it.
No, yeah, I don't. But it's from Super Mario World 3. I know that one.
Yeah.
Man, the first game I ever played was Super Mario World 2, or Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. First game I ever played.
What was that on?
Game Boy.
Okay. I'm like, that doesn't sound like one of the console.
Okay, hold on.
What's going on?
Uh-oh. It's just a little...
I may have screwed a few of those in too tight.
No, I've been loosening them as needed. The issue is that I think it might be a little, cut just a little bit too wide to fit in smoothly.
Try some more. I think we have plenty of those.
Okay. Let's give it a shot.
They wouldn't make this easy. Why would they do that?
Why on earth would they make it
Those
easy?
square nuts are impressively bad.
I'm legitimately
Like
surprised
it's
how
a
bad
little
these
rectangle, and the guy had one job: drill a hole in the center of it. And
It's not even drill a hole in the center of it. It's cut it to the proper size.
Yeah,
and
cut it to
drill a
the
hole in
proper
center of
size,
it.
make it flat, and drill a hole in the center of
Is
it.
there a way we can see one of these?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to I can.
Let's see how bad. I'm not sure if that reads really well.
You can't see too well, but it's real small. It's literally just somebody who took like a bar of what is that, like 1/4 inch steel, cut it to about like 1/3 of an inch.
I don't even think it was a bar. I think it was a sheet.
Probably a sheet.
Those
Yeah,
are-
but it's.
Those are cut on all 4 sides.
Yeah, you're right.
Nice big shot of Malcolm's hands right there.
Yeah, my giant hands.
Almost figured out the right way of doing this, I think. These pliers are a little bit too thick because there's almost no clearance, but I get it.
Hold on.
Oh, here's a good question. What's your favorite game that you played on stream?
Oh, I don't know.
Both of you guys.
Favorite game I've played on stream?
Malcolm, you can't just say Destiny. That's more of a Gus thing. He can't say it.
Yeah, I think Gus's favorite game he's played on stream is Destiny. I don't know. That is a hard one. I've had a lot of fun playing a lot of games on stream. There we
Me
go.
too. You know what? I want to go with the first one that I played on the Schmuckco stream, Pony Island.
Oh, dude, Pony Island's fantastic.
Because that game I was not expecting everywhere it went, and
It just completely caught you off guard.
completely caught me off guard. At the end of the stream, I was just kind of stunned silence for a minute, and the game asks you to delete it. So I streamed deleting it, and I was like, well, now I don't know what to do.
What?
Yeah.
Where to now?
You can probably watch that stream on schmuckco.com.
It's
Yeah,
a fantastic game.
That is quite a game.
My best recommendation for it is if you think you are ever going to play it, do not watch the stream.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say the same
You
thing.
need to go
was
into that
my
game
favorite
blind.
experience, but for my reasons, you should play it yourself and have your own experience with it.
Go play the game, then come back and go to schmuckco.com.
And then
Play
watch
it.
And
the
then
stream.
watch the stream. There you go.
The
Like,
Crunch
play the-
Monkey playlist. Crunch Monkey House.
Crunch's money, guys. Yeah.
And then, Malcolm, what was it?
I don't know. I've played a lot of games, and as has already been proven today, I'm not good at picking favorites. But I don't know.
Heck.
I had a lot of fun playing Zelda with Gus.
Yeah, you beat
We beat Ganon with 4 hearts. Not. God damn it! I keep getting like one side attached, going to attach the next side.
So here's the thing you could try.
I'm probably gonna tighten them down so that they can't come undone for now. And then
There's that. There's
loosen
another
them
thing I
later.
was going to suggest, which is the manual doesn't suggest this, but you could drop the hanger nuts down the side and then try and screw it in.
I think that would be even harder.
Oh yeah, no, it would be hard, but it's a thing you could try.
Right, that's where Galcom started.
Yeah. That was the first game that Gus and I streamed together. I don't know. I'm just trying to remember all of the games that I've played. I've had a lot of fun playing pretty much every game I've played on stream. I had a lot of fun playing Terraria, which I hope we will get a chance to return to at some point.
You probably will. I think my favorite game is either Mass Effect 2 or 3. Probably just the Mass Effect series, because we spent so much time with that. And Jordana, it took me forever to convince her to play the game. And she played it, and I was just amazed at how quickly she made decisions that took me forever to make. She's like, no, this is clearly the right one. So that was very.
You were like, no existential crisis. What are you?
No. She had a very definitive stance on a lot of these questions. The only downside was the RPG elements.
Okay,
It
well,
was nice seeing the game.
I have the first section done, which makes it a lot easier to do the rest of it.
It was fun seeing the game from someone's fresh eyes.
These
Malcolm, what's your favorite game that you
on the
played with
edges, so
Emily?
it's not a perfect square. Huh?
What's your favorite game that you played with Emily?
I've only played like 3 games with her, I think, on stream total. So I played Dead Space a little bit. I've played Battle Block Theater, and I've played Outlast. It's interesting. I'm trying to think about that because 2 of those games are somewhat similar. The other one is completely different. I really enjoy Battle Block Theater just because it's fun to fuck each other over. Like, as weird as that sounds, I think Battle Block Theater would probably be my favorite of the 3 that we've played so far. Partly because Outlast scares me, and Dead Space, I've already played through that game before, so it's just a lot of fun to play Battle Block Theater with Emily.
Have you played games with her outside of the stream?
Yeah.
There we go.
I've played a lot of games in general with pretty much anyone who I've had in my life. It's an inevitability that I will force them to play games with me, be it Dungeons and Dragons and stuff. Outside of streaming, I think my favorite games that I've played with Emily, not like if I can just choose games in general, would probably be D&D, because that is my favorite game, Dungeons and Dragons. Like, there's no question about it. That's my favorite game when it comes to games. Like, D&D is what I go with.
So it's hard for you to make choices about your favorite unless it's D&D.
Unless it's D&D. It's just, it covers, and I use D&D as a term to basically just mean all role-playing games, as it's something that people know more than, like, if I say tabletop role-playing, less people know what tabletop role-playing is than people who know what D&D is. So if I'm playing a tabletop role-playing game that's like Star Wars, I'll say I'm playing D&D but Star Wars. If I'm talking to somebody who doesn't know a lot about like role-playing games and stuff, because it's an easier concept for them to get that way, and it makes it less trouble for me to try and explain what a role-playing game is. I can just be like, it's D&D but Star Wars. And actually, Community did a great job of making D&D way more approachable.
Oh, I saw that.
Because they had a couple. I think they had a couple of D&D episodes, but that first one really just made it a lot more socially acceptable, and I think encouraged a lot of people to actually try it out.
What's that shiny thing in your hand?
This is the extruder, or the hot end. The extruder is the part that pushes the plastic, and this is the part, this is the actual nozzle plastic comes out of. The bit I took off over here is this silver piece is the heating block, and this little tiny piece right here, you probably can't tell the difference, is the thermometer. So you know how hot the block is.
That would be good to know.
It's gonna be easier. So wrong.
All right, Brianna, we hope you come back. Sugar Panda says if she ever made a D&D account, the name would be the Galcom Ship.
You don't need a D&D account. You just get the books and you play. It's not a video game. It's all in your mind.
I use a set of dice.
You don't even need a set of dice, really. I've played games where we have literally never touched dice because it's entirely roleplay. Those have been some interesting games. That's actually where I started when it came to D&D, is I started playing on Skype with a bunch of friends of mine.
I think that's how that goes, right? I think that's how that goes. CO6 screws.
There's one.
Is this how that goes?
Okay. I can get just one of these, like... No, it's not even...
Okay,
That's a word you don't want to associate with 3D printing.
I mean, as long as you get it mostly in there, we'll be fine. Throwing pieces on the ground. Every piece on the ground. So these are 8mm screws, which doesn't seem like they should be long enough, but I'm going to give it a shot.
They came in the box, right?
They came in the box, but they need to screw into this whole block, which is like 4mm thick. So, and it's offset down by a little bit. Oh, that's weird.
What's weird?
If I put it on one direction around, it sort of clips on, and the other direction around, it just goes on without any force. I don't understand that.
Okay.
Alright.
Time to tighten all of this.
Oh, you got it in?
You got it.
I got it.
Damn.
Legos there.
You might as well use the ball end one and give me that one.
Yeah. Okay. This one, actually, I think this one's going to be easier because it's a better length for
Okay.
actually getting stuff in. So.
The focus YouTube show.
Very focused.
Both of you are very focused.
Yeah, I guess that is
It's
one.
a laser focus. Alright, hold on.
How many bits do you have on the table now? Seems to be a nice little...
Many bits.
Still many bits.
Okay.
We've only really this is the only part that's done. So it just has screws and then these 6 pieces and the pulleys in here. It's mostly screws, but we haven't even made a dent. Well, we've used about half of these ones, and this bag of nuts, still have plenty of those. So no shortage of screws. Did use up 3 bags completely.
Oh, you got through 3 bags already?
I think. Let's see. We've got this bag is empty. That was the clamp for this piece. We're out of C13 M4 screws, C18 M4 by 25s, and whatever was in this bag and whatever was in this bag. So this is the progress. We'll keep a pile of the empty containers as progress. You know, and obviously the outside packaging itself.
Ouija's having a hard time apparently. This stupid final boss.
What games were you playing?
I think it's Sonic 4?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
Is it still Sonic 4?
Mentioned that earlier. Oh. Yeah. Taking this back off.
Did something happen?
I put it on 90 degrees the wrong way around. So I don't have to take it all the way off, just loosen it.
Just rotate it ever so slightly.
This way. Yeah, that hole facing me.
It's a good thing you caught it now. It's a good thing you caught it quickly.
Yeah, I think it would have been fine to have that backwards, but it's better to have it the right way around.
It's always better to follow the blueprints.
Yeah.
But you don't really need to all the time.
Like it was just this hole was going that way instead of this way, and this stuff gets inserted into it. It's probably enough space anyway, but you know,
might be long enough.
can't hurt to do it the correct way.
The blueprints are more like guidelines than actual rules.
Oh man, I still use the new Pirates movie.
I'm surprised you haven't seen it.
I just have literally had no time. I've been here, I've been doing school, I've been working on the 15 goddamn D&D games I'm in right now. I have one on, and I'm apparently almost going to be in another one, which may or may not start before finals are done.
How do you get involved in so many D&D games?
I mean, this has been over the course of a lot of months. One I've been playing in for over a year now. That one only meets every other week. That's on Tuesdays. On Mondays, I kind of just showed up. I was at my friendly local gaming store after school one day, because I tend to like hang out there after, or I used to hang out there after, and was like just sort of wandering around and ended up getting invited by one of the dudes who is like, I think he's like the assistant manager of the store, who runs a Edge of the Empire game there. And he was just like, hey, you want to play? I was like, sure. And so I sat down and been playing in that for pretty much the entire semester. And that's been great because I've met a bunch of super cool people there. And then 2 games I am running, because I'm running the one here and I'm running the one on Wednesdays for some of my classmates. And then I've got one on Saturdays that one of my friends who I've been playing D&D with for most of my like role-playing career has started. And so I'm playing in that one on Saturdays. And then I just got invited to come join another one, which we think is going to be on Sundays, that is out in Torrance. So that's going to be an interesting commute.
Well, here's a question for you from Sugar Panda. What is D&D even about?
Dungeons and Dragons, for me, and it depending on who you ask, you'll probably get a slightly different answer to the question. But for me, Dungeons and Dragons is about cooperative storytelling. It's about getting together with a group of friends and telling some interesting high fantasy story. And depending on what you're like going for with the game, it can either be something that is, as the game that we played yesterday was, 90% slapstick, or it can be something that is like a genuinely serious and thought-provoking experience. Depending on what system you're playing and who you have with you. One of the most important things about it is communication, so everybody needs to know what you're playing and what the general theme of the game is going to be. But as long as everybody knows what they're doing and comes in with the same expectations, you should have a pretty good time. But yeah, at its core for me, Dungeons and Dragons is about telling stories, which is why I love it so much, because I'm a huge nerd for stories. Like, they are the bread and butter of my existence, pretty much. All right.
Oh, got that.
All right, let's go back to the progress. Where are we now?
Well, it looks like we have the top and bottom almost completely assembled. Oh, you know what you can start on?
Putting the bits in here.
Yeah, which C16 is that? No. Look up which screw to give you, but those are the nuts. Oh, it's C16s. Okay. So
Cool.
we'll put 2 of those in all those holes, I think. And then I am assembling the effector assembly here. So this is going to get, it goes the other way around, and it's going to get attached.
Malcolm, do you mind if we get a shot of that?
Shot of what?
What Chris is building.
Let me put the screws in, and we'll do that in 1 second.
We'll wait for a second.
It'd be nice if the bottom didn't fall off of this thing.
That would be nice. Whoop. And dropping pieces.
I'm not the only one who's dropping pieces. This is a little tricky because it doesn't have a flat surface to put this on.
It's all protruding in some way.
Yeah, all the bits stick out, so I'd like to just put this down and screw into it, but no such luck.
And this is supposed to be again? What's its function?
This is where the plastic comes out, so I will show it off on camera in just a second to get all of these appropriately tightened down.
How you doing, Malcolm?
Doing good. This is a lot easier than the putting together the beam bits. Like the actual
I'll only have to do
structure of it.
3 more beams, but those will be easy because they go just on both ends and not 3 ends at the same time.
Yeah, that will make this significantly easier. Granted, it is on the inside, so it's going to be really hard to adjust.
All right, let's go to that shot.
little
Let
bits,
me
but
know.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, let's pop it over.
Yeah.
A little higher.
this right here. So this brass piece is where the plastic actually comes out. There's a little tube that goes in here, which is going to feed the plastic down. And this is basically it's a radiator to keep everything the right temperature. I will be putting in this little heater block thing. And then this is the one 3D printed part is actually the parts cooling fan, or the parts cooling shroud, which is not the part that you want to be 3D printed.
Why not?
Because it points right against the hot end where it
So
gets
it's going
hot.
to melt.
Yeah, well, it came pre-melted, so it's not a big deal.
It came
Okay.
pre-melted?
You sort of see
The
Oh,
corner
yeah.
there is a
the
little
corner is a little
melted.
It's a little
All
a little
right.
melty.
It's a little more.
All right.
Going back to the main.
Let me get this to a point, like to the end of a point here, and then we will move on. Because actually, grab the 3 motors that are the same size.
All right. 3 little motors.
We got 3 of one size and then one that's
One
big.
big one. So there we go. There's my phone. As I kick it off of the chair.
If you want to, you can try and figure out what you're supposed to do here, or I can help in a minute.
All right.
This part where you're putting the motors together.
So technically,
CO6. I need 4 CO6 screws for each of the motors.
I believe you have the
step one.
CO6
Do I have the
screws.
CO6 screws?
No, you have the C16s.
C16s.
These are CO6.
Awesome.
Are you guys still technically on step 1?
Yes, Malcolm is still technically on step 1.
Yeah, he's working on step 2. I'm still technically on step 1.
It's step 6 of step 1. But...
Yeah.
Sugar Panda says she might start doing some D&D.
Oh, cool.
It's a really good time. I would definitely recommend it. It's really fun. If you want to find a group, just show up at your local gaming store. They can a lot of local gaming stores that have like the capability for it do like newbie night for D&D, where they just have people who are running games and are willing to teach people how to play. If you don't have a local gaming store, you can just download the like basic play book or buy a starter set. The starter set has a rule book that has all of the rules you need to know how to play. And
pass me the tool on the end there.
there you go.
Actually, that's not going to be able to deburr that small hole.
What do you need?
The part where it's melted kind of covered up the screw hole a little bit.
That's not good.
So That's fixed it.
Just make a hole in you.
Yeah, just make the hole bigger.
Okay.
Quite big enough. Come on. Where's that box? There we go. Ooh, don't do this.
Mr. Tutti Frutti says, "What's up, guys?"
Not much. Just
I'm
building a
demonstrating
3D
something
printer.
you shouldn't do with a knife.
Don't try this at home. What did you just do?
I stuck it in the hole and I'm widening it some
Where
more.
are the
Okay.
pliers? Can I borrow those? Because that'll make putting these
How
in
do you
the
do, Mr.
holes
Tutti
a lot easier.
Here you go.
Thank you.
I might need to just go grab a tap. Oh, okay. It's going through.
Malcolm, you're doing something.
Move that out of the way there.
You seem perplexed.
It would seem that the hole might not actually be big enough for.
Oh, you're having the same problem that I am.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. hold
Is
on.
it just the one hole that's not?
It's just the top of the hole that was not wide enough, which unfortunately is where it needs to go in to begin with. And there go the other two. But you can't quite tell, but that hole on the top is
It's
not
not
as
the
big
same.
as the hole on the bottom, but that's because there's a tiny lip of plastic.
Double
on
check
the
that it's
top.
not the same on all of them, and then just grab a knife.
It does not seem to be the same on the two on the top. On the two on the bottom, it is the same, but it is not for the rest of the. A couple of them, I think, have it, but it looks like it's just a issue in manufacturing, not an issue in.
Not that we put this
Yeah,
together
not
backwards.
that we put it together wrong. That it is.
Let me take a look.
Yeah, I mean, you tell me whether or not this is right.
That's bizarre.
Also, the motor we have does look different. No, it's the same motor. Never mind. We just don't
Give
have
me one of
the,
those screws.
There you go. And then you want to
Want to investigate here?
fits through the bottom.
Yeah, you can force it through there. It's just gonna sort of tap a little bit. That's correct. If you need a knife, we have some knives. I can get X-Actos from the other room if that would help.
Nah, should be fine.
I'm having basically exactly the same issue.
Again, why would it make this easy?
Damn it. That's going to be hard to find.
Found another one?
Drop the tiniest screw in the whole kit. Luckily, it's still
Right over there.
Okay.
Not as bad as it could have been. It could have been a lot worse.
So I'm having another problem here, which is, if you can see, this is curved. Oh, put it on.
Let's go to the webcam.
You see, that's curved, and I need to get the screw under the curve.
Oh, fun.
In a hole that it doesn't fit in.
I see you like to make things challenging.
Yeah,
If I break this, I can just 3D print another one, hopefully.
it is one of
I
the.
assume they have the files available.
They don't. Why the hell would they make it 3D printed in the first place?
Yeah, it's kind of considered rude to include 3D printed parts in a kit and not let you print replacements.
Yeah.
Do you need a piece in particular? Some sort of tool?
I don't know what tool would really help in either of these situations. The correct tool is to slap the QA guy who is supposed to be looking at these molds and stuff. Mine's going together.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's coming together.
Harmony is
Slowly but surely.
Harmony's back.
Hey, what's up, Harmony?
We are building a 3D printer.
Uh-huh.
What the heck is happening?
So far, we've got this piece done. You want to actually, Alan? Why don't you show what the final product is going to look like?
Yeah, let's see. Bam. Let's put a screen capture real quick. Bam. This thing. That thing.
This is just a 3D printer kit that you can get on Amazon for about $250.
It's a little bit
Not
irritating.
sponsored.
Not
I bought it
sponsored.
myself, and we're putting it together.
Harmony's disappointed that you're building a 3D printer without her. Well, you're not here.
Yeah, no one told me you wanted to come join us. We've been mentioning it on stream all week, I think. At least I have.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get to finish this today, and then you might be able to see something that was actually printed on Monday. We did. That's true, you haven't been on stream all week.
You
How's
having
it
trouble
work?
figuring out which direction up this is supposed to go?
Yeah, I don't know whether the hole's supposed to be on the top or the bottom.
Oh, if you look, yeah, the hole is supposed to be on the bottom, I believe. If you look on an earlier step, it tells
Okay.
you which one is supposed to be on the bottom, and I think it just kind of assumes that you remember that.
Sugar Panda
Cool.
is downloading D&D right now.
You're downloading
Downloading
D&D.
D&D?
Gonna give it a shot.
What are you
Yeah.
downloading for
Like
it?
Player manual, maybe?
Yeah, because like I can see downloading like the player's handbook, but beyond that, I don't know really what you would be downloading.
No, Ouija tried for an hour and didn't succeed in what he wanted to do. That's sad.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Chalk it up to practice.
Yeah, keep trying. You'll get there eventually.
Sugar Panda thinks that there's an app.
There are a couple of apps, but they're not going to be able to help you actually play the. I mean, they'll assist you in playing the game, but they're not going to be able to actually play the game for you or facilitate you playing the game because you need. D&D
it's a social thing.
It is a social, like it's basically a board game without a board and mostly in your imagination.
You need people though.
Yeah, you need to have the rest of your group.
Oh yeah, you've been working and haven't been able to come watch. Right. How's work?
We may want to, because this goes in like this, attach the
Oh yeah, no,
bits
you
first.
You were definitely supposed to put gears in
Yeah,
first.
that-
I
that's
had
probably
those
important,
right here.
I would guess.
You know which screw you need for the gears? Or does it have rope screws in them?
It looks like it's got screws in it.
Sugar Panda asked if there's no websites.
Wizards of the Coast has all of the basic D&D stuff on it, but you can also just find. So you can find online if you want to go online to find resources for D&D. Wizards of the Coast, they have D&D stuff on there. Like they'll be able to, like that's kind of like the primary resource that most people go to for D&D. But what I'd recommend doing is if you are just going to be starting with your friends, buy the starter set. The starter set is extremely helpful. All you really need for the starter set to work is like 2 other people, and one of you guys needs to be willing to read through most of the rules and figure out how to. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm looking the wrong direction because I'm looking at chat and my face. So yeah, for the starter set, it gives you pre-made characters. It gives you a like sort of light version of the rules book. The rule book. It has all of the rules that you need to know to play through the starter set, and it gives you an adventure to play through. That way, whoever's running the game, all they need to do is basically just read out of the adventure booklet. It is recommended that you read through it before you start playing, but I need this smaller. I need a smaller one
We
for this
have
one.
somewhere we have this.
Yeah, that will be helpful. But no, yeah, it's one of you will need to sort of be the storyteller of sorts, the person who's in charge of it. I might recommend checking out online resources such as podcasts or like YouTube shows that do shows of it. There's a bunch of people who do shows. There's a guy named Matthew Mercer who does a show called Critical Role
on Geek and Sundry.
Yep, fantastic show. That's a good one. There's a bunch of really good podcasts out there. There's a bunch of not as great podcasts as well, but there's a bunch of really good ones.
This isn't tight.
My personal recommendations, especially if you're new, would be check out a podcast called The Adventure Zone, which is three brothers and their dad playing D&D. Granted, the three brothers and all have several other podcasts that they do and are well into their they're all adults, so it's not a bunch of kids. Like it is three adults. Granted, their sense of humors are pretty much that of a bunch of kids. But yeah, one of the brothers runs it. He's currently the guy that I like aspire to be when I'm GMing games because he's real good at it. And the arc that they're currently doing that they actually started out the show on is just now coming to an end. They're in like the second to last.
Oh, I bet. Did you
series.
clamp that onto the flat of the motor? Because I didn't when I clamped
I think so.
the gear.
Harmony says that she's made friends at work, so no longer a loner. Also, that Harmony came in here expecting a video game, but did not expect this.
Yeah, I figured,
Something new.
switch it up a little bit.
We do more things than just play video games here. Oh, Sugar Panda, if she can't figure it out on her own, then their friend's stepmom has the actual book.
Yeah, okay, so if you've got the actual core rulebook, and I'd recommend starting with 5th edition. The other editions are definitely fun and can be a good time. They are much more complicated and a lot harder to figure out if you are just starting out, as somebody who started out on them and knows from experience. Yeah, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
You know
That-
what you're doing.
That was entirely by accident, but yes.
Ooh, here's a good question. What's the first thing you're going to print when you finish building it?
That is a good question. I mean, ultimately, it's probably either going to be the test file on the SD card that it came with, or a calibration thing. But the first thing I'll print after that, I want to do some. What?
Camera.
Oh, right, camera's over there. I want to do. We need to have a TV to see what's going on. I want to do probably because this printer can print much taller than the one I currently have. So I probably want to do some like some kind of vase or like cup sort of thing.
Ooh, a vase would probably look really nice.
Or maybe a dice tower.
A really big dice tower.
Real tall dice tower, yeah.
We could always use more of those around here. And cups.
There's so little space in this section for you to actually screw stuff in.
You don't need the manual anymore, do
No,
you?
yeah, I got this.
Oh, how big exactly is this going to be?
How big exactly? Well, I don't know exactly how big it's going to be. It is a 180 millimeter print diameter, which is, I believe, just over 6 inches. And then the height, it's a little weird because on most 3D printers, you'll have like an x-axis that goes back and forth, a y-axis that goes back and forth in the other direction, and the z-axis that raises up. But in this, we have actually 3 towers that can all raise up independently. So the print volume ends up looking like a cone, sort of, or cylinder with a cone on top. So I don't know exactly how high the cone is, but in the 200 millimeter range, I believe.
Which, for reference, would be probably around like a water bottle? Or what?
Not quite a wine bottle tall.
Oh, like a water bottle.
Yeah, a water bottle, like a 12-ounce water bottle. It could definitely print an entire 12-ounce water bottle. Probably print 3 of them, all touching each other.
Cool. Harmony asks, why don't you print Schmuckco?
All of Schmuckco, just print all of us.
Like the logo? I have printed that before, actually.
little figurines of ourselves.
Figurines of ourselves. Well, if someone wanted to design some of those, I would love to print them. But I'm not very talented in designing like organic things. I can design mechanical things. Like I made one of the most useful things I made around here is I made a little what would you call the remote thing? Like it's like a slot that it's a
Like
little
a remote holder. Like
yeah,
remote
it's a
holder.
caddy that holds the remotes for our TV and our Apple TV and stuff. And
It mounted on the wall.
yeah, we
It's
mounted it
real
on the
cool.
wall right behind the TV.
Also, you printed the mounts for the Vive, which were
Right, I didn't design those,
yes.
but we we printed little dovetail mounts for the Vive, and then they get stuck to the wall with 3M command strips, which are pretty much the greatest thing ever made.
Oh yeah, I would 100% agree with you there. Those things are so goddamn useful.
Already feels like
This curtain right here hung up with 3M command strips.
it held up.
Not sponsored, but if they wanted to sponsor us, we would use them everywhere.
We would take
We
all.
would literally build the entire office out of it would be held together with those.
Yeah, like sheets of cardboard just held together with command strips. That'd be pretty sweet.
Already feels like she's watching an IKEA build it yourself session.
A little bit.
Yeah, you're not watching that. I
Ooh,
need.
Ouija recommends building a Kirby, like a little Kirby figurine.
Oh yeah, I could do that.
Would be a pretty cool one to do. Just
A lot of
all
stuff-
print all of like the trophy versions of the characters from Smash.
Oh, I like the way you think. C05. All right.
Okay.
Had I? Nope. I just put those in
That would
there.
actually be pretty cool because you could have the entire Smash roster just like
Little figurines.
the
Well, and then what you do is.
well you could do the brawl one and literally have the trophies that all of them come as.
Yeah, but then what you do is you get little NFC tags and you pirate amiibo onto them. Just print your own amiibo, the statues and everything.
Do it. I am about that. Oh my god, this is taking forever to do just because you can do like an eighth
Half
of
a
a turn.
turn.
Not even a half. It's like an
Jeez.
eighth of a turn with each one, and that's if it's at the right angle.
This fan goes
Ouija
on
recommends
this
the melee
size.
roster.
Huh?
Ouija recommends the melee roster.
The melee roster
no,
would be
these are
great as well.
CO4s.
Melee's a good one. I like all the Smash games. I'm terrible at them, but I like all of them.
Yeah, I'm awful at Smash.
I was only.
All fighting games, really.
I won't even say passable. I just like I know the control scheme mostly because I played with my roommate constantly in college, and he was really good. I think in 4 years that I played with him, I beat him once sophomore year.
That doesn't sound like fun though.
I had fun. He like I constantly got better. I just
You could tell that you were improving.
Yeah.
He was also improving.
yes, unfortunately.
You were improving at the same rate, so you were getting really good. He was just getting better.
Yeah, apparently him and his brother would play for about 4 hours every single evening when it came out, and he did that for about 4 years.
Yeah,
That's one way.
I played for like 3 hours every Friday when I first started playing Melee, because I had a friend who had a GameCube up in his attic, and I'd be at his house every Friday because we would all hang out and play Smash.
Ooh, Harmony says, print Rick and Morty, or else you'll be very disappointed.
Ooh, we could print Rick and Morty.
Probably print a Rick and Morty. I need to get into that show. I hear it's good.
It is a pretty good time. I mean, like, it's another one of the cases of like the internet. Like, don't go in with crazy high expectations.
That's why I haven't watched it, because everyone's like, "It's the greatest show ever."
It's good, but it's your standard show that caters to adults as opposed to kids.
Yeah.
It relies pretty heavily on like shock humor, but it's still really fucking clever in the way that they do it. So it's like it's very much an intelligent type of shock humor.
All right, two things.
It's weird to say that exists, but
I can believe it.
Two things. Ouija says maybe you can start your own personal figurine line of video game characters and items.
we would get immediately cease and desist orders.
Yeah, you'd get immediately sued.
not-
And like I said, I don't know how to like do
model
good
them at all.
modeling in 3D. Zach has a little bit of experience with that, but
And then Sugar Panda says she's got to get off in a few. See you later.
see you later. Thanks for stopping by.
But before
Thanks
she
for
goes, Malcolm,
hanging out.
she asks if she can talk to you in the private messages on Twitter later.
Yeah, sure. I don't know how available I will be, as I am extremely busy right now. But if I am around, I will do my best to respond.
Yeah, I will put both of their Twitters in the chat right now.
Them tweeters.
Smaller one.
But yeah, if anyone ever has questions in chat about D&D that they want answered, I am literally always happy to answer questions about D&D. Be it about playing or finding a group or really just anything. How certain rules should be interpreted.
Oh yeah, and if anyone has, speaking of questions, if anyone has any question about how our streaming setup works, I am the one who knows the most about the streaming setups here. So I would be happy to tell you what kind of software and cameras and audio equipment and all that stuff, if anyone is curious.
All right, Sugar's out. Bye, Sugar Panda.
Bye, Sugar Panda.
And Harmony, Malcolm, we know you would be happy to. It's all we talked about.
It is usually all I talk about.
That in the office, Malcolm's conversations are either Star Wars or D&D.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, pretty much.
Chris, how's that? It seems you made a lot of progress on that.
I'm putting all the fans on. This screw doesn't seem to want to go in.
Screw doesn't want to screw.
Yeah, it may not be quite lined up. Well, no, it doesn't want to come out either.
Oh, if you make a personal figurine line, don't sell them, but just make them and keep them in a personal collection.
Yeah, that could be fun. I've definitely been thinking about.
Everyone saw that.
You guys saw nothing?
You were thinking about?
I've like the pirating amiibos idea is something I've actually thought about a little bit. Like, because I don't know, I've been getting into Zelda and there's so many different amiibos.
Oh, Breath of the Wild?
Yeah, Breath of the Wild.
There are so many different amiibos.
Like, it supports like 40 or 50 different amiibos with different rewards.
I thought it was closer to like 60.
I don't
Or
know.
70. Like they're like I know. The only reason I know this is because my
Dozens and
from
dozens
has
and
a couple hundred that all just came with his like special edition of Zelda, and he's like, I have used like maybe half of them. There are so many. Oh my god.
there's so many with like unique costumes, and you know, there's a bunch that are just here's a chest full of this kind of weapon or that kind of weapon, but they're like, you know, unique costumes and costumes from previous games and stuff.
Yeah.
And it would be fun to unlock some of those. And then I could just, you know, build my own statue that goes along with it. Because having statues that go along with the NFC tokens is kind of cool. I just don't want to pay $60 for them.
Jeez, that's expensive.
Well, it's Nintendo. So it was like a limited run that they made. And it was to promote like a Wii U game 4 or 5 years ago. And they only made, you know, I don't know how many they make, but they seem to always sell out, and they make less and less every time, and it's ridiculous. And then they go on, you know, they're on eBay for, you can get some for cheap, but they're like smashed up. Or if you want to get, you know, new in-box ones, they're a fortune.
So invest early in amiibos, because you don't know which one will be worth a mint.
Buy gold.
Buy gold. Always be buying gold.
Gonna reattach this fan so the cords all go out the same direction.
ABBG. Always be buying gold. Okay.
What are you doing? No. Are you still attaching the
I'm
motors?
still attaching motors.
Really, I want to start seeing the Voltron components when everything starts clicking together.
That is pretty much, I believe, the next step
Oh,
after
very
this.
close.
Yeah, we're getting very close to our giant robot lion, or our giant robot man composed of giant robot lions. Either of you guys watched the new Voltron show on Netflix?
My friend.
There's a new Voltron show on
My
Netflix?
friend keeps
Netflix
telling me that
rebooted
it is
it.
amazing.
It is really good. They did a really good job with it.
Netflix didn't tell me about that. I will have to check that out.
They've got 2 seasons right now. The first one is only like 10 episodes, and the second one is only like 10 episodes. So it sucks because there's like not any
Did they dump 2 seasons at the same time?
Nope, they did 1 season, and it was, or I guess it's more of like 11 episodes, or 11 or 12 episodes for each season. But they're really short seasons, but they're like really well done, and it's got great character development
Okay.
and like
This
all
bit
that
is-
stuff.
You might see that.
Sure.
Look at
So
that.
we've got the blower fan here that blows out the 3D printed part towards the nozzle. That's our part cooling fan. And then this is a bigger fan that cools the radiator inside here. Excuse me.
Cool.
Do still have pieces to assemble on this.
There's a lot of little bits that make a bigger thing.
Yeah,
And
it's
that's kind of the hard. That's kind of the
Yeah.
tricky part. Just all the little bits that go together. What are those?
these are, I believe they're actually carbon fiber rods. They're some kind of, yeah, we'll call that carbon fiber. Some sort of epoxy construction, and they have tiny little bearings on the end. So this bit turns, and these are what hover this in the air.
Ooh. It's not as magic. It actually needs to be attached to something, I guess.
Yeah, it gets attached to a lot of things and pulleys, and ultimately to the motors down there. So that's our C19s. Now I need a CO2.
Wow, that
There's a
angle.
seat.
Oh yeah, Harmony, you hadn't seen our camera switch up.
Yeah, multi-camera. We're getting fancy today.
We also got picture-in-picture. We got a whole slew of things. We got a whole new bag of
This
tricks.
looks like it probably should have. Oh, here we go. CO2. I know. I knew I'd opened those before. Oh, I need all 6 of them. Nice. Nice. All right.
Okay.
How you doing, Malcolm?
Like halfway done, I realized that I missed 4 screws when I was tightening the frame part. Because I thought I had tightened all of them, but apparently I didn't. So now I'm tightening those.
That high tech, yeah. If you have any questions about how it actually works, you can always ask Chris.
Yeah, I just am. I'm doing grunt work right now. I'm putting together screws.
Yeah, this whole camera setup and ability to do this was developed by Chris.
Yep, I set it all up last night.
Yep.
How? These go in. They don't seem to fit.
All right. Did you finally get it tightened?
Okay, yeah, that should be tightened.
Let's see that motor. You got 2 of them?
Well, no, I was tightening these screws to the frame piece because the frame piece was not tightened completely. So now that the frame piece is tightened, I'm now tightening these screws on the motor again. They're not fully tightened yet, but I can only get about like an 1/8 to a 1/16 of a turn on every like turn that I tighten it with. So it's a little bit tedious, shall we say? Man, something that I've always wanted to do is demolition derby. I think that would be really fun. Very out of left field right now, but like demolition derby would be really fun to do. I was watching. My dad was watching a show on Netflix about a British dude who decided to go and do. He basically, it's called some. I forget what his name is, but it's like just a bunch of him going and doing weird things over like a weekend, basically. Like every weekend he goes out and does a different thing. And he's got a bunch of. It's like I think it's funded by the BBC. But one of the things he did was Demolition Derby, and
I'm not surprised that this is funded by the BBC.
because they fund a lot of stuff, and it is very much a BBC show. No, and I was just sitting there like, man, that looks like it'd be a lot of fun.
What about it makes it like, yeah, that seems like a good idea.
Get to smash into other cars.
Yeah,
It's that primal urge to destroy stuff.
pretty self-explanatory, isn't it?
Yeah, I like not breaking things.
Yeah, but you're weird, Alan.
Yeah, maybe. I wonder, do you think there's such a thing as a demolition derby champion?
Yes, you can win medals and like trophies for it.
What?
Yeah, no,
They have rules. It's not.
it's very much a very, very strictly ordered thing. It's very ordered chaos.
Yeah, it's not just a free-for-all.
I mean, it is a
I
free
mean,
for
it
all,
is a
but it's a
free-for-all,
free for all
with rules and winners and points and disqualifications and.
What could possibly disqualify you?
killing someone. I think that counts as disqualification.
There's like a car that like is done and then you go smack them up even more like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there are rules about when you're allowed to
Wanton destruction, I
do
think.
things, and there are. I don't know if they call it a referee, but there's someone who says, "Okay, stop," and if you don't stop, you have to stop.
Okay, I can see why this would need some rules.
Yeah.
You can't just go around smashing into cars. Even when you were just smashing into cars with no rules, there needs to be rules.
And there are, like safety regulations and stuff. You have to have a roll cage and have it inspected.
I mean, some places.
Most of the. If I was going to do a demolition derby, I would want it to be one where you had to have a roll cage.
I would want a roll cage.
Yeah.
There are some people who don't care about roll cages.
I don't want to be. Yeah, I don't want to have those people smash into me.
But no, yeah.
That sounds worse for the brain than football.
Yeah. Jordana says it does make sense that actually killing would be against the rules.
It's only probably against the rules. I don't know for sure.
It's a small penalty.
It may not be a full disqualification.
Yeah, it may, because it could happen entirely by accident. It could be their faulty car, not you smashing into them.
Like, I don't know why they died. I just know it wasn't my fault.
Well, it could be like, hey, they're the one who decided to, like, not bolt down their seat completely. I'm not responsible for them flying out the window.
Wait, is there a way to do that in Los Angeles or somewhere in the LA area?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it at all. I mean, I'm guessing that you could probably just sign up to do it at, like, the LA Fair, like the LA County Fair.
Do they do it there?
I think they do demo derby there. They at least do, like, a bunch of, like, car stuff there. There's a whole tent dedicated to it, or whole, like, not tent, but, like, area. I haven't been to the fair in years.
I think I've only been there once.
I went there, like, 3 times, like, 3 years in a row. And then was like, I would rather just hang out at home and play video games.
Okay, so the effector assembly is done.
All right. Doing that webcam switch up.
Oh, webcam.
Damn.
So it's
That looks nice.
Cool.
sort of is going to work like this. You pull it up on one of the sides, and then it can move around.
That swivel. That swivels.
Put that to the side here.
All right.
How are you going along, Malcolm?
Slow and steady. As I get the 16th of a degree turn on
It's
every
got
one of
even
these.
smaller.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do about that. The ball end would help, but only if it was on the short side.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I don't have a nice set of Allen keys, unfortunately. Something to get one of these days.
Let's put it on the list. How many more do you have to do?
Oh, we're only on the 3rd page of the instructions or something like that? Let's see. Yeah, on the 4th page of the instructions. So we've got...
Alright, I think I'm going to tag up a little bit if you guys don't mind.
I'm actually thinking we should take a
Probably.
quick
I think
break.
I'm gonna, if I can finish
once we
tightening
get
these screws,
these screws tightened.
then I think taking a quick break would be a great idea.
Because I'll just tease this. The next step is... Alan, you put us to the webcam?
Put them together.
Put the webcam.
And I drop the
Bam.
Allen wrench.
See that?
Tilt it. Yeah, there we go.
Next step is this.
Oh, put it in the. Oh!
Putting the,
Next
putting the
step is the
vertical,
big one.
Yeah. So
Awesome.
you'll see how big this thing actually is when we come back from our break in a minute.
Okay.
Once we're done with these motors.
Yeah. Jeez, that is like
It's
that is
literally no
ridiculous.
room. Yeah, like
Well designed,
this would
you
be
guys.
this would be way better if you were putting these in before you had the screws for these parts. Like if I ever have to build another one of these, I'm putting the motors in first because I think that will make it a lot easier to actually tighten them because the screws which hold the pipe on are getting in the way
I
of
can
turning
see
the
that.
Allen
That's
wrench.
a little ridiculous.
Like you literally can't even really get the Allen wrench in properly.
I think we're making
So-
pretty good time. Now it's
Yeah.
2:30, so we've only been doing this for about 2 hours. And I think we're, in terms of like
The actual
dexterity, complexity, I think we're through the worst part of it.
Yeah. The next parts seem to be much bigger, much more straightforward parts.
Yeah, well, we get into electronics pretty soon, but that's also pretty straightforward, I think.
the gentle sounds of metal scraping on metal.
Oh yeah. It's very soothing. Everyone just focus on Malcolm.
So focused on me.
We got nothing else to work on right now. But yeah, after the
Kind of worried that this piece should have gone on somewhere, but it didn't tell me to put it on there. So.
We'll trust the rule. We'll trust the instructions.
Yeah, I don't see how exactly. I don't know. Just the hole in the middle of this is about the same size as the hot end of this, but it definitely doesn't go here. So I don't know where it does go. We'll find out later.
Mysteries to be solved later.
Yeah, and what these screws are for, I'm really curious to find that out as well. My theory, nothing.
Extra bits, just in case. Or just like complimentary extra screws.
I don't know, Alan. You come over here and look.
Free
at this.
set
Tell
of
me-
extra screws that are literally for nothing.
Like, tell me what you think these possibly could be for, because I'm.
Let's see.
Okay, so we've got this screw going through here, coming out on this side, on all three corners of the triangle.
Right?
I see your dilemma.
Yeah, they're coming at an angle too.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're gonna screw into anything on the bottom, probably.
In my not so expert opinion, I have no goddamn clue.
No damn clue. Yeah, me either. And this is the top. So like, I guess they poke up and stick at you. Should we just take a break down? We can.
Nah, I'm
Yeah,
down to the last screw.
The last screw.
Last screw, guys.
I guess there was just one of these here.
They give you a single solitary screw.
I think so. I don't think I've used a C17 before. I don't know, chat. Have I used a C17 screw yet?
Who's been
Have
keeping
you
track
been
of
paying
the
enough
pieces that
attention?
you've used?
I've been calling out all the screws I've been using, but you'd only know which ones they were if you were looking at the same instructions that I am. Well, this is full of plastic shavings.
Oh, fun.
Yeah,
Those things again.
plastic shavings. Not nearly as bad as metal shavings because they're not conductive, nor are they as sharp.
I think that is almost done.
And with the final turn,
Okay.
I think we're gonna go on.
We've got 2/3 of the motors attached. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
We're looking.
Yeah, we should be going up. That makes sense. Sweet.
All right.
All right, let's
Looks good.
That's
All right.
a break. We'll be back in a little bit,
take a
guys.
quick break. Be back in probably like 10 minutes or so.
All right, everyone.
We
Let's
go stretch our legs and
take a bite. We'll be right
yeah.
back, guys. 10 minutes.
see you in a bit. Welcome back.
Hello, everybody.
So we are just where we left off. I guess Malcolm,
getting
you're
back
putting in
to it.
that last motor.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what the manual says that I can do. I'm gonna have to skip step 3 because step 3 requires the bottom. Then that skips to step 7. That can't be right.
What? Go straight from step 3 to step 7?
Oh, there's a 4 and a 5 here. Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I'll build one of these pulley things. Malcolm, can you pass me the other one of these? Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. So this this pulley assembly that is going to ride up and down. Goes on here and around these extrusions somehow. Let's see.
It's that tall?
Huh?
Yes.
It's a real tall one.
Yeah, it's
We got
quite
some
tall.
cool stuff.
Alright. So these are my DO7s. I need a C12, a C4, C14, CO1. Okay, I need all the screws. These are CO1s. Weird. Okay, so this piece, I don't know if you can quite see it on camera
Do you
here.
want me to switch over?
Yeah, switch to the
Here you go.
webcam here. So can you see the split in this piece right here?
I can see that. It shows up.
Yeah, so I don't know why that is, but it tells me to bolt it together.
Huh.
Oh, I guess I know why that is. That's going to be the tension adjustment. Because it's
Oh, okay.
you've got,
Yeah.
so there's going to be these pulleys, and they'll go in each of these 3 spots, and it's split because you want to adjust the tension on this pulley to get it tight in, I think.
That would make sense, but then again, why would any of this make sense?
Exactly. That almost makes too much sense.
That seems very reasonable for something that has been very unreasonable so far.
You've got the CO6s, and then these are
C6s.
C16. I have CO4 here. Okay, so CO4 and a C14. Let's get 3 of those. Oh, and we should say that Alan has taken a break and Zach is stepping in.
Hello? Yeah? It's not Alan anymore.
I mean,
It's Zach.
you've said a few things, but
Yes.
we should, be
Formally.
explicit about that.
Officially announce it.
So, if anyone's got some questions for Zach, ask those away. Full of plastic pieces.
Okay, I think.
Doesn't get easier, huh?
Nope.
This looks like it's got like hot glue all over it. I guess it's just a really like not cleaned injection mold, but I'm not sure. Yep, there we go. Yeah. Captive knot assembly. 2 of them. And get the third one.
Literally easier to tighten these by hand than use the Allen wrench.
Yeah, I mean, if you get them hand tight, then you shouldn't need to.
The Allen wrench will come in handy for actually physically tightening them once I get this done. But if I can tighten them,
You
by
could also
hand-
try using the needle nose pliers, which were around here.
I
somewhere.
was. They're also slightly
They're
too
too
big
big?
and awkward at the angles that they're at.
Okay, so we've got CO1s and C12s. Go pretty quickly.
Okay. That is surprisingly tight for tightened via fingers.
So, nothing from the chat.
Good luck.
Not at
ever
the moment.
Good luck ever disassembling this thing.
I don't think it's ever going to be disassembled. I don't see why you would want to do that.
I do not know either, but I do not know that you will ever be able to at this point.
And the only reason we would want to do that is if somehow we put these in upside down or something.
Oh God, don't joke.
Does this one have like strange homemade upgrades like your last one?
Maybe eventually.
It's not as popular, so I actually haven't searched Thingiverse for mods for this, but I don't know what you would. I mean, you just make mods yourself. Like, so you haven't seen this, but this is the hot end, and there's one 3D printed part on here, which is the cooling duct, which is a strange decision, and
Don't know why they chose
poorly
to do
3D
that.
printed at that. So that'll probably be the first thing that I make for this.
Okay.
Oh, and I'll be printing belt tensioners as well, probably. It's hard to explain exactly how that works, but this thing has the same exact belts as the monoprice printer, and it also has the same exact terribly cheap spring tensioners. So those are no good. And I'll probably just print the exact same part because those seem to work.
Are those cheap belts some kind of weird standard?
Yeah, it's the MXL standard, I think. I don't recall exactly what that stands for. And then there's another standard that's almost the same size, but metric. Because the belts are the one thing on at least my other 3D printer that isn't metric.
That's very strange.
They're American-made belts.
I thought most things that were American made were still metric.
I mean, fasteners are getting more popular, but still things are measured in inches and stuff. Like iPhones aren't, but most things get measured in inches or fractional inches or, some measurement of that type.
My God.
I think they have given us a lot of extra screws, which is
It does-
super handy.
It does look like it, as I'm done with this, and there's still another 6 screws in there.
Well, those
CO6s.
I assume we'll use a few more of, but like these M5 screws, I'm going to have 2 M5 screws, but only 1 M5 not remaining. So I suspect neither of those, or no. Wait, where did? This is not. Oh, this is the same thing. Okay. I'm confusing myself here. There are
Okay,
way too many screws. You're finally done.
done. That last one took a lot shorter once I actually figured out that I could tighten them by hand.
Okay, well, let me get this together.
You want me to start putting those in?
Let's look exactly how we're supposed to do that. because both of these things have to be the correct orientation around. Cool. Man, these are really greasy screws.
Do you want to show it off for the camera?
Oh yeah,
Sure.
camera over there.
Just
Show off your handiwork.
so, the reason this was frustrating is because if you look right in there, the screws I had to screw in
You need to pull back slightly so it actually focuses on it.
are
gotta
There you go.
right in there and right there, which is very difficult to do when the Allen wrench that you're supposed to be screwing it in with does not actually go in straight and cannot like go in straight onto the actual screws, which makes it very difficult. But we got all of the
Okay.
motors attached, so now we're just gonna figure out what needs to happen next.
Let's start clearing out some space in the middle of the table here. So we think this is the correct way up, right? We've got the
The
hole at the bottom,
holes at the bottom.
plugs are at the top. That's what you were told to do, so that's what we've done. And yeah, grab yourself one of those.
Good luck.
Yeah, okay. This is not going to be that easy either.
Yeah. Here, you want me to work on this?
So what is happening right now? What is the
Ah,
trick?
okay, so we've got these hanger nuts, these rectangular nuts that need to be lined
The
up.
little ones that we had earlier, which
Are those the ones you were complaining about?
yeah, they're really poorly made ones.
And so those are on the inside of this?
They are on
assembly
the
right
inside, and we're having to line them up.
now?
The
Oh,
way-
so you're slotting the hole in.
Yeah, so these are extruded poles. It's like a little X cross section, and the nuts fit exactly if you can get them in there.
And sometimes the holes are not drilled straight.
Yeah, sometimes it's so crooked that you may have. Aha, I did
You
it.
got it?
I think I did it. Just double check. Yep. Where are the other? Oh, here. The other wrenches. Get this tightened down before I lose it again.
It's like very uneven. Let me just try a different.
Yeah, we should have plenty, so feel free to try new ones if you think it'll help.
That looks a lot straighter. Because there's like four
Oh,
different
does this
dimensions.
actually have a piece that prevents it from going through too far?
It does?
Yeah,
Oh.
so it's definitely the right way out.
Cool. Yeah, no, I can see it. Okay, yeah, we definitely got this the right way up. Awesome. It is good to know.
Need that in a moment. Okay, what is figure 12? Figure 11, figure 13.
Hooray.
Oh, never mind. It's the linear rails, sorry. We want to be on pulley version.
It is coming together, Skynet's lawyer.
You know what? I bet it comes with enough screws to do both the linear rail version and the pulley version. That's why it's got so many screws. Okay. Linear rail, pulley version.
Okay. There we go. Would be nice and solidly on there.
So we don't actually put the top on yet because we have to put on everything that goes down the rails first.
Yeah. Okay.
So it looks like I didn't completely finish building my piece. These are part I need.
Real fancy bag.
I know. Bizarrely shiny.
What's in the bag?
It's a USB drive.
Ah,
Is it a USB drive or flash card reader? It says card reader on it, doesn't it?
It does say
Ah,
card
yeah, it
reader,
is
so it's
card
a
reader.
card reader.
+1 empty
All in
bag.
All right.
3 times CO4. CO4s. Take all of those. Here.
Okay.
Grab one. This is going to screw on. Oh, well, technically we're supposed to screw it on there first, but I think we're going to do it this way.
Looks like it matches up with those holes right there.
Yeah, I guess it's just got the 3 holes.
Yeah.
These are the screws there.
Which way around does that go? Like that?
Like this. You want these on
Cool.
the top side. And these holes aren't quite cleared through.
Fun.
Yeah.
Pretty much on par for the course.
Yeah, that's something completely blocking the hole. This ought to be big enough. There you go. That is my favorite tool.
What is?
This deburring tool.
Oh, nice.
It's a little knife that you fit into a screw hole, and it does a chamfer on it. So that'll
That is
clear
really
up
nice.
any hole that's a little bit undersized and not too thick. Clear it right up.
yes, Sugar Panda. We're still building it.
We're still building the 3D printer. I would estimate a couple more hours of 3D printer building. In fact, all of the streams today are going to either be building or using the 3D printer.
Got it. Okay.
So, are these part of the pulley mechanism?
What do these screw into?
I don't know.
Are these just tapping into the plastic? That's not good. I don't like that. Because this is like how the whole thing gets held together.
Yeah, it just tapping into plastic would not be great.
That's what it's doing.
Okay.
This is the wrong tool to tap these screws into plastic.
Malcolm, Sugar Panda has tagged you, Gus, and Alan in a tweet. It's a clip from yesterday's live stream.
Cool.
Cool, we'll have to all check that out.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't like this. Everything else on here has bolts. Why doesn't this have bolts?
It's a good question.
This is going to take a minute to get these all the way tight, I think.
Have you talked about the differences between the pulley version and the linear rail system?
The difference is that this one has pulleys and the linear rail one has linear rails.
Well, I mean, I guess that much, but is there any benefits to one or the other?
Do you want to go
I do.
ahead and read the description
Oh, sure.
of the Amazon product there?
Pull up the right picture.
I think you may be like overestimating the customer service and like I don't want to say this is a bad product, but this is a straight from China kit.
Well, this one, okay, so the picture here does look like it's the linear rail, even though the description says it's the pulley version.
That may be true as well. I don't know. I can't actually see the screen.
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
The linear rail version is going to have a piece of metal on each of these with a bunch
Yes.
of holes in it.
That's what this picture is showing, is an extra piece of metal.
In theory, a linear rail should be much smoother, except I'm not sure if it's like technically a linear rail or it's just a rail that's a line, so you can't say it's not a linear rail.
There's really not much on this page.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
I see.
No, actually,
Oh, it's gonna.
this way, so it slides down the extrusion.
Yeah.
I guess there's no good reason not to put these on. These seem to slide pretty smoothly, and you can tighten the spring tension on them if you wanted to. Oh, we have exactly the correct amount of screws of this type of screw.
Fun.
I mean, unless we lost one somewhere.
Sugar Panda asks, are you building a 3D printer or an alien egg incubator?
Give me both.
We could incubate some alien eggs in this.
I think
It's gonna have a hot plate, so you know.
right. I think Sugar Panda is saying incubator. I'm not 100%
Oh,
on that.
that's what that is. I know what that whole thing is. Now,
Mm-hmm.
that's the spool holder,
Oh, nice.
and this is gonna go
Right in
right
there,
in
and then
there,
the spool
and it
goes
doesn't
on
matter that it's
yeah,
a
it doesn't
terrible
matter that
thing.
it's super messed up. Okay, that's nice. Like it's not terrible quality.
Yeah, that'll come in handy.
Incubator is a hard one. I'm not even sure how to spell that without trying.
Hey, Brianna Fantasy. We are also really busy right now building a 3D printer.
Mm-hmm. Don't tell me that really how they did that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a very standard thing for like laser
Yeah,
cut
yeah.
plastic.
Just
Don't put it
these-
together
these
just yet. 'Cause
specifically are just the
I don't
worst.
think it's those screws. I would
No?
hope it's not those bolts.
I think it might be based on the fact that the size seems about right,
Yeah,
and we got so many of them.
I just let me continue thinking
Yeah,
that it's not those bolts because that would be disappointing. Almost as disappointing as finding out that these are just tapped directly into plastic. So that's what's going to break on this thing.
Yeah.
This is a better.
For this, yeah.
Well, it's just like actually the correct size.
Yeah. All right.
Let's hold on because it starts
Yeah.
getting complicated after this.
Real technical.
You're going through people's Instagram and Twitter until you reach the end? That sounds...
That's a
Yeah.
version of completionist that I've never heard of before. I mean, I guess it depends on who you're following, but
Yeah. It's not too hard if it's somebody who never does really anything on Twitter like me. But if you're following somebody who has a couple of tweets a day and has had an account for years, you're going to be there for a while.
I've had an account on Twitter for almost 10 years now, but I never tweet, so.
You still probably have...
But I still have
thousands of
almost
tweets.
10,000 tweets.
Yeah, that's going to take a while to go through.
Huh.
Sugar Panda says stalkerish is the word you're looking for.
I mean, it's stalkerish as well, but that's also someone who's a completionist. Like,
Indeed.
most stalkers don't read your whole Instagram timeline, I don't think.
It's like that is dedication right there.
Does Twitter have achievements for tweets, or is it just a number that goes up?
It's just a number.
It's just a number that goes up. There is Favestar. It's barely around anymore, but they would rank tweets that got the most likes. Well, it used to be favorites, which is why it's called Favestar. But oh, we have another empty bag.
Yeah.
All right, so at some point we were supposed to put this onto these, and I think we should probably do that now. So I have to go backwards. So we're okay. So start by raising these up some. Not gonna quite stay there on their own, but that's fine. All right, we need. There's a screw that goes into the top of this for some reason. CO7. You have
CO6. C16.
Oh, CO7. Okay.
CO7.
What's a genre photo, Brianna?
Sure.
Junior, maybe?
Okay, so Malcolm, can you put a screw into each one of these basically non-existent holes there?
Oh boy. Yeah,
And
sure.
keep them an even amount up. They have to be about 8 millimeters sticking up.
Alright, yeah. I'm gonna just pull these off.
Yeah,
A little
well,
bit
actually,
easier.
let me grab you an X-Acto knife. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's
that will make
the
that
correct
a lot
tool.
easier. For those of you who can't tell, on these there's what's supposed to be a hole on the top, but it is almost completely covered over by plastic.
There you
So,
go.
thank you.
Figure out the appropriate blades there.
A real nice X-Acto knife set. I'm jealous.
I do a lot of paper cutting, game prototyping and stuff, so you
Yeah.
need- a good knife is a really good tool.
Okay, so that's one. I'll pass that
Oh,
over to you.
genre is James and Connor. Do you guys any idea?
Some sort of celebrity couple that
It
I'm
could be.
supposed to know?
Might be.
Possibly also just a ship name. Somebody who wishes that they were a celebrity
Ah.
couple.
C6. C20. 6C20. C20. Okay. C19.
There we go.
Oh, those are C19. C14. Okay, cool.
So in the tops of these, the
Yeah, we want to put them in this hole. And would you like a scale to get them 8 millimeters high?
sure.
It's James McVeigh and Connor Ball.
I still don't know who those people
I
are.
think I've heard of James McVeigh, but I'm not sure.
All right.
Exactly how high they are shouldn't matter as long as they're about consistent. It's inches on one side and millimeters on the
Yeah.
other.
Cool.
I do think getting these relatively consistent would be helpful.
Yeah.
They're the music group The Vamps.
The Vamps. What kind of music do they do?
We need to listen to The Vamps, I'm being told.
Okay.
Yeah,
What kind of
what is
music
that,
are the
and
bands?
what kind of music do the Vamps make?
It sounds like somebody's using a compressed,
compressed air, yeah, I
thing
guess.
in there to
It's pop.
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 All right.
That's a very general genre. Unfortunately, you have to be a little bit more specific.
They're British. Does that help?
British pop. Yeah,
That does help a little bit.
Could give that a listen.
I am not against British pop. In fact, I listen to it with some British pop pretty regularly. Cannot name any bands, but
These two,
those two should be
consistent?
pretty
All right.
consistent.
It gets bright when you look up there.
Yeah. Anything above like your standard forward looking, it's gonna get real bright.
Yeah, I temporarily forgot that we're on a set doing a stream, and I looked directly into the lights there. Yeah, this did not look like an easy thing to put together.
You went all the way through to the first of both of their posts? That's insane. On Instagram?
Dedication right
Yeah.
there.
That's... How long did that take?
Okay, we're gonna need to work together here. So, the way this is supposed to go is we have one of these facing this way, and this, and that goes in here.
Cool.
And then this
Goes on the other side. In that little gap right there.
Ah, shit, we...
Shouldn't have screwed it on first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we gotta take these
Oh,
off.
'cause it's got to go
It's
into
gotta
the
go
back,
in the back,
right?
and I didn't see that. And
Damn.
this is probably never gonna go together correctly now. But let's...
You want a cat, dog, and a lizard? What kind of lizard, Brianna?
And what's a cat dog?
A cat and a dog.
Oh, a cat and a dog.
Yeah.
Didn't hear the comma.
The comma. Have you ever thought about getting a reptile as a pet?
I have. I've considered it a couple of times.
Any preference on what kind you would get?
I'm not sure. Maybe like some kind of lizard, maybe. Maybe a snake. Snakes are cool.
Snakes are cool.
Yeah, sometimes I'd kind of like a pet, but I don't know.
I've heard lizards have more personality than snakes.
I think that's probably true.
It might just because legs and humans are better at interpreting legs as personality. I don't know.
I
So
like
you think
I like
someone's
that
personality
reasoning.
is in their legs, huh?
I mean,
Visually, yes.
All right.
there's a lot more you can do if you have 4 limbs than if you've only got none. Or like
I mean-
just one long noodle.
That's probably true.
Like if you're just one long noodle, you don't have a lot of body language you can express beyond like wriggling at different speeds. And I guess facial expressions, but still. It's not really body language if you're using your face, right?
Yeah.
I hope these will go back in now that we've tapped
Wait.
them in.
Who do you almost dislike? Which of these? So we've been recommended some songs by the Vamps, I believe. So,
Cool.
Somebody to You or Hands.
I do have hands, so at least there's one similarity there.
Don't most people have hands?
I don't know. I haven't met most people. There's a lot of people in the world. From what I know, most people have hands, but I'm not gonna like assume beforehand. So we gotta drop these in there.
No, not those.
Not those?
Different. Just
Okay.
take them off, and I will do this.
Cool.
Because I need this whole thing. This is gonna be a thing. I guess we can always super glue the threads if we really need to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I was going to put the wrong ones together anyway, so it's a good
Huh.
thing we didn't do that. Okay, so this needs to go like this, and then this faces in this way. Yeah. And then the nuts fall out.
Do either of you know who Sabrina Carpenter is? This is another musician I've never heard of.
I am not a very big music guy, in that I do not listen to as much as I should, and when I do,
listen to a lot of music, but just not a lot of popular music.
yeah, I guess that's accurate for me as well. Is I listen to a lot. I constantly have something playing usually, whether it's music or a podcast or an audiobook. So I end up listening to a lot of stuff, but I'll listen to kind of weird bands. Like, anyone ever heard of the Mountain Goats?
Yeah, iTunes just recommended me their new album the other day.
Yeah, they're a weird band.
What do they
Yeah.
play?
I mean, it's less of like the genre that they play and more of the fact that most of their songs are based on like wrestlers and like are about wrestlers. They've got a song, I forget what it's called, but I think it's about like a broken nose or something, but like they're weird. Not bad weird, but weird. Like that. And then a lot of the metal bands I listen to are also very weird. Because metal is one of the genres where you can get so goddamn specific. Like pirate metal or goblin metal.
I've never gotten into metal at all.
There's a lot of really good metal out there. There's also a lot of really bad metal. And it's one of those genres where, yes, there's something that everybody will enjoy, but there's also a lot that everybody will hate. So
Like that.
you need to be willing to go through a lot of the bad to get to the stuff that's good. But yeah.
And for the record, Sabrina Carpenter is a musician and Disney star.
Yeah. Okay.
Can't figure out if it's just these are too long or exactly what is going on here.
Odd spacer length or something.
Well, I want to get the bolt tight, but I think it's hitting the inside wall of this, which is just doesn't make much sense. But I guess a little bit of slop in these won't ruin everything.
What metal would you recommend I got started with?
Me?
That's a good question.
I don't know. There's just a lot out there, and everybody's very particular about what kind of metal they listen to. In my experience, like it's very much on an individual basis is what you're gonna like. So,
I've liked Led Zeppelin and pretty much nothing else.
Led Zeppelin's good. Mastodon are a decent band.
I've never heard of them.
They're one of the more popular, like, just general metal bands that are out right now. I've never been a huge fan of anything that's, like, super screamy. Like, not really my thing. The one band that I do like that's super screamy is Necrogoblicon, which is goblin metal, and it's all goblin themed.
That sounds pretty great.
It is pretty great. I've got a friend who's got like a Christmas sweater, but it's a Necrogoblicon Christmas sweater. So it's like a bunch of like goblin heads with just a giant like Necronomicon with a goblin face on it. But it's like all Christmas themed and in Christmas colors and has like some Christmas trees.
That sounds pretty fantastic.
I'm pretty jealous of that shirt. It's a pretty great shirt. And then
Okay.
if you like pirates at all, there's Ailstorm, which is pirate metal, which they've got a lot of very piratey sounding songs that are just really heavy.
Does piratey sounding mean like sort of
A lot of like
Scottish-y kind of?
a little accordion sounding. It's
Like Flogging Molly, sort of?
little bit, yeah. Like a little.
In my opinion, the best thing about metal bands
Yeah. Yeah, that
I
is
don't really
true.
like metal music, but boy, can
There's
I
some
appreciate
fantastic
a
metal names out
band
there.
name, yeah.
Goblinomicon is one of the
Ne-
best I've ever heard.
Necrogoblicon.
Necrogoblinomicon. It's one of the best I've ever heard.
It's pretty great. They've got some real good music.
Oh, we got a question from the chat.
Oh?
Sugar
Pass
Panda
me
asks.
the X-Acto knife. Still have that out?
Yeah, it is right over here.
Malcolm, how long have you and Emily been dating?
Like a little over 2.5 years, I think.
Thank you.
So, a while.
You might want to move the
Oh, is
back
it
slightly. It's right in Malcolm's face.
completely blocking us? How about that? Is that a little bit better?
A little bit.
Yeah, that's now in between you. Emily gave you brownie points. Yeah,
I did for
I don't know.
knowing how long we've been dating.
I guess so.
Why does that get me brownie? That's like
Seems
just
like a fairly basic fact
yeah. That's just
about
like
your relationship.
knowing like the passage of time. I mean, granted, that's something that I'm not great at, but like it gets easier the more time has passed because it's not like you have to remember exact days. You can just generalize and it'll be pretty accurate. Like,
Sugar Panda asks, "What was your first date?"
I mean, it's like depends on what you qualify as like a date because we like hung out on campus a bunch.
This is where you lose those brownie points?
Well, no, because we didn't like really go on any traditional dates. Technically, I guess our first date that was actually sort of a date. Even then, it was still more of a half date because we never explicitly said it was a date. And we considered inviting other people, but then just didn't. So it ended up just being us. But we went to a place called Game House, which is basically a board game cafe, and played a bunch of board games like for a few hours, which was a good time.
Emily says, "You can't remember where your keys, phone, and wallet are when it's in your hand."
Hey, that does not happen every day. That only happens sometimes.
That's a different part of your brain, too.
Yeah,
Remembering where you put stuff.
dates and times is different.
What does it mean if you can't do either?
You're very forgetful.
I feel like I should just talk since I'm here.
Yeah, feel free. Pull up a chair.
Yeah, come on in.
Come on in.
Instead of making you be the mouthpiece for my
That's true.
sassy comments.
Yes.
What?
You said you were going to come in because you should just talk, and then you didn't say anything.
You just stood there and stared at us.
Well, yeah, because that you're actually saying something of relevance. I don't know if you actually finished what I said, but yeah, you don't remember where you leave your keys or your wallet or your phone all the time when it's in your hand.
Just because I forget like where my stuff is doesn't mean I'm gonna forget like dates and times. I mean,
Okay,
I do
but-
forget dates and times, but like, come on.
Okay, but Malcolm, I know you. The most forgetful person.
Yeah, I am the most forgetful person ever. That's an acknowledged fact that I will own up to. But this is something that's easy to
Why
remember.
can't you just accept the brownie points? You lost them now. You can just accept it. Like,
That's kind of where I stand on brownie points. Is if I get them, I'm probably gonna end up losing them pretty quick.
Yeah, so this is not very high quality mold on these things.
so, what part of it is that? Because I was
Is
told
what?
that it's a very big 3D printer.
This is the 3D printer
This
part
is
of
it. It's gonna get top part attached
Like
on
this,
here.
this part here. Oh yeah, Zach can just show you the
that
picture.
is so big. Oh my god, we're gonna print
It's gonna be
so
so
many
cool,
stupid,
right?
You
amazing things.
can't print all the way to the top of this.
You can
You'll only
probably
be able to
print
print
it
about
out
here.
Like,
but
was
still,
like-
yeah.
You could
It's
print
it's
it.
a lot bigger, yes.
That's awesome.
I believe Gus was busy today, Sugar Panda.
Yes, Gus was busy today.
That's, oh my god,
I
that's so great. So
believe-
are you gonna just see how big you can go with printing the nut and bolt?
Yes, that is one of the things that I will definitely do.
Like it's like 2 people have to use it.
I think I can probably get it. That was 200% scale, I believe, so I can probably get 400%.
That's awesome.
And I can print the taller version as well.
To be or not to be. I really one of these skulls. I like the skulls.
We will print you a skull.
We should get me a skull.
You should make them in progressive, smaller orders. So you just got like Russian nesting
Yeah,
dolls.
Russian nesting dolls, but skulls.
Sounds good to me. All right, let's pull these back off.
Just bring in a piece of paper to like write down all those stupid things Emily wants you to print.
This is gonna be tricky.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
There's-
Peter Pan. The
there's
Gus
no
was busy
way that-
today. Otherwise, he probably would be here building this.
Oh, would he be building this?
Maybe.
I don't know him that well, so.
I think he'd be talking at you while you do it. And like picking stuff up and then being like, oh wait, never
I
mind.
think
I'm
you installed
just
this
gonna
one
find you.
backwards.
You're
I
right.
think that's
God damn it, I
fairly
did.
accurate. Alright, I'm gonna go
Yeah.
clean more
Wait,
stuff.
did I? No.
But yeah.
Oh, yeah, I
Both
installed
of
them all
these are
backwards.
No, that one is the right way around. But these two are backwards.
Here, your turn.
All right, here. I'll give it a shot.
Because there's no frame of reference, huh?
No.
Yeah.
There, I
little bit.
thought there was, and then I just kind of went on autopilot, I guess. I don't know how I did that.
Okay,
I tightened the hell out of it.
Yeah. Let's just.
Well, we'll get there eventually. Yeah, we're still making good time. I don't remember where these brass ferrules were, but I know we don't need this last one. So.
Cool.
We still have, let's see, 1, 2, I think we may have used those. Still like 4 kinds of screws that we haven't even touched yet. Not to mention like a bunch of the other 100 kinds of screws that we have.
Don't things usually try to like reduce the kinds of screws you use? This thing seems to use a lot of different kinds of screws.
Well, it's different lengths mostly.
Oh,
'Cause
okay.
these are metric screws. So like I've got some M4 by 8s here, and I know we have M4 by 10s, and well, that's an M3 by 20. This is an M3 by 16. It's an M4 by 2. I don't know if you understand how metric screw sizes work, but I explained it
I
to Alan
don't.
earlier.
Are there any MI6s? Or do we not have any British spies here?
Don't have any British spies here.
Damn.
You can have an M16.
Okay.
That's just
Might have some high-powered weapons. All right. So that's that one fixed. Just gonna move those over there with the other ones.
not lose all of the screws.
Yeah, try and keep them in a somewhat.
Do people ever get M16 and MI6 confused, I wonder?
I think that probably happens all the time.
I'm sure.
Probably not in Britain, but definitely here.
Yeah, and in Britain too. You know, and anywhere it's typed out on a
yeah.
typewriter.
Right, yeah.
I think they'd correctly be disambiguated with where you put the hyphen, but
I've also seen both of those written without a hyphen.
exactly. Yeah, so I'm gonna not skip ahead on
The rest of
instructions
this.
because that got us into this situation here.
Okay.
Does it not have the classic Lego thing where it shows like, oh, this is a thing you assemble separately?
It sort of does, but I had skipped over the part where you assemble it separately because this covers the linear slide and the pulley version. And remember when I skipped from, step 3, step 7, what the hell? Somewhere in there, still in step 2 somehow, was the correct instructions.
Okay,
Don't worry
seems,
about it.
that seems confusing.
What?
Oh,
What?
Emily,
What?
no, sorry, Brianna is in a band, which is awesome.
Oh, cool.
Oh, nice.
What kind of band are you in?
I know a couple people in bands. All right. Then
I was briefly in a band once. We were not good.
I think that's the general conclusion of most people who were briefly in a band is like, yeah, we were great, but it was a fun time.
It was a fun time, but we didn't make good music. those, you think those are going to tap back in there? Be
can
careful
hope.
of this.
Oh, yeah. Shit.
It's carbon fiber and probably fragile. Well, it's probably carbon fiber and probably fragile.
Best guess is carbon fiber.
It's advertised as carbon fiber. It looks like black, stringy resin thing. So, you know, that's close enough.
Basically carbon fiber.
Yeah. Who's
Same
counting?
thing, right?
Sugar Panda Emily has left, but maybe
If
she'll
you
see it in the chat.
mention it in chat, I think
Yeah.
she's probably still watching from the other room. Or
Or
we
at
could-
least somebody will like shout
Yes.
at her to pay attention.
yeah. Including one of us, perhaps.
Yeah. All right. It seems like it's tapping back in just fine.
Okay.
Like I'm able to tighten it to be decently tight.
You don't want to over tighten it.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I like to the point where it's like it doesn't feel like it's gonna come out, but it also doesn't feel like it's starting to strip
Okay,
the
good.
inside.
I mean, we
Yeah.
could super glue them in if we needed to, but that's not a great plan.
Unsurprisingly, the message was Galcum. So
Of course.
How did Galcum start?
Just Sugar Panda.
Just Sugar Panda?
Deciding.
Okay. All right.
do you remember? Was that like one of the first streams? 'Cause I think that was
think
already
so.
a thing by the time I streamed with you guys and played.
That was already a thing by the
Everything.
time I watched their first stream. Like, I got in an hour late or something. So
Yeah, it happened pretty quick. Okay.
I'm not complaining. I'm just impressed that our channel can
Yeah.
create lasting memes like that. You know, good work. Sugar
Hey, I
Panda.
mean the Deus Ex, like the Deus Volt thing didn't last. Nor did any of the other memes from our first TK Go or TK not TK Go. I can speak English. Okay.
Talking and putting in screws at the same time is a challenge.
What do I look like? Somebody who can multitask?
I will give everyone a brief rundown on how many bags we're out of.
Alright.
So this is pre-break. We had, let's see, 1, 2, 5, and we've added another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bags. So we're getting there.
Time.
I'm probably going to save some of these because I'll print little bits and have too many screws in
In
the
a
future.
pinch, you can put game pieces in them.
Oh yeah, game
Yeah,
pieces.
game pieces are something that I always end up needing bags for. Okay.
Although for game pieces, you often want opaque bags. Depends on the game and the pieces, but
Also depends on how obsessively you sort your game pieces. I know
True.
some people
true,
that
true.
put every different kind of game piece in a different tiny plastic bag.
That's your story. All right. Well, I now know officially how that meme began. So thank you.
So that was probably one of the first ones of their streams.
Which stream was
It
it?
was Zelda
The
stream.
Zelda stream.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
the first stream you guys did, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the first like 4 streams we did. It took us about 4 streams to
Yeah, I
actually
think it was-
finally beat Ganon with 4 hearts.
I still don't know how you did that. I've been playing Breath of the Wild for like 4 weeks now, and you did stuff in the first 2 hours that I haven't gotten to.
To be fair, I've been playing it on my own, and I did stuff in the first 20 minutes that I haven't gotten to
Yeah.
yet in my game. So there's a lot of very quick,
So we got one more.
like that game is so easy to like do stuff that you've never, like, no one else has done before.
Oh
And,
yeah, no,
like
I can tell.
you get to a certain point, you're like, I wonder if anybody else has found this, and you like look it up, and you're like, no one has ever even been to that part of the map, and you're like, weird.
Wow.
I've seen so many amazing gifs of people doing weird physics tricks.
Yeah, the fact that like the
I've seen so
physics
many
of that.
great gifs of enemy interactions.
Oh yeah.
Like if you taunt one enemy into attacking another, or you throw a certain type of weapon at one enemy, or
Oh, so you know if you've got any rusty weapons and you
Yeah.
throw them at the choo-choos, you can clean them.
isn't it only the rock ones? Or
Is
it
it?
all of them?
I thought it was all of them, but
I don't
it
know.
might only be.
I
the
haven't
rock
actually tried
ones.
that. I should.
See, my favorite thing to do is get the Octorok
balloons, attach them to a raft, and then fly using the Korok leaf. It doesn't
I
last
should try
very.
that.
It doesn't last very long, and you're likely to kill yourself with fall damage.
Yeah, but that
But it's a
30
good
seconds
time.
is going to be pretty great.
For 30 seconds, you feel like.
Yeah, I'd heard that you could do that, but I only actually tried tying a balloon to stuff when I finally got a mission to do it.
Oh, I haven't even gotten a mission to do it yet.
It's just some random side quest.
Yeah,
Get a kid at a
there's
stable. Is
so
like,
many
I've
side
always wanted to
quests.
see a balloon. Can you show me a balloon?
It's when you tie the balloon to him and watch him float off into the sky.
Can you tie balloons to anything?
Yeah, pretty much.
I
Wow.
think any
I don't know that you
physics
can do-
object. I don't know if you can do people, but any physics object.
You might be able to do enemies. I don't know about
Probably
like
enemies.
friendly NPCs, but I think you can probably do enemies.
Can you make your horse fly?
I don't think you can make your horse fly, but you could put your horse onto a raft and make the raft fly while riding the horse. Oh man, there's so many fun things you can do in that game. That's what I should do when I get home. Forget like homework. I'm gonna just play some Zelda.
Yeah, I probably will too. I don't think I've actually played any this week. Been busy with
All right, and there we go.
prepping for other stuff. All right, so
Put it on now.
let's slide this thing on. And so this is, you can get an idea of sort of how this works. They move up and down independently, and it can go all the way around. So let's put this down.
That's
Roughly centered. That's fine.
some cool science stuff right there, guys.
Okay. So, we just did this step.
What is the name of that shape? It's not a pyramid, right? Because a pyramid has 4 sides. It's a.
I mean, I think a pyramid. A pyramid is just any
Any.
three-dimensional triangle, right?
I
think
have no
so.
idea, honestly.
I think that's technically the classification for a pyramid. So you can have a 3-sided pyramid, you can have a 4-sided pyramid, you can have a 5-sided pyramid. I think.
I'm gonna find out with Wikipedia.
Ah, yes, Wikipedia. A surprisingly reliable source, provided you take all of the information with a grain of salt.
So these are end stops.
Oh yeah, it has n sides, so any number of sides is a pyramid.
So technically, a cone is just a pyramid with infinite sides.
I think it isn't that one side. That depends on how you count it.
I mean, in the same way that the limit of a polygon is a
Well,
circle.
it's not because it has to be n triangle faces, not just any n faces.
Well, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, like,
but if they're regular, they're going to be triangles.
Yeah.
Sorry, if they're regular, they're going to be triangles.
geometry's weird.
Okay,
And fun.
so now we need some more of those screws. The square bolts and the C16s. I get 3 of each.
There's a fistful of those, and a bag of C16s.
What's wrong with nerding out about shapes?
Huh?
Sugar Panda it said, did Malcolm just nerd out us on a shape?
Yeah,
Shapes are cool.
shapes are very cool.
I was
Everything is
watching,
shapes.
if you like geometry and want to know math, there's a really cool channel on YouTube called 3 Blue 1 Brown, and I just watched their video on, or their video series on linear algebra. For no reason other than it's nice to actually kind of understand linear algebra. Okay, so we're supposed to go 30 millimeters from the top.
Alrighty.
So that would be right here. And again, this should be relatively the same on all of them.
Sugar Panda does not like math at all. I understand doing it. Like, I don't understand not liking doing math, but I think actually watching YouTube videos about math is kind of interesting.
The thing is, the math that you end up doing in like school and stuff is the worst kind of math.
And it's
Like-
explained by people who don't enjoy it. So.
Yeah, like
Down. Right there.
like math is awesome as long as you're not having to deal with like the worst kind of math, which is like the basic levels that you learn in school. Once you get to like the theoretical math and like math that doesn't really involve a lot of numbers, then you get to the fun parts.
That's
of
why
math.
like geometry is great, because you can do all sorts of interesting things, even prove things
without
ever touching a number.
without having to use any numerical digits whatsoever.
Okay, so now we've got our limit switches.
Brianna doesn't like any subject, including
Well,
world
I
history.
can't help you there. Alright, so, don't lose the little terminal block at the end there. Which way? Doesn't matter, does it?
Ooh, that is satisfying.
Is that the on-off switch?
These
No.
are the limit switches.
This-
So
okay.
these switches are going to be installed. We put these all in upside down. We put those all in upside down.
Hooray.
So we can just. Actually, you know what? Yeah, no, we should measure them first. But... Flip them, and then we can measure.
I think English is a great subject. I agree.
Of all the subjects, English is one that I enjoy quite a bit.
Yes, gym class is another terrible one, for sure.
Gym class is designed to be terrible, though.
Yeah. Gym class. Yeah. I like always want it to be like better than it actually is.
I think gym class being terrible has nothing to do with physical activity being terrible.
Yeah.
Because physical activity
Forced
can be a
physical
lot of fun.
activity that's kind of terrible.
And usually
Down.
overly competitive.
Yep.
Sometimes it's both overly competitive and underly competitive.
Yeah.
CO7. Is that one of the ones we haven't done yet?
It makes a clicky sound.
CO7. There we go.
So those tell the motors to stop going
Yeah,
that
when
direction?
when these go up here, that screw is gonna slam into the end stop, and it tells the motors to stop running.
So it's
Effectively like that. I mean, I think you want it. Yeah. Want the dingle end pointing out,
pointing to the right.
pointing to the screw.
Yeah.
And these are also just tapped into plastic, but doesn't have any force on it, so that's fine.
CO7s, right?
CO7, yeah.
Cool.
There we go. Not the smallest one. Next size up.
Cool.
To torture you is not the only reason that gym class and math class exist. Both of those are important things to do.
I would argue that torturing people is the only reason gym class exists. At least that's the only thing I ever got out of gym class.
Now it does exist for another reason, but that's the only thing that ever comes out of gym class.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Like,
yeah, that's a much stronger argument.
it does exist for another reason.
The end result is torture.
The only end result is
Technically, yeah.
technically it exists to make sure that people get exercise, and by people I mean kids, and that they're not just completely unable to be a. So that's supposed to be threaded down there.
Yep.
Huh.
Where does it come out?
On the bottom.
Oh. It doesn't quite look long enough.
It's plenty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've just hit the bottom, and this is how much extra we have. So.
Brianna, I agree that the dress code requirements are one of the most torturous parts of gym class.
Yeah.
I had fun with dress code at the school I went to, by which I mean I pretty much almost got expelled for violating the dress code in new ways every single day.
Good times.
It genuinely was a lot of fun.
Our school had a strict and stupid dress code.
That expanded from before I was going there, it was about one paragraph long. After I attended that school, it was like 6 pages long.
Say worthy achievement right there.
I don't think I was entirely to blame for every bit of it, but
I don't think you had much of an effect
It-
on
it
the
was-
girls'
it
dress
was a lot
code.
of it.
There were other intrepid
No, I did.
students.
I did.
You did?
I think at one point they tried to stop girls from wearing nail polish because I wore nail polish.
Ha!
Wow.
Fantastic. Okay. Here, if you want to start feeding that in.
It was funny, I got through like an entire, I think it was almost a week of class before anyone said anything about that.
About nail polish.
About my nail polish, yeah.
Actually, it doesn't seem like it's going in.
I mean, it's just tapping into the plastic, so it's not really going into anything.
There we go. It just wasn't actually in the hole to begin with. Okay.
Guys, this is starting to look like a 3D printer.
Yeah.
It really
we're-
is.
We're making some good progress here.
That's tight enough.
Flush. There we go.
Pushing those a little. Okay. Pull those up slightly.
All right.
I'm telling you, man, this is the greatest tool I've ever bought.
I may have to buy one of those at this point.
They're like $5 or $10 on Amazon.
Yeah, like it seems like it is very cheap and very much worth it.
You stick it in a hole, turn it around, instant chamfered hole. Like it's designed for cutting metal, but it's super good for plastic as well.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, and before we lose all of these bits,
Go ahead and stick those on.
yeah.
Which way around does that go?
You see the arrow on there?
Uh-huh.
You go from the side like this, and yep, I guess just like that.
What are you sticking on the ends of the cables?
Little connector blocks. Here, I will do one on camera. Shit, where did I put my other one? Just here we go. Okay.
Malcolm's got the camera.
Can you pass me the camera?
All right. What's that?
Comes around here somewhere. Yeah.
Bring that over that way.
Thank you. And
Okay.
let's get a nice. You see this?
Oops. Maybe I should switch back for a second. No, it's fine. Okay.
Okay, this is visible here. So we've got these little crimped metal connectors And you can buy the tool that does this, but it's generally extremely expensive. And then this is a connector block, so this will slide onto a couple of pins somewhere. And it doesn't super matter which way we put the black and the white or the red. I think, have we done it differently on both? Oh, too late now. Doesn't matter.
No, so far the black is on the left and the red is on the right.
Okay. Well, sweet.
So we do
They're all
have
the same.
everything the same. Cool.
Oh, this one didn't quite go in.
Uniformity.
Yeah, so they
Hooray.
just slide in and this little plastic bit clips it down. It's a real standard type of connector. So you can switch back now.
Cool. And a banana chocolate popsicle sounds real good to me.
Man, they used to
That
have
does
those
sound
at
good.
at the zoo.
Right?
Oh, yeah,
oh,
they
man,
did.
those were so good.
Yeah.
Frozen chocolate bananas.
I haven't been at the zoo in forever.
It's changed a lot.
Yeah?
I just went a few weeks ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Anything
Yeah.
interesting in the way it's changed? Or?
They have a big jaguar exhibit now, which you may not
Cool.
have seen. Have you seen the new reptile house?
I don't think so. I don't think I've been back there for years at this point.
How many years is the question though? Because
Like 5 plus.
Okay,
I don't think
so-
I've been there since I was. It's been at least 5 years.
have you seen the chimpanzee exhibit?
I think so.
Okay.
That's the big like
Yeah, that's the big-
jungle gym chimp area, right?
Have you seen the new elephant stuff?
Okay, we
Okay,
screwed
so
up
there's
again.
there's a ton of things you haven't seen there.
Okay, cool. We screwed up again.
I don't know if we can pull this connector back through either, which is the reason they were separate.
Should be able to. Oh no. Yeah, you're right. I don't know that we can. How'd we screw up?
You jumped ahead.
Yeah, well, it's got steps combined
That's a
in
bad
nonsensical ways.
That's
so
a bad
we
thing
were
to do.
supposed to have put the top on
first.
first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Does make a considerable
Okay.
amount of sense.
Before what?
Before threading these wires
Oh, through, so they go through the top.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Could no. That's. I mean, let me see this real quick.
They do not have the Eye of the Tiger exhibit.
We'd have to take it apart because it wants to go like that.
True. I mean,
Oh, you know,
the
no.
thing is, the part that this is
You know what we
currently
could
going
do?
in, it can just go into that crevice because there's no part like when this goes on. Like, watch if we just tuck this, so and that's hold down. If we just tuck that in there, when this goes over it, it can just slide over it because there's.
You think there's enough room?
I think there's plenty of
Okay.
clearance. There's more clearance there than there is on.
Then let's just do that. That's the easiest way of dealing with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to take all that stuff apart again. That would be.
Well, no, you wouldn't take it all apart, but I think what you could do is if you pulled these off, you could feed them around,
Oh, okay.
which would probably be fine.
Yeah, like as long as you're just making sure it's not getting pinched and is in that little trough right there, it should be fine.
I can't see that side. We will have to rotate it, or you can do it.
There we go.
Now, the thing I don't understand is that it says, as shown in figure 19, install the top triangle on the main structure. Meanwhile, adjust the screws, these ones, to level the upper surface of the triangle frame with the top of each extrusion. But they don't hit the top of the extrusion. They intentionally go out at an angle to avoid hitting the top of the extrusion.
Oh, the top of this maybe.
I don't think so.
No. Does it show? Does it show? What's supposed to go down?
Oh, and the other way we could adjust these is just unplugging them, which is what it had actually shown us to do, I think.
Huh.
Um,
Do you want to just unplug these and run them to the top?
if we need to get it all the way down, I think we want to get.
Yeah, we should just do
Yeah,
that.
we should just do that.
Here, hold on. There we go.
It doesn't super matter which way these go around, but again, we can make them all the same or not.
you.
A little too tightly crimped.
Little bit. All right.
All right, now let's get a little slack on all those.
Just pull them up and out. Okay. It's just
Fucking nut.
as per usual, being frustrating.
All sideways. There we go.
There we go.
Oh, I think they might mean the top of the screw.
Oh,
No, okay,
Maybe.
let's put these on the inside so they're not rattling this. And then this is not a very level table, but
Are you gonna level the top? Is that what's happening?
yeah, I'm gonna grab a level.
okay.
If it's telling us to level a part of the 3D printer, I don't want to do it purely by eye.
That makes
Probably,
sense.
probably not the best plan.
I'll do over our plant here.
Purely by eye.
So, first thing we'll do is we'll back out these mystery screws. So they're just loose here. And then let's get these. The outside ones. I think I got that tight one that you had. There we go. I guess this is as level as it's gonna get. That looks pretty good. It's a little worse. That looks
Also
fine.
pretty good.
All right, well, let's get this one right down to there. So you want to go up. That actually feels pretty good. Oh,
Okay, you want me to tighten the screw on the outside over here?
yeah. No, that's worse.
No, you gotta push that one up a little bit.
It doesn't go up any further than this, so. And that's not even touching the extrusion. This is a weird kit. But yeah, we're good.
Is that gonna have any effect on the printing? I mean, I don't. It could, but I don't imagine. I don't see how it would.
The distance and parallelism between this rotor and the motor down here is actually sort of important, because if you, if that was skewed to one side or the other, you would end up with basically a sign error. Belts.
Oh, you're on to belts.
Up to belts.
Okay.
So we have to. Here's our belt. Doesn't actually say if it's an MXL belt or not, but I think it is. And we have to divide this into 3 equal sections.
Fun.
Your belt isn't even pre-divided?
No, it's not pre-cut.
Why would it be pre-cut?
I don't know that.
That would make logical sense. Nothing in this has made a ton of logical sense so far.
I doubt it's even probably 3 times the correct length. I'm guessing it's just 2 meters.
What is the correct length?
Between 1 and 2 meters, I'm guessing. Like, I don't know why this would be exactly 3 times the correct length. It's like taped into a nice spool here.
Yeah, yeah.
It was sold in that length, probably.
Mm-hmm.
So how in the hell do we, speaking of geometry, divide this into 3 equal parts? We're gonna need to go to like down the hallway to do this, I think.
All right. So I give you that end, and then you give me the piece right here. That's going to go on the bottom, and then turn that around like that. All right.
Yeah.
About there.
Looks about close enough.
A little bit long. Okay.
That's close enough for me. Yeah, I mean, one of these is a little long, but whatever. It's not the right tool to cut a belt, apparently. Oh, okay. Okay. Cool.
All right. Belts.
3 belts.
All right. Divide the belt into 3 equal parts. Fix one end of the belt into the belt tensioner. And through the top guiding wheel. Give me one of these.
Okay.
You can keep the other 2 for now. Okay, so most of this belt I liked our other way of doing that almost. 'Cause the belt has to go right
Yeah.
through there. Alright, so I think starting that way is a good idea, but actually what this is supposed to do is, how does this work? Okay. Down here, up there, and back through here to lock it off on itself. Sorry, you probably can't quite see what we're doing here.
No, can't at all.
Okay. You wanna
Unfortunately.
Here,
Sure.
if we want to try this out. we
I
can.
also can't see what I'm doing, so you're not alone.
How does
Stop moving and I'll switch over.
right there?
Yeah, that's good.
There we go. Cool.
Zach, remember you can do you can preview a scene.
Yes.
So.
It's just when it's full screen and it's wobbly, it's kind of nauseous.
No, I know. I'm
Yeah.
saying you can preview the scene to know when it stops wobbling. I can't get this to fit here. Well, maybe,
Still-
okay, that's the trick.
It's a little too contrasty to actually see what's happening there, but I kind of have an. You're threading this through the pulley, or what is that even called?
It's the tension block, the belt
tension block. Okay.
tensioning part. I don't know. I figured out the secret code.
Yeah.
Yeah, you line it up, and then you put this half of the belt and that half together. You have way too much slack.
Too much? Yeah. Cool.
It's got to be tight and like with almost no slack, I think. Okay. How did the belt get turned around? Let's fix that. No loops allowed in the belts. Right there.
See you later, Sugar Panda.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for hanging out.
Okay.
Alright.
So then the belt goes. Really? Through that like that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, geez, you really need tiny fingers for this.
Okay.
So now it's going around the motors, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And it's somewhat important that you try and get this relatively tight.
I can imagine.
But there will be belt tensioners as well.
Okay.
Okay, so we have actually tons of extra belt.
Yeah,
on this
there's
thing.
a lot of extra.
Let's make sure we've done everything correct. The extra's actually supposed to hang out on that side, but we'll just cut it off. You don't want to have that much extra belt anyway. Yours looks like it's got a ton of slack.
Yeah.
That's way too much.
Way too much slack.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's bring this back in.
So is this going to be basically the top done?
Yeah, probably nothing else goes up there. Can't imagine what would. Uh-oh. But that's gonna be a problem. Put one on the inside.
I mean, you could probably just pull that out.
Yeah, I can just pull it out. But that is not what I meant to do.
How's that tension-wise?
Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Is there no bottom stop?
No, on most of this kind of stuff, there's. Did I do this backwards? I'm doing this backwards. All right.
No, I think you're doing that just fine.
The,
Should
the
be-
belt goes through here.
Belt goes in between there.
Okay,
got-
guys.
All the there we go.
So why is a top stop important and a bottom stop not important?
Because you calibrate the bottom position.
Oh, okay. Right, because you calibrate it so it's touching the build plate. That makes sense.
Yeah. Take this a little so it's slightly easier. I'm willing to say this might be one of the harder parts of this build.
I think I can comfortably say that the motors were probably the hardest part.
Motors were probably the hardest part, but this is right up there.
Here, you want me to give it a shot? Or you got
I'm
it.
trying to get it tighter.
I think I can. I got it pretty tight on this one.
I got it pretty tight on my first one, but this one's not cooperating. Yeah, you can give it a shot if you want. Let's just. So if we want, we can put on belt tensioners, which I think. Yeah, no, this one's the tightest. That's the one you did.
Yeah.
All right. You're better at this than I am. Because like this one's tight enough that you almost don't need belt tensioners.
Yeah.
Let's dig up the belt tensioner. $417. Huh?
Alright. And let's. Hold on. Almost had it.
I don't really like how easily these get torqued off. But I guess there's not much you can do about that.
Yeah.
So what's the next step?
Well, the next step would be to put on the belt tensioners, but we can probably do that later. Next step is the extrusion system. Oh, right, that would be what this L plate is for. Base plate of the extruder. So that's going to be this. Most of these parts.
Do you need the other motor?
Sure. Pass along the other motor. So that's going to go like that.
Okay.
This is a nicer extruder gear than I have on the other printer.
There we go. There we go. That's nice. It's decently tight. Here, you want me to redo this one and get it a little
Yeah.
tighter as well?
Get them all to about the same tension.
We've got some nice tense belts.
So tense.
Using this piece, which is probably 2 or 3 millimeters thick, to make a 3 millimeter offset there. Okay, so still don't know what those pieces are for. Standoffs, cables. Ah, here we go. Oh, it is a metal extruder run. I was told this was plastic. That's good. Yeah, it's definitely aluminum. Gonna use up these CO9 washers. And our tiny little extruder bearing. Yep, that is a cute bearing. And our 1C17 screw. So that's plus 2 bags that we're done with.
Does that mean we're at 12? I
I
think.
think we got one more done in there somewhere.
Okay.
We're up in the at least several.
Very accurate measurement system.
Shit, what? Shit. Oh, here it is. Okay, good.
There we go. It's pretty tight. All right. How do those feel?
Oh, those feel great. Yeah, that's
Cool.
We may not even need the spring tensioners,
Oh, cool.
which would be ideal, because the spring tensioners are garbage, and because they let loose the tension when you need it the most. Reverses,
Mm.
so the springs spring. Lined up.
Pretty clear how it works now, yeah.
You're supposed to line this stuff up.
Mhm.
Oh, well, first of all, you're supposed to put it through this side.
That would probably help.
I'll just do a stack here.
Seen any good TV lately?
I've been watching Supergirl on Netflix, and then the second season elsewhere.
Is only
It's
the
not
first
on-
season on there?
Only the first season's on Netflix right now.
I was told to skip it.
To skip the first season?
Yeah.
First season's not bad. Second season gets a lot better, because that's when the CW picks it up, and the CW is surprisingly good at their superhero shows, for the most part.
I watched a bunch of Arrow. I'm not sure how many seasons I watched, but I watched several seasons of it.
Yeah, that you hit a certain point in Arrow where you're like, okay, this isn't really Arrow anymore. This is just Batman with a bow. I mean, granted, that was a little bit by like season 2.
Season 1 was like really bad, I think, and then he stopped killing people, and then it was kind of
It was a little bit
like
more
less
Green
grimdark.
Arrow.
It was less like Nolan Batman.
Yeah, they got a little they got the like a little bit more of like the classic quippy Green Arrow in season 2, and they ended up going back to just full on Batman when they literally had him fighting the League of Shadows and having Ra's al Ghul be one of the people who trained him in all of his arts.
That show's completely changed tone like 3 times.
It really has. One of the things that I really appreciated though was when they had the crossovers with Flash originally. Like Flash coming to his city and him going to Flash's city. It was like he was like, "Why is everything so happy and like not just dark?" And then when Flash came over to his city, he was like, "Look, it may be super easy for you to deal with that stuff over there, but like we got a bunch of bullshit we got to deal with here. Like it's not just like crazy people with superpowers. It's people who just literally blow up the city." Like they acknowledge the huge tone difference between the two shows, despite the fact that the shows are set in literally within probably a couple hundred miles of each other.
I stopped watching around the time Flash came out, actually.
Yeah. Well, Flash is pretty good. I'm a fan of Flash, but I think Supergirl is one of the better shows that they've done so far. Cause like it just they do a very good job with Kara. Like she's bubbly and enthusiastic in a wonderful way, and almost always tries to see if there's a way to like deal with like the villains in not just I'm Supergirl, so I can literally just punch a hole in the building with you right now. Like she tries to talk to them first, but is then 100% ready to just carry through with a punch if need be. And in season 2, you also get Superman, which is great because he's like just.
Wait, he exists in. I thought these were supposed to exist somewhat parallel to the DC universe.
The movies?
Yeah.
No,
No, not at all.
completely separate.
Okay.
Yeah, completely separate.
They were pretending like they were going to for a bit, I think.
I think they
That
were
was
trying to
years
leave
ago.
the option open,
Uh-huh.
but then the DC movies started bombing horribly, and they were like, we can do better. And they've done better. Although I've heard good things about Wonder Woman.
Part to this.
What are you looking for?
I don't know.
Wonder Woman has reviewed well.
Part that looks not entirely unlike this. Another piece of metal somewhere. I don't think it's one of these. I don't
That?
think no. It's another small piece that would bolt onto here somewhere.
Could it be in this mysterious box on this table?
No.
Okay.
I know exactly what's in that box. Loading tube. Oh, you know where it could be though. Right behind.
Monitor.
What are all of these things? Oh, I know what they mean. Okay.
Have you watched any more Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
I've been meaning to catch up, but the last season I saw was the one where they revealed who Sky's mom was and all of the like not mutants because they don't legally have the rights to put mutants in, but mutants.
Mutants.
Yeah. The Kree like mutants basically. The way they
Kree completely different than mutants?
Yes, the way they justified it is
Okay.
that the reason there are mutants in this that have a bunch of different crazy powers is that the Kree came to Earth way back when and started genetically modifying humans.
Of course. Okay, yeah, sure. That makes sense.
Because the Kree are all about that whole genetically modified and or technologically enhanced, warriors. So Earth was basically just a death planet for them. If they were trying to just generate a bunch of crazy killer people, and it didn't really work because nothing triggered. But then stuff started triggering in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So there's that. They also kill off characters way too quickly in that show for me.
I thought the core cast was all alive.
For the most part, but yes, but also all of the characters that they introduced on the side who are super cool, they proceed to immediatve kill off within a few episodes.
no one survives the episode except the core cast.
Yeah, and the core cast is only Coulson, Sky, and I think Fitz and Simmons.
Yeah.
Those four are the four. Those are the core
Those are
cast.
definitely the core cast, yeah.
Everybody else can die and does on a very regular basis. The thing I was most upset about was Lucy Lawless's character. Because her character was super cool and literally got,
2 episodes of screen time and was killed in like the most pointless way possible. In that there was a car crash, she survived the car crash, and then a dude just broke her neck, but left the other person alive. It was like, what?
That sounds like death by contract running out.
Yeah, like that. That definitely was not her. Like that. That sounds like contract running out, but was still just like upsetting because it was like, but I liked her. That was a good character. What about you? You've been watching anything interesting recently?
The last thing I actually like watched a bunch of was Brooklyn Nine-Nine's latest season, which I thought was pretty good.
I love that show.
It's a great show.
It's really well done. Oh man, I've been watching a bunch of Forged in Fire because Emily has.
Do you see
Cable on the History
CO4 screws anywhere?
No.
What is Fortune Fire?
Forged in Fire.
Forged in Fire.
Is
Sorry.
a blacksmithing show in the same style as Chopped, where you have to make a thing and people get eliminated every round, except instead of it making
CO4 is
food,
supposedly a screw that we've run out of.
possibly that, maybe. I
No,
don't think so. No.
Did you use the wrong screws in this place?
could be. It's M3 by 12s. I'm gonna use a CO3. It'll work. It's M3 by 16s instead of. No, I found the bag. It's empty.
Yeah? Okay.
So we either used one in the wrong place or we didn't get enough. Either one is possible.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
But yeah, so Forged in Fire is basically 4 blacksmiths show up, or 4 bladesmiths show up to make a knife. And then in the first round, one person will get eliminated. The second round, another person gets eliminated. And then the third round is them going back to their own forages and making some weapon from history, including like a Scottish claymore or like a traditional Japanese katana or just whatever random weapons they can think of. Punching daggers has been done a couple of times.
That's cool. Those are awesome.
They did the deer horn knives that you see in the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and stuff. They've done a bunch of like really cool different like weapons and stuff. But that show is just it. I love it for the exact same reasons that I love cooking shows, because it's something where I'm just like, I want to be able to do that, and it looks like so much fun. And you get to see people like who are really good at it, like doing a really good job. Like some of the more fun rounds are the ones where it's like it's very clear that the only reason, like the judges had to eliminate somebody solely for just a technicality of they didn't quite meet the criteria as well as somebody else did, because everybody is really, really skilled.
So is it like a reality television show that's kind of like everyone kind of dislikes this reality television show because they're trying to inject drama, but everyone's just doing a good job?
I mean, a little bit, but the thing is, okay, so the biggest thing with them trying to inject drama is the fact that they, on the set that is only ever used for Forged in Fire, where the smiths only have at most 3 hours during each individual project, include 24-hour epoxy on the shelf. It gets used all the time, and it is hilarious. Because, like, you'll see the judges
that's
immediately
so
be
mean.
like,
That's
oh, they grabbed the
incredibly
24-hour epoxy. And it took me several episodes to realize, like, to just register that there's literally no reason for there to be the 24-hour epoxy. And when I did, I was like, oh man, that is literally just there to cause tension. That is some clever, like, show design right there.
It's kind of shitty to them, though.
A little bit, but, like, you know, it's very clearly labeled. In that it's got a big old thing of, like, gaff tape on it that says 24-hour. But, yeah, it's just a really fun show.
24-hour brand of epoxy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a little bit like guilty about how much I love all of the History Channel shows, as none of them have almost anything to do with history, and all of them are just really trashy beyond like the couple that aren't. Which I'd say Forged in Fire isn't too trashy.
Oh,
It's
that's
still
on the History Channel? Wow.
yeah.
History Channel is so strange now.
History Channel has had some interesting reality shows. I was really into Top Shot for a while. I have no idea why, but I'm pretty sure that was on the History Channel.
Discovery's gotten pretty.
I don't think I've
Pretty
seen
weird.
Discovery since like MythBusters was canceled.
Yeah, I haven't either,
Yeah.
but they've gotten way too reality-y in their show design.
Oh, this screw was supposed to go in from the bottom, and that would have made it much easier to put this in.
Malcolm has discovered that the
I see what he's doing.
what is that the spool
The spool holder.
spool holder? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
I don't
somewhere
know for
between-
sure that's the spool holder, but I don't know what else. It could be.
Yeah, it really seems like it could only be that.
for-
Okay,
It's
we
for
have
advertising
an
the brand?
extruder.
Hey!
Yay!
So it goes like this, and the plastic goes through.
Where does that get mounted?
Kind
Based
of
on-
wherever we want.
On
But,
this
each
picture,
one of
it's
those
mounted
square
like
nuts.
halfway up on one side.
And where were the M6s? Do I have those?
CO6s? No, not CO6s. Not
C15.
C15. Hmm.
16. Thought you had.
I thought I did as well, but they do not seem to be over here.
Could they be under the printer?
No. Oh, C15? That's what it says. Those are these. It's a different screw than
We've been using.
we've been using. M4 by 8. We're about to get to electronics, I think.
That's exciting.
Huh? Should be pretty interesting.
Do all of these corners have the label?
Huh?
The bottom corners, do they all have a label?
No.
Only this one does?
Looks like that one is the only one.
Well, then we should probably pick that to be the front.
Cool.
'Cause I believe right now it's 100% symmetrical.
Should be.
And I guess we will put... Oh, do we need to take the top off again?
Why would it tell you to do this later then?
Why would it tell us to level the top
Yeah, level the
before
top.
it tells us to...
Build the extruder, which is a completely separate part.
It 100% did, but we're not taking the top off because I think we're just gonna drop these in there. So let's try and lay this down on its side with this side facing up. If that's a thing that can be done.
Let's grab these bags of screws, which are probably still important, but might not be.
They're almost certainly all important.
Okay.
So we can either put this on the front like this, or here. Let's put it on this one. Again, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
On the picture on the website, it is mounted on the one.
No, we're picking which
Okay.
one is the front and the sides and stuff.
Right.
So this is the top of the printer. That goes to the top. Should actually go kind of centered. feels kind of centered, right?
About. It's a little up, but should be fine. We can.
Yeah, once we get this screwed in.
That's not. Yet. Here. Try that. That should be. Yeah, there we go.
Got
That
it.
side, and then the other side.
Unscrew this. You know.
You got it?
Yep.
Awesome. So we just need to tighten down this side now.
Yeah. And now we need a Bowden tube. This, that cannot be long enough. There's no way that's long enough.
I love the name Bowden Tube.
It is indeed a good name.
I guess it's long enough. It doesn't seem long enough.
But yeah, and then that should just
Yeah,
goes down all the way.
That's long enough. Okay. Sure. Leave it hanging up there. So we need to work on that next, I think. Should we take a quick break before we get to electronics?
Yeah, I think a quick break before we get to electronics would be
Sure.
good.
All right, so we'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes, and the next step is step 7, main board. So
Yay!
we'll do that in a minute. And we're back. So I did a little cleanup. I'm not going to count the bags, but there's this many now.
It's a
Of-
lot.
It's a lot. We've started. I think we've got almost all of the mechanical assembly. It's just electronics and putting on main boards and stuff. So we need the main circuit board. I think that's over there.
Yes, I believe so.
And then I think this is the holder, right? Yeah, A14. It's this piece right here. Okay.
Right there.
Also, I'm back.
Oh, we should probably scoot this over.
Tagged in for Zach.
What's that, Alan?
No, I'm just saying that I tagged in for Zach.
Oh, yeah.
Because they can't see who's on
True.
the mic.
They cannot see back there. Well, that'll have to be our next improvement to the setup. Got a webcam over there. Some lights on you.
The lights burn.
Okay, so it comes with some heat sinks.
Cool.
Yeah, just in case you want to cut to that camera, because
Yeah.
we've got the main circuit board. Oh, and they've included the drivers plugged in. These are actually modules here.
Oh,
In the
nice.
instructions, it tells you to put these modules in, but
Oh, they did a step for you.
well, in the video instructions, I don't know if you need to here. Okay, that says firmware already loaded. Firmware has been uploaded, but adjustment is necessary. Do not let aluminum cooling fans touch the pins. Adjustment.
Hi, LN3000. Good to see you.
Hey,
Hello.
Steven! How's it going, man? LN3000, that is my good friend, Steven.
Oh, hey.
Nice to meet you, Steven.
Okay, so this board wants to be this way around. And then it's gonna...
When I switch the camera, you'll see what Kris and Malcolm have been up to for the last 5
don't
hours.
wind that up and down too much. It's
Yeah.
not great for the stepper motors.
Actually, I'm gonna switch that camera
Huh?
shot
What?
over right now, just to
Fucking fucker. That's a nice word.
Which one?
Whoa.
Interdepension easier.
What?
Yeah.
Instructions look like Lego instructions. That's what I meant.
Yeah, they're...
Anyone have any idea what, I'm gonna
Wait,
switch
that's
it over
it?
to the camera. What that word right there at the bottom means? Interdepensioner?
It's right there. It's in
Easier.
shot now. Inter. Stop moving it a little bit.
Sorry.
Pretentionizer?
It's
Easier?
2 or 3 words that have been...
Smashed together
Smashed
without
together.
a space.
Interpretation easier?
Yeah.
Well, that's a SAT word. Like
Can you please use it in a sentence?
yeah, interpretation easier. WTF? Copete? Copete. All
goddamn
is easy,
meme.
by the way. Country of origin. Can I get it in a sentence? What was the other ones that you know we asked for?
What?
And
trying
it's
to
spelling
think.
bee. You guys could ask like, can I get it in a sentence? Origin, like the root of the word, and I think we get something else.
And
I don't know. I've only been in one spelling bee. and
I've
I was
never
playing
been in a
the
spelling
sixth grade.
bee.
I have never been in a spelling bee.
I was eliminated the first round.
I would have been eliminated before I even got in there. I wouldn't have even qualified because A, I cannot spell for shit even when I'm just writing stuff down, and I am even worse when it is in person. Or not in person, but like trying to spell from memory.
Okay, so actually, this last one, these are our motor drivers here, and this one's a bonus because it can support up to 2 extruders if you want, but it doesn't come with a second extruder.
Huh.
Because 2 extruders is more than you need. So we're gonna put the heat sinks on. These heat sinks are much too big.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. Do need to be careful not to short anything out on there. So these electronic steps are probably going to go a hair slowly because we can't really double up on stuff.
Yeah.
There's only.
But
And there's a bunch of backtracking that I'm doing because we've screwed up a couple of things and I want to avoid doing any more of that.
yeah.
But this is not super critical. It's just
Tedious.
tedious. I hate peeling backing off of these kind of things.
How many of those do you have to place?
You only have to place 4 because the 5th is a bonus one, but in order to not lose the additional heatsink, I'm just gonna put it on there right now.
That makes sense. I don't know why, but I'm like, he's gonna do it. Oh, I get like really nervous. I don't know why.
What are you getting nervous
shaky?
I don't know. I'm like, oh, maybe because like I haven't done this myself. I don't know how complex it is. But for me, I'm just imagining like any like super precision,
No,
super focus.
Nothing super precision or super focused here. These are little aluminum heat sinks, and they just have a thermal sticker on the back. And the only thing you really have to make sure is that they don't touch these
Wait, sorry,
pins.
that's a little bit out of shot. Sorry.
They don't touch these pins here,
Okay.
because they could short out. But you know, there's a millimeter or two. It's not high voltage or anything, so that's fine. Okay, so right, this is the piece that's different because it used to be a big plastic thing, and now it's just this piece of metal here.
That makes it better, right?
Makes it cheaper for them. It's kind of like being better, right?
I guess it's better for somebody.
Okay, so backing up. All right, this is a sticker. So some C14s. No, those are the nuts. CO6s. Those are these.
These are all different sizes of screw.
Yeah, I'm just reading the part number for this, but they're all metric screws, pretty much. I think they have tapped this piece of sheet metal, so it probably don't need the nuts.
They
Tapped
probably-
it
they probably won't.
extremely poorly, like everything here.
Shoddily made.
I'm surprised considering how much they went for.
You're surprised that they didn't do a better job machining it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I would be.
how much did you say that this is?
About $250.
That's like crazy cheap for a 3D printer.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's
Just those motors are $10 each, probably.
yeah.
How many motors is it? 4?
4. I mean, if you're, a 3D printer company, you probably get a slight deal on in volume, but that's even saying with a little bit of a volume discount, because you can get a set of 4 of them shipped directly from China for in the range of $50.
Wow.
Free shipping.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing how cheap 3D printers are becoming now.
I
mean,
think
it's not
I'm
amazing,
actually going to go get my
But
tap.
it's pretty
Tap this again.
All right, this is
Just 'cause
happening.
it's a little rough.
It's not going through there. That's a tapped hole. A tapped hole. Excuse me.
Let's go back to the main camera.
Okay.
So this is main-
Sorry.
Careful there.
Hey now.
Hey.
How's the collision? Where did it happen?
So I don't quite know if this delivery will all work alright, because I haven't used this before. I might
There's
even
people in
pick
here.
up, But, basically you just pick your sandwich. I don't know if
We're
they
talking
have-
about food.
Yeah. Because we're going to be here till like 7 p.m. tonight.
I don't know that we're gonna do that late.
I don't
The man who needs the food is that over there.
Yes.
One moment.
Turkey, right?
Yes.
Do you want to just play the
I'll come in. You wanna? Okay.
There
You
go.
guys get to watch me order food on the internet. All right.
Technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Because apparently there's a delivery option on there, but it doesn't tell me anything about what that costs or anything, so I don't know what's gonna.
Mm-hmm.
It's being weird. Oh,
Trap.
that's where that tripod went.
Steven. LN3000 would also like a turkey sandwich if possible.
Ooh, I wish we could get you one, buddy.
Steven asked all nicely. He said, please.
Oh, man, how can we say no to please?
No. What are we, jerks?
All right.
You have seen me say no to my dog's begging face.
Oh no.
And she's really nice about it too. She'll like sit there and like, she just stares at you in this sweet little way, and like her ears kind of go down, and she's like,
I caved.
please.
I caved in an instant.
Mentally, she's like horribly obese because all she ever wants is food. Ever. And it's like kind of sad, but I'm just like, because I love you, I'm saying no.
Because I love
Ordering
you.
food. Ordering food.
I'm also getting a drink.
Boop, 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 ordering food. Yeah?
I'm getting a drink. I already
Okay.
ordered mine.
Cool. Alright, I'm debating what I want to get.
Meanwhile,
I should get some
Chris
cheese.
is still looking for his tap.
Mm-hmm.
To tap the tap. You can't see me do the quotations.
Yeah, yeah.
The tapped.
Here, I'll do it for you.
The tapped hole. There we go.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Flawless. Alright. I get a large witch, white bread, cheese. Do I get cheese?
Always get the cheese, man.
I'm not a huge fan of cheese on my sandwiches, though. Why not? I'll get a little bit of cheddar cheese on my sandwich. Getting just a lot of stuff on this sandwich in general.
Getting it stacked.
Oh, it's a large sandwich. It's gonna be extra. It's gonna be like a foot or so long. It's gonna be on white bread. It's gonna have cheddar, mayo, ranch, lettuce, cucumbers,
I could not
salt,
find the tabs.
pepper, oregano. Yeah.
You're still talking. It took me like 5 seconds to figure out what I wanted to do.
I'm always not sure.
What happened? You couldn't find the tap?
Couldn't find the tab.
What is it? Like, what?
It's the tool that you use to make threads for a screw hole.
Yeah, no.
It's like a
somewhere in
drill,
your office.
but it's
So you know how screws can screw into something?
I
It's
mean,
the
I
piece that
know-
makes it so they can screw into that
You
thing.
described it well. I understand what it is. I have no idea where.
it would look like a couple of random drill bits in my office, and I don't know where they are.
I can go see if there's anything in the little.
I would be surprised.
They didn't leave my office.
Okay. I tried.
It's a little plastic bag.
And then you should hand that to Chris when you're done,
Okay, cool.
so he can.
Yeah, if you would like to
Okay, sure. Here, you try
make your
and
food order.
thread that through there.
We're just here to make all of you guys super hungry on stream. Actually.
So those are the favorites. You can also choose from the.
Yeah,
options
I've been
inside.
there
Yeah,
before.
cool. That is too small for that. These slightly
No,
bigger
don't worry.
one.
You guys can figure out their website.
This really is poorly tapped. Okay.
You trying to do it?
I'm doing it. I'm just using the
Like, does the Italian have literally no options? Isn't
yeah, it looks like
this
it.
where? All right, well, whatever. I'll just get their Italian sandwich. Okay, cool. I'm done.
All right,
I'll
cool.
take that back there.
And there you go.
All right. Mysterious hand.
Okay. So yeah, I threaded it in.
Sort of threaded it in. All right.
Should be a little bit better now.
As
Presumably.
long as like 2 of these are okay, that'll be fine. It's just holding the main circuit board in. It's not like anything structurally important.
Okay. And I need
Where could my tabs have gone?
all of these should be tapped, right? Like all of them
Yeah.
should be functional.
Ideally, yes.
What are you thinking, Malcolm?
Huh?
What are you thinking?
Oh,
I want to play Minecraft. That's what I'm thinking.
No.
I haven't played Minecraft and like seriously played it in far too long. Like on PC, not on console, because me and Gus have been playing it on stream.
Why
It's
on
been
the
a lot of
Switch?
fun.
Why on the Switch? Not a
It
computer.
has split screen,
Mm.
and it's fun to be able to take it with you places.
Only the console versions have split screen.
Uh-huh. And they're actually surprisingly good for the console versions. Like they're surprisingly well updated and like close to the actual game.
So it's Minecraft Lite.
Not even like it's got pretty much all of the same features, It's just like a version or two behind, basically.
Really, the only thing that is missing, I think, is the mods.
Yeah, like that's pretty much the only thing you can't really get. So, okay.
All right.
We put the extruder on the far side. So
Like this right here is going to be the front, or right here is going to be the front.
this is going to be the front.
Okay.
So this is the Z-axis, just so we don't get confused later on.
All right.
Labeling things is a really good idea.
Always very important.
That's the Y, and that's X.
X. Awesome. Now we know.
Now, I think you're done with this.
So that should be able to
Give
screw
this
in
a shot.
significantly easier.
So there goes this
Back to
way.
this one. Okay, I'm gonna put it back to the webcam. Maybe we can see it.
Oh yeah, I can try and bring this back up here.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I can actually even get that into there with my finger. So that's
Awesome.
a big
Yeah.
improvement.
I just pushed it all the way through using the Allen wrench.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a tap, that's the
Back
next
up.
best thing, I guess.
Mm-hmm. THG Gorilla.
Try Gorilla.
Try Gorilla. I can read.
Don't know who Try Gorilla is because I bought this from Anycubic 3D, but They made the board.
subcontractor.
a subcontractor or just someone they bought the board off of, because I think this looks like a pretty generic ramps controller, probably. What processor does it have? Yeah, it's an ATmega 2560. So this is literally just an Arduino Mega with, you know, the 3D printer motor drivers on it.
Cool. I knew about 4 of those words.
You've heard of an Arduino, right?
Yeah, yeah. That
So
was one
an
of the 4
Arduino
words.
Mega is an Arduino with a lot of ports on it,
Okay.
and it uses that Intel Mega chip. And then all this stuff, you know, is 3D printer specific motor drivers. Well, motor drivers that are useful for a 3D printer. And I guess it's not technically an Arduino because it doesn't have the stupid Arduino footprint. You know, that's a plus in this case, not a minus. Ooh, I
What-
typed
what's
it
wrong with
way too
What's
much.
wrong with the footprint?
It's a weird thing. So Arduinos have a lot of sockets on them for prototyping work and stuff. And the way sockets are intended to work is they have 0.01 inch spacing, except in the Arduino, they have 2 of the banks of sockets offset like this a little bit. So it's not 0.1 inch this way, and it's also not 0.1 inch that way. Or a multiple of 0.1 inch.
Interesting choices.
Well, that is irritating.
It's supposedly a mistake, but they're never going to fix it because one of the popular things to do with Arduinos is, I forget if they call them backpacks or hats, or every board has their own thing, but it's a board that you plug into all of the headers. So since they made that mistake on the first one and people started making boards, they can never fix the mistake.
They've gone down too far into the rabbit hole.
Yep. I don't love how wobbly this is, but it also, I don't have standoffs. Actually,
He's having a thought. He's having an idea.
He's
we
thinking.
do have standoffs. They told us to put standoffs in here, and because we do have the standoffs, thinking these are these.
Cool.
Undo everything I just did.
No.
Oh yeah, it even has the
10 steps forward.
DC to
7 steps
USB jumper.
30% progress? That's pretty good.
It's not terrible.
Don't strip the screw.
So I'm assuming that the last step would be to place the plate.
That's going to be one of the last steps, yes.
The one that you had, your previous 3D printer, how long did that take to assemble?
It was not a kit.
Oh, right, it just came straight from the box.
Came straight out of the box, and we had that thing printing within about a half an hour.
Didn't you have to disassemble it at one point, though, completely?
Not completely. Just
Okay.
mostly. Okay, maybe these aren't the correct standoffs. These have got to be standoffs, though.
How? It looks like white ones.
They in the picture they look white, but do you see anything else in all of our piles
No,
that
I
could be a
don't.
standoff?
Huh.
It's still saying use the 3 CO6 screws, but
The search for the standoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, aren't there standoffs in any? Ah, those are standoffs. There's 3 of them.
Okay, cool.
What bag did I? That was just a random bag.
Mm-hmm. It did not have any
This standoff has come off.
pre-labeled title on it.
We have finished this standoff.
Now the question is: D19 spacer, extra CO6 screws. Okay, sure, why not?
Just in case.
And different T-nuts. Totally much better, improved style of T-nut. Put those back. Okay. Just like put this together like 2 or 3 more times and we'll be good.
We'll get it. We'll get it eventually.
Okay.
Does that seem to be working better?
Yeah, no, the before it didn't have standoff, so it was just kind of pressing, warping the circuit board down, which
That's
is
not
not ideal. Would have been fine, but
Yeah. That doesn't compromise its integrity or anything. You're just not. optimal.
well, it could. If you warped it too much, you could crack it or cause strain in the internal traces and stuff, which wouldn't be good. But
Never mind. That's a very bad thing.
the worst part was that I didn't want to tighten it down to the point where I would damage anything, so it was kind of flapping around in the breeze, which is also not ideal.
There's just no winning without the standoffs then.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder what those white ones are for. I guess the display, because the display is going to have the same problem.
I'm getting flashbacks of Shenzhen.
Yeah, no, this is
To what?
Shenzhen. It was a game that.
Shenzhen IO.
Yeah. A game that Chris and I played on stream, where you had to assemble a circuit. Is that right?
The circuits, part of it was assembling circuits, most of it was about programming the circuits, though.
Yeah.
So it's not telling us explicitly to use these, but then I guess it wouldn't. Oh no, it is. Yeah, these are the C10s. Okay. So, else. I don't know. Oh, okay. So this is going to go on the bottom of this extrusion here, and you've got those screws and these T-nuts to put in the back. I don't know how you do this.
I guess.
I can try. It's just the whole printer's by you. Yeah.
Emily's back.
So,
I have to go to another website to do this, so I'm gonna just confirm what I have is. Malcolm, do you want your hot or cold?
Huh?
Hot or cold sandwich?
I don't know. I don't really care.
I'm gonna go with cold.
Okay. So it's looking like we may want to turn this on its
yeah,
side.
I think you definitely want to turn it on its side. Get these pieces.
Yeah.
Careful.
Yet again, this is something that
We may
would
need a
have been
bigger table.
significantly easier to do
At-
before
Yeah.
we put all the motors and everything together.
Yeah.
But
You know,
There you go.
look at this table. and
We
you
can-
think It's gonna be big enough for a 3D printer, of course, right? Why wouldn't it be? How foolish we were.
Actually, that doesn't look too bad. Plus, it doesn't have to go perfectly in the center. You could push it all the way over to one end, and then all the way over to the other, if that would improve things. Oh, and as of this step, we are officially more than halfway through the book.
Officially.
Hey.
I don't
Are
know
we
if
still at
the...
step 1?
No, we're at like step 7.
Okay.
But yeah, a whole... Actually, everything except these 2 pages is all configuring the software. So
Oh, so almost over the actual construction.
pretty close.
That's awesome.
We're getting there.
What size sandwich did you want, Chris?
The regular?
Sorry. Because I think the standard one is the small one, which is 7 inches. 7-inch, 10-inch, and 14-inch.
10-inch, medium.
Okay.
But I don't know what they call their stand sizes.
Hot or cold?
Cold.
Cold.
Okay, that is an interesting sticker.
the one that says
Remove
after
seal after
washing.
washing.
Yeah, that is an interesting one.
Was it? Remove? I can't quite see it.
You not see that?
Remove seal after washing. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, alright.
Looks like it's on the beeper. I think that's what that is, probably.
It does appear to be on something that likely should not be washed.
Yeah, I don't know what it means.
I was gonna say, is that some sort of jargon? Like, does washing mean like?
I mean, there could be a washing stage if you're like having it automatically manufactured, but there usually isn't. Is T-Nut still fighting you?
Nah, these ones actually went in way better than literally any of the other ones have.
Yeah,
'Cause
funny
they are
how like a
way
properly
nicer.
manufactured nut like works and shit.
Like, you would not believe how much nicer those ones are.
Alright, I'm sorry, it's the Postmate site is a little bit different than GrabHub and site itself, so they don't have the pre-made sandwiches in it, or they sort of do. Just take a look at.
Yeah, I was surprised that I didn't have options, so I will.
Yeah,
I
I mean
will
this
pick
one
some
goes
options.
like very specifically.
All right, even better.
All right.
Again, we're here to just make everyone watching just really hungry.
Should be,
That looks so cool and
solidly
weird,
done.
but mostly weird.
No, mostly cool.
I don't know how this works.
Science.
Science. See a picture of like Bill Nye here.
So the way it works is there's going to be a plate right here.
Yes, I
And
don't want to
then this.
assemble that. If I started with you guys,
You
sure.
go
But
up and down to move this around. You guys can't see the like glare she's giving me, but she's still in the room. She just shut the door.
Oh no,
tell them, Malcolm.
the screen goes dark. Just know it was nice entertaining you guys. Alright, that was a while ago.
What?
Yeah, there's a really complex word in the instruction manual.
Go
Uh,
for it.
Yeah, here, you want to take a look at it?
Sure. This will be fun.
That one right there at the very bottom.
I feel like they missed a couple spaces.
Okay. Yep. I forgot to hit that.
Oh yeah, it's fine. Here you go. I feel like they forgot a couple spaces in that bottom word, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Well, I just googled it, and it's not a word.
Did you find this page?
Interpretation easier.
Yeah, let me go to images. Now I'm getting a lot of PowerPoint slides.
Oh boy.
Okay, so let's bring this back into the center. What? Okay, good. That still is here. All right. So, probably should have put this in earlier, but.
Mm-hmm. Where does it go?
It goes in this hole right here, and I figure for ease of future us, we want all of the wires to come out on the same side.
Future you will be thankful.
This all the way up, 'cause- all right. That's good enough. Now, this goes in as such.
And you just tighten that screw.
That's how I took it out, so I think so.
Okay, cool.
Yep. All right.
Awesome.
It's almost done.
Almost.
Well, in terms of construction.
It's rapidly getting there. All right, so let's
It is.
let's
on
pull
its
all
way.
the slack out of
That's,
these cables.
that's right.
Infant Squardo. Yo, hello.
Hello.
How are you today?
Alright.
Saying that's a nice printer. Thank you.
I think I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
it should
pick it
be-
up,
should be
guys,
cool.
because both
It's-
of these delivery prices are insane.
Yeah, I mean getting delivery that far away is going to be insane.
Yeah. Like at like 20 plus. Like this one says the estimated total is $60.
Jeez.
For just the delivery or the total for the whole thing?
Total, but still.
Yeah, that is still.
Feel free to ask us any questions about the printer.
Yeah, questions about the printer, questions about the stream.
I like won't be able to answer any, but Kris is very well versed in both printers and the stream.
So this end stop has to get all the way over here.
What was that?
Hmm.
And can we see that?
Sure. Let's-
Do we want to scoot the board over that way a little bit more?
I think that's what we're going to end up doing.
Cannot see. Slide. There we go.
So we've got this wire, which needs to go into one of these things here.
Hmm.
So yeah, I think we're just going to move that over.
Okay.
Guys, how do we want to pay for this? Because I think this is only lets you pay with one card.
Chris will pay.
We could use my card, or I could give you cash. Either way.
You know, I'm paying for both of us now, so.
I know. Yeah.
Make up, Malcolm.
Yeah. If you could pay with your card, that would be great, and then we can pay you back, or I can pay you back for our food.
Sure. You're ordering it online?
Yeah, I'm going to the original first site that we used.
All right.
Sorry, guys. These guys have been working hard at it. A little hungry now.
Yeah, we've been going for like almost 6 hours. Almost 5 hours. Man, you tightened the shit out of these.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go back to the main
So
cam.
we just want to slide it over as far as we can towards X. mean, quite honestly, having these go over here is just weird. So actually, don't pull that out. I'm gonna rewire these the way we had them to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just weird to do this.
Okay.
How did you have them originally?
Well, not quite originally. Originally, we tried to snake them through the channel extrusion, but I'm gonna put them behind the pulley, I think.
Could you mention your postal code and double check that all that's right when you?
Sure, I'll come do that.
Okay. There we go. That should be good.
Let's actually take like a 2 or 3 minute break and get this food ordered, and then we'll be right back.
All right,
Yeah.
guys. We'll be right back. Hi, we're back.
And we're back. Hello. Sorry about that. We had to take a quick break and get some food ordered. So we're working up on the top of this thing, adjusting the limit switches again, because I decided the way they told us to do it would work, but it's kind of
Not as good.
not as ideal.
It's kind of.
And of course, this would have been much easier to do, like before we put the belts on. But you know,
Choices.
yep, gotta live with your choices. The problem with this one is the heat shrink is all screwed up.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there's one.
Carefully trying to assemble it. Each one on either side.
Should be good.
Okay, that came off quite easily.
Well, that wasn't a long setback.
Oh no, this shouldn't take long. This one now I've got the Bowden tube in my way.
This is something that we used to print on our old 3D printer.
Oh,
A little tiny school.
it is currently full of dice.
Isn't that where everyone keeps their dice? A tiny wireframe skull?
They don't. They should.
I think that's still one of the cutest things. The first thing that was ever 3D printed. Little tiny cat.
Yep, that is the. Well, it's a model from a lot of things, but
Yeah.
specifically, that model was the demonstration file with 3D printer that I had. Yeah, this is going to keep it way out of the belt, whereas before it was going to get all up in that belt's business. Okay, cool.
And that belt was like, I don't want you in my business.
So,
Be a
sitting
lot
back
better.
here, let's see if we can't get this camera at a good angle.
Let's check it out. Bam. Check it out.
So, okay, so let's start with Z plus. The end stop for Z going too far in the maximum direction. This is X. So that's going to go on X plus. Have that lined up correctly? Yeah.
Mhm.
And Y right between them. No, we must have something wrong. Can you check those? You see the labels on them? Wait, it's on the top. Maybe I do. No, I have that right. Okay.
Yeah, should be good.
Okay.
Everything seems to be in order.
Does seem to be in
Does
working
seem
order.
to be in order. Now I think we have to start doing this stuff, and I'm not entirely sure how you're supposed to do the cable management on that. We do have.
Which stuff?
We have this thing, but Oh, it does tell us. Okay. Let's see.
Cool. It just has us running over to the side and then down, right?
Yep. It's not going to do anything particularly special there. So,
Alright. Next step.
got our limit switches. Next, we want the undo this bundle.
Malcolm, can you move the camera out of the way? Can't see what's going on.
We should put that on a side so people can see the wiring we're doing, but didn't realize that I was blocking everyone's face there.
Tilt it a little bit more up.
This is
Yeah.
such weird wiring they have on here. It's like
Yeah.
oil impregnated fiber or something. All right.
It's like waxy.
Yeah. So this goes into the T0 header down here.
Oh, this is gonna go down there.
Ah, the wiring on the effector is supposed to pass through in between two tubes. So hold on.
What are you doing, Malcolm?
Just looking at it,
Looking at it.
sort of like that.
I guess all the wiring goes like that. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna call that fine.
Okay.
So that stuff just goes off to the side. We're not gonna need that for a while. We got that in T0.
No, I would use the image on Amazon as reference, but they don't have these cables.
Yeah, no, these cables are ugly. You Photoshop them out or you don't install them.
Yeah, let me see how it looks on the. Yeah, it looks like they literally just do not have the cables.
No, it's just a frame.
No, they do. They're just very carefully snaked back so that you cannot see them at all. With a bunch of very nice cable management stuff.
All right, so now we're plugging in the motors.
Cool.
And yeah, let's start with Z here. Just plug right in. Cool. Yeah, it's only go in the one way. Yeah, yeah. They will only go in the one way. Yeah, it's even better if I put the end with the correct number of plugs in the correct way. All right, so this is Z. Z goes here. This is YX. This must be Y. Why are there two
Z's.
Z's?
I don't know.
They're not crazy. Those are
There are
those
two
are
Z's.
two Z's.
There are two Z's on the
Yeah, no.
instructions.
Okay.
Oh, there are two slots for Z motor. Please choose any one of them.
Let's see.
Cool.
Let's see. Show this shot in a close up?
cool.
Probably. Bam.
Oh yeah,
Ah,
there
cool.
you go.
There you go. Is this the kind of shot you were looking for?
Yeah, probably.
little
Malcolm,
higher.
can you pass me that other cable back there?
There you go.
Michael, can you do it a little higher?
a little higher
Or
or lower?
point it down.
Yeah.
There you go. Appreciate it.
And you can also loosen this and point it even further down.
Yeah, I think that should be fine now. 'Cause it's got.
And then we're looking for E0, which should be this one. Am I getting that in the right way? It doesn't feel like it. That does not feel like that's going in the right way. But it's keyed. See if it feels better in. Yeah. Doesn't feel quite right, but that'll work. Okay, so we actually do have to drop the extruder down a little bit.
Cool.
This has to come out. Just down enough that we can do like that. That's fine.
Okay. There you go.
Yep.
Should be good.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we can hide that up this channel or something. I don't know what you're supposed to do with that. The wiring on this is going to be a little bit of a mess, but
It looks a little crazy right now.
Should get a little bit cleaner.
okay. So we've got
I
the
imagine it's gonna be a little cleaner.
that was going into E0, yeah. Now, let's get these red wires, and they've given us, here we go. Use their shitty screwdriver. Zero. Oh, he's not stripped.
Nope.
What has happened?
Clearly, we're supposed to strip those. It doesn't actually mention this, but that's not going to work very well if they don't get stripped.
Yep. Them getting stripped would probably be a good idea.
Wish I had an actual wire stripper, but we don't. So
Next best thing is
this. No, okay, it's not impossible.
Getting those little bits off.
Yeah, it's this fiber wrap shit, which is good for high temperatures, but not for using.
And again, guys, this is a Q&A. You can ask us anything you like.
Mm-hmm.
Please feel free to ask questions about the stream, about the printer, about us.
Yeah, we're
whatever
here.
you do.
We're here hanging out. How's the stripping coming along?
It's coming.
Helping me pay for college.
Ah.
Seems like this actually has a plastic core, which made it slightly easier than I was fearing. Okay, so heater 0. don't like this terminal block. I didn't know you could make garbage terminal blocks, but
Apparently you can.
we're learning all the garbage components that you can make.
If you can make this one work, you can make any of them work.
Actually, it's probably not any worse than normal terminal blocks. They're just garbage. Okay.
Poorly designed.
Oh, is this getting tangled? No. Okay,
No.
good.
It's all
Yeah,
decently
and then
loose.
we'll
Just
tie that down somewhere. All right. So, now let's look at fans. Well, it does. I'm not going to put it under and then above, so that'll just go down here. The rest of this stuff. And this fan goes to fan 2. Okay, fan 2. Clicks in. And now the blower fan. Weird, that one was held together with a rubber band, and this one has a cable tie.
who needs consistency?
Look, they were all clearly assembled at the same place.
Yep.
Where they have the same standards used by the same people.
Alright. So this is the cable loom. This one goes to fan 0. It tells me to be careful about which way I'm wiring this, but it's a polarized connector, so I hope they did it right. Oh, and I'm just realizing that this does not have a place to put the powers. This has 2 problems. It's got a DC input jack, but it doesn't actually have wires for us to connect between the... Oh, maybe it does. Maybe that's what these are for.
Oh, okay. Like, what do you mean it can't be powered?
No, I've got... Oh, that's fun. So this heat shrink is so bad. The other side of this connection is in here.
Wow. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, that's reliable right there.
Pretty sure it is. I don't think this goes... Yep, there we go. So that's convenient that you can't tell these apart.
Hey, I got a solution.
Yeah, no, I'm going to do 2 things. Do we want to...
Shorter on this end,
Sure,
goes
or
to
you-
longer on
or
that
you can
end.
do that.
Longer on this end, goes shorter on this
That's
end.
going to not be able to be wired up, though. So. Bringing the heat gun in here would be a terrible idea, wouldn't it? Or would it be a good idea?
Probably.
We're about to start playing with fire, people.
Yeah, okay, let's start a fire.
When in doubt.
Alan asked for it.
It's all Alan's fault.
There should be an extension cord in the middle of the floor somewhere. See if you can find that.
Cool.
I see it.
And yeah. Here we go. Let's see.
Don't try this at home.
Oh, but there's no other right behind the saucer. I work my way back onto camera. Alright. Extension cord.
Extension cord. Hey, remember that earlier conversation we were saying setting things on fire was fun?
Okay, so this is my, I forget what it is, but it's a,
Something heat gun.
this is the cheapest soldering hot air rework station that you
Then
can buy.
has told me to stop trying to burn everything. To which we say, come in and stop us. Bar the door.
Oh, the other thing that I should get is 2 other things, actually. I will be right back.
Okay.
This is gonna be interesting. All right, let's go back to the main. In the meanwhile, while all this is happening.
All right.
Okay, so I brought 2 additional things here. For safety's sake, we don't need the soldering iron. Let's put that away. Now let's clear out some of the paper so I don't start a fire. Put that down here. Okay. Now, I've got my third hand because this is going to get to melt your fingers off temperatures. And so you don't want to hold that. And then I'm going to put some colored heat shrink on the 2 wires. We can get green and blue here. I mean, really, I only need 1. So, no, we'll go with the blue. And actually, I probably want that on both ends, don't I? Otherwise, it won't be a very useful marking.
Could always just cut that in half. Cut one of them in half.
All right.
They're a little long.
Sure. Cut it in half.
Thank you, Mel. The camera right there.
Good.
That's
Yeah,
good.
we'll probably get an angle on this. This is gonna.
No,
Good.
no, I think it was whatever you had before.
Okay, so that's. This
Yeah,
one
how's that?
there.
That's good. That's good.
Actually, see what's happening.
Oh, hey, thank you for the cheers. Steven, thank you. 10 cheers.
Hey, Steven, thank you, man.
That's a big thumbs up.
I would give a thumbs up, but my thumbs are occupied at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
He just figured out how to cheer.
Cheering can be pretty cool.
You know, we've had a lot of people
It's
that
a
were
good
like,
time.
"Is that how I cheer?" Bam, cheers.
How do I cheer?
If this doesn't fit, I will just pick a different color, but I think I managed to. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, cool.
Cheated my way through. Do need a little slack on these, but that'll
Be good.
Okay, so now
I figured he's cheering for the fire.
Yeah, of course.
I will see what I can do about a fire.
Whoa, 100 cheers. Thank
Whoa,
you.
thank you.
Hey, thank you, Steven.
All right, so we got air at about 50%, heater at about 30%, and that sound means we got hot air. So
Hot. It's about to get hot up in here.
yeah, about 260 Celsius. That seems good. And so, are we in frame here?
Yep, you're in frame.
This is how heat shrink works.
Cool.
Kind of subtle, but it's shrinking. Yeah, this stuff shrinks pretty good. So this will prevent this cable from falling apart like it did before.
Oh, you can see you can actually see the color change, like from like, oh wow.
Does it change color?
Yeah. Or at least it looks that way.
I think it's just changing just the lighting.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
lighting
that's
is.
probably what's happening. But an easy way to tell what's going on.
I don't know if I want more airflow or what temperature. I don't actually know how to use this tool. So.
Learning on stream.
Well, I've done this.
He
at least
uses
once
it. He
before.
just doesn't know how to use it.
Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to do this. Like
the technique and finesse and all
yeah, the electronics guys just go like this and it's done, and I don't know. Like I can turn this hotter.
Okay, Jordan says it looks like it's getting darker.
Hmm.
So it might not.
I
It might be the lighting thing.
I think
For
it's lighting
us,
because I don't
I'm not
see
seeing
any color
anything.
change, but
Well, at least the people on chat will be able to tell
But yeah.
what's going on.
I think this is working better now. It's probably. Why just hold it down? I don't know why they would give you one heat shrink. Said I don't know why they did this with unshrunk heat shrink. Like most people don't have this tool.
I don't know.
You can use a lighter and stuff, but
This seems a little bit more dangerous.
that has a much higher chance of actually starting a fire.
Yeah.
Don't want to burn the table. Gotta remember, tables are made of wood. Wood is flammable.
Wood particles.
I might have
Well, no. 300 degrees Celsius is not far off of the auto ignition point of wood. So,
Yeah.
like the table has much more thermal mass than this little.
Hey Emily, where's our fire extinguisher?
She's in the office right now.
Uh-oh.
I don't think we have a fire extinguisher.
Uh-oh.
We should really
It's
get one of
probably
those.
something we should have. Yeah.
Fast and loose, guys. We're playing fast and loose.
I mean, the building probably has a fire
Yeah, I'm sure we
extinguisher.
can find one.
You know, by the time we burnt the
Things
entire
that a
office
building
down-
owner probably doesn't want to hear. I'm sure the building owner has a fire extinguisher.
Yeah, don't they though?
I would assume that they
would
do.
hope so.
Okay, now stay
Well,
away
that's
from
it,
this until
yeah.
it stops making noise. Because you can't just
Cool.
turn it
Yeah,
off.
Yeah.
Of course not. Well, Emily isn't here, and we don't have one officially.
Good to know.
Good to know.
Officially.
Well, we're done with the potential fire bits.
Yeah,
So
let's not get
you can
kicked
see
out.
now that it's not all
Loose.
wobbly. It's a much better cable. And I did a little bit of Malcolm's offset suggestion as well. It should turn off any moment now.
And
You know, I'm looking at the temperature, so I can actually snap when I
oh, okay, cool. I was like, that'd be impressive. I just did like, no.
I think it stops at about, well, it just stopped counting, so right now, close.
So,
Close.
almost.
All right, let's get this out of the way. It's not that hot, but just don't touch the end metal bit for a few minutes. Fine. Right.
Oh, and tree.
And plant is down.
Plant down.
That's happened several times. Pass the power supply, because I think we need that next. It's the white box and the power cable on top of the white box. And just because we're doing electricity, let's break out the multimeter. And like, I pulled on the cables, so I know
Yeah,
they're...
let's go back to that shot so we can see what's going on. Okay.
It's just a little multimeter. I'm just going to check that the red from here, get that in there.
Goes to the red on that one.
We want this in, yes, continuity mode. So now, go like this, and like such. It beeps, but does not beep there, does not beep there, and it does not beep there.
Cool.
As you'd expect. Just making sure that I didn't, be a
Fuse
dumbass.
the wires
and,
together inside.
well, I wasn't going to fuse them together, but there was
let
a
them touch it all.
small chance that I might have put the heat shrink on the
On
wrong
the wrong
one.
ones.
And then
Just
the,
a small chance.
the labeling would be backwards. So you always want to double check that kind of thing. Especially because we're talking about, 20 amps of 12 volt. That's no fucking around. Okay, so...
Like in terms of other things, like what could that power?
Most of your computer. Most of a computer. I don't know. It's talking about 20 amps. It's a decent amount of power. It's like be 200 watts.
Okay.
Okay.
And white is usually neutral, right? In terms of is anyone here an electrician?
I have helped out an electrician for like a lot. Actually, several different electricians.
So black should be live, white is neutral, and green is ground. I know green is ground.
Yeah. That
I
sounds
got
accurate. From my memories of helping out an electrician.
Would you like me to Google it?
Sure. It's specific to the United States. In other countries, they have different standards.
States, yes, what would I Google? United States.
I would just Google is black live and white neutral.
Wiring color codes. All right, here we go.
I'm 95% sure that's correct.
The U.S. National Electrical Code for both AC and DC mandates that the grounded neutral color of the power system be white or gray.
Ground is white or gray.
Yeah. Wait, is this? Did this not even matter because this is all common? But the power, this has. Oh no, it's got 5 amps and 11 amps. The fuck does that mean? Where's the manual?
There you go.
Fuck does that mean? Okay, so it says, when everything is ready, connect power supply to the power port and USB line to the USB port. Period.
Period.
That's all.
You know what I'm gonna do? This board has someone else's name on it. I'm gonna Google their name
Ah,
and see if they've got a manual for it.
that makes sense.
So this was Tri-Gorilla?
Yep. Try Gorilla.
Very helpful instructions, says chat. That sounds very helpful.
The most helpful. You guys would not believe how helpful this is.
They've really guided you and like really helped you out this entire way.
They've given us step-by-step perfect instructions.
Oh, what was that thing you put behind you
Huh?
earlier, like at the very beginning? Didn't you put something on the shelf?
Oh, the heat plate
Oh, that's a heat plate, yeah.
and
Ouija's back!
print plate. Welcome back, Ouija.
Guess who's back? Oh, that's right, me! Ouija's back. See how much we have done. We played with hot air.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a Tri-Gorilla board that looks almost but entirely unlike the one that we have.
Similar, but different.
Oh, here we go. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Hi guys, my ramps board has an 11 amp and one for 5 amp.
Seems that this has been a problem other people have asked. about.
Yeah. It does seem to be a rather common problem.
Okay.
Just says use it anyway.
It's used both, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Ouija drew 2 pictures in TKO and someone put it on their Twitter.
Nice.
We should tweet
You
some
should,
of our-
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should link the tweet so we can see your beautiful art, Ouija.
No step on snake.
No step on snack.
Snake.
The greatest.
Okay. So.
I love
this
that
is-
one, and I also love the when it comes to just like the "Don't Tread on Me" memes of just like how
The
dumb
Don't
they've
Tread on
gotten.
Me is such a great meme these days.
My favorite one is just the GIF where it's got like the muzzle flash coming out of the snake's mouth, and it just says "gun sounds" beneath it, and the snake is just rocking back and forth.
I have never seen that one. That is
Oh
amazing.
my god, it's fantastic.
We did. You know how I usually draw a sad tails? You
Yeah.
drawn a few. Yeah, I remember that. No step on snake. Your sad tails wins again.
So, as usual, we did things in the wrong order and fucked everything up.
Of course, but I mean that's part of our charm.
I'm making it work. All right. This is not the nicest wiring job I've ever done. You know what? I'm going to snip some of this heat shrink off. Because that's part of the problem. Where are the red cutters? You see those? I'm hiding them from myself.
Just
Post that in the chat, please.
it's just gun sounds. If you just search "Don't Tread on Me" gun sounds, it should pop up.
Please post that in the
It's-
chat. That is
it's-
amazing.
It's a good one.
What was it?
Don't tread on me, gun sounds, GIF, and it should pop up. Because it's a quality GIF right there, guys. Some good memes right there.
So had I just done this research in the first place and not thought that said 5 volts and 12 volts, we wouldn't have needed to do this. But here we are. All right, I'm more happy with that.
This is what we're laughing at. We're laughing with
Gun sounds.
gun sounds.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of all of the other "Don't Tread on Me" memes that I've seen. There's a lot of good "Don't Tread on Me" memes.
How are you supposed to get these wires in here? I guess like this? I guess just through the damn front panel? Why not?
I mean, do you want to do it from the back and try and get it looking nicer?
I think that's a better idea.
Yeah, having it run through the back, like right through over there, will look a little bit nicer.
I genuinely don't know if I can, it should go on the other side of that one, curve it enough here. I don't think I can curve it around the motor very easily.
What about ducking it under the motor?
Might work. I have to unscrew these now. Oh, that's a nice feature.
What just happened?
Can't quite get to the screw.
One of the screws on the terminal block is a little bit underneath the aluminum extrusions. That's
Greatest construction, greatest assembly.
it's flawless. All right.
Can't go wrong with just putting everything underneath everything else, so you can't actually get to anything. It's the proper way to do it, to do just like literally anything.
Also, these may be too thick and too tinned to even get into these terminal blocks.
Oh boy.
All right. That
Yeah.
did something and didn't quite rip the block off the board.
Well, that's good.
Luigi, that was one of the shirts. What was the second shirt that you got on the TKO?
Just cutting these slightly down so they won't have as much risk of shorting out on each other.
That's good. Generally a smart idea.
Okay, so
Is there anything I can do to help? Like,
Not really, I don't think.
Could you move the camera off so we can see what's going on?
yeah.
Tilt it or pull back. Bam, that's good. Luigi having Tails' ears, Tails wearing a Luigi hat. Ah. Careful manipulation of all these cables.
I mean, part of the issue is just due to the shape. It's hard to
Fit stuff in.
fit specifically your head in to like get a good angle and stuff. Okay, that's in there. I want to do this square on, but I'm looking right at the extruder if I'm on it perfectly square. Again, plus, minus, red, black, red, black. Okay.
Everything seems to be checking out.
Yeah, you don't want to wire it up backwards. That would
Be bad.
be bad. Let the smoke out, probably. I need more smaller hands for this.
Does anyone
You want
here
me
have
to-
small hands?
No, it's that I
Which one
need
is
3
that?
hands,
Small
and they
hands.
should all be smaller than the ones that I currently have. Because I don't know if you can see this on camera, but I've got these 2 cables here, and I need to line them both up simultaneously, or I wind up knocking
Whoa, that's a crazy shot.
the other one out. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, there we go.
Awesome.
We have it.
Dynamic
Power
shots for you
supply.
guys.
So, I mean, technically, I think we may want to smoke test this.
Plug it in, turn it on.
Plug it in and see if it catches fire.
Okay, guys. Wait a second.
Let's, hold on, we got mains voltage here, so let's clear this away from ourselves, and then
Does everyone have their hard hats?
don't touch this. Yeah, let's,
Plug it
Unless there's
didn't say
anything
not
else.
to plug it, said to plug it in, right?
in. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, well, yeah, plug it in, see what happens.
Alright.
All right.
Success!
Nothing's exploding.
Nothing exploded, lights turned on, you can unplug it.
No bad sounds.
The light turned on here, the light turned on there, so everything's good. Alright.
In a stream where you're drunk, someone was doing a Stan Lee impression. A pretty good Stan Lee impression.
Who's doing a Stanley impression?
We was when he was playing TKO.
Oh shit, all of these probably should have gone under here. Don't you think?
Oh no.
Because the bed has to... Oh no, I think it actually has them... Let's see.
Coming up out from the side of the bed, I think.
Excelsior! I can't do a Stan Lee impression.
It doesn't say.
I think it could just come out from there just fine.
Yeah, it'd be nicer if it came out from under the bed. We can. It's only a couple of blocks, so let's just do that.
You want to just redo it?
Let's make this thing look nice.
Sounds like a plan.
Constantly revising, constantly editing, making it perfect by the end.
Just do these one at a time. There's nothing to even screw up here. So.
Inside jokes are really good. You're right, Ouija.
Actually, no. You know what? We do have to do it the stupid way. They're not quite long enough.
Well, that's a stupid way.
Oh wait. I need to know which fan those are now. So, okay, this should be fan. Wait.
Uh-oh.
Double check. I second guessed myself.
Better safe than sorry. I wonder if you guys can hear it outside.
Okay, so this one's fan 0 and the other one is fan. Yeah, fan 0, the other one's fan 2. You shouldn't be able to hear them that much.
Should be fine.
No more than you can on any stream.
Good point.
Is I said that the microphone might be more sensitive on this one because I was not going to use our existing compressor setup, but we ended up doing that. So
If only you could see the back end.
I want to grab me one of those black zip ties.
Okay.
I think we should start this with a zip tie. That would be fine.
Why has nobody invented like zip ties for hair yet?
That sounds terrible.
Like instead of hair bands?
You mean so that you can just like pull clothes on your hair once and then it would have the knife open, or?
No, not like just something that's easier to like.
So not at all like a zip tie then.
I guess not at all like a zip tie.
I don't know how exactly this stuff is supposed to work, but
You pretty much just wrap it.
yeah.
The quiet focus of wrapping cable.
This fascinates me.
Okay. This should actually end up looking a lot nicer than I originally thought it was going to. Because I'm terrible at cable management and do not understand how people do it nicely, but really appreciate it when they do.
See? Now you're getting some experience.
The way you do it nicely is what I've been doing with all the cables. Let's do it like the instructions said. Let's not do it like the instructions said. Let's do it sort of like the instructions said.
It's the
Every-
Goldilocks, it's the Goldilocks scenario.
Yeah, every PC I've built. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
We got caught there. Every PC I've built, I've done the wiring like 3 or 4 times, and then it finally ends up looking okay and all fitting. Usually all fitting. Sometimes not. Jammed here.
There we go.
see what they're doing.
Yeah, if you wanna.
I mean,
might
this
actually,
is
it's not super interesting.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, but it's kind of a nice progression. Just being able to see what you're doing. There we go.
yeah,
That all that cable is now kind of a nice
being
case.
bundled together in this.
we skipped one.
Okay.
Everything about this thing, teamwork, focus, in one motion, wires.
Getting stuck in a trash can.
Take the rest of the way there.
It's up to you now.
Okay.
Look at that, guys.
Yeah, that actually
That looks real good.
looks pretty good.
Okay.
Zip ties, so we're gonna need to anchor the end somehow. How did this get longer? I swear it's longer than it was when we started.
This cable?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
it looks longer. I know it's not
It might
actually.
be just because it might look more focused. It's all in one area now.
Probably. I don't know exactly how we're supposed to do this, and I think some stuff is going to get in the way, but I got plenty of zip ties. You don't want to do that.
No?
No, because it's got to go up and down. I just want to anchor it at the very bottom. So it
Well, I think
doesn't-
going in the back it should be fine because it's not going to go into either of the grooves on the side.
Well, no, because it's got to go up and down. I don't know. Maybe we can do that. I wouldn't want to do that.
I think it being right here, it should have enough movement that it can go both up and down all the way. If you just bring it up to right there, or so. And that way it'll look real nice. and
Let's leave
condensed.
it out for now,
Yeah.
and
Hey, we'll see how it goes after.
Okay, we can see how it looks. How everything functions.
Because this is all cables, and then the white cable at the top, that's where the filament
this
goes.
is where the plastic goes down.
Yeah.
So, because this is the motor that's going to push the plastic, and this is the part that gets hot. Okay.
A little bit like a hot glue gun, but a lot more
It's
smaller and
very
focused.
much like a hot glue gun, except a little bit more controlled. Okay, so we're going to need this piece. Slide this over a little bit. I'm getting kind of crowded here.
Yeah. There is.
All right. And okay, we do need the black plastic pieces for this. And do you know where the LCD is? You know where the LCD
there.
is. All right. This looks so simple. It doesn't even seem to give you any instructions for it.
Self-explanatory?
Pretty much. It says, first prepare the LCD with the LCD cover and other fasteners as shown. Then use the cables to wire between EXP1 and EXP2 to the main board to the LCD. And then screw it to the front as shown in the picture. So,
Simple. We're going to remember to remove seal after washing.
we'll do that. Oh, remove the seal after washing. Yeah, I think we've washed it.
Seems washed.
Yeah, seems pretty washed.
The one with the line is EXT1. I'd leave that on.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we'll scratch up the screen putting stuff together. So, same connectors on both ends. Yeah, that is definitely a beaver. Okay. What do we have on here? Some chip with a name on it that I can't read. Not that I would know what it was anyway. Oh, this LCD module is a separate module, and it's got 3 chip-on boards on the back of it. All right, so what screws do we need? C14. Oh, good old buddy C14. C16. Oh, we also need CO3s, okay. Oh, C14s are the nuts. Right. Cool. So, I just had the standoffs. What did I do with the standoffs? I'm getting really good at losing things over here.
Do you need me to take some stuff off that table? Stuff you don't need?
Don't need this.
Other than this bag of bags,
I'll take that.
it's most of this is all still pieces, is the problem.
Uh-oh. Okay.
I'm assuming just
condensing tools and stuff so that it's a little easier to see what is what and what has been used and what not.
There's a decent amount of clutter right there. Just want to help you declutter it in any way possible.
Yeah.
I'm assuming most of the screws that remain are probably extras, but I don't know that for a fact. I just dropped a standoff.
Got it.
Sweet. There you go. We're in the home stretch, and then everything after this is going to be
Pretty easy.
less exciting to watch on stream, honestly.
But it's not going to be as much erector set and more,
More debugging software.
yeah.
Which... Dropped another one, but I'll just start by getting a little bit of this together. I think I felt it hit my foot.
You have food?
You have food. All right, well then we're going to be taking a break in a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, clearly that one doesn't, does it? I think some of the board may have changed and some of these may not actually screw in, so. Oh no, they all do line up. Okay. Let's find that last standoff.
Alright.
I believe actually, like, technically we're going to be done with the 3D printer
Oh, snap.
when we go on break.
Technically.
Yeah, it's not going to, like, actually work yet, but
We'll be done.
we'll
least
be
it's-
done with the hardware assembly, I believe.
Oh, we still have the,
The plate?
Oh, yeah.
The
So we
plate.
won't be done. Cool. There'll be a little bit of construction to tease after the break.
It's looking real nice.
Let's look at real like a 3D printer. Yeah, there's
But
stands that goes on. So,
but yeah.
and I guess we're not even technically done with the electrics because,
Still got to wire this in.
yep,
Yep.
so we ain't done with nothing. But I think I will wire this up so we can at least see the LCD turn on, hopefully.
That's gonna be cool.
Cool.
Show that on stream. It's alive!
Lives.
I hope. Like, I don't know if it has firmware totally installed on it. So
We can dream. No.
we're starting to be
I'm,
rid of
I'm
some of these.
condensing everything down.
Okay, and then we need 2 C16s. 2 of these. I mean, that has a distinct problem that it blocks the USB port. So we're gonna pick this. No, can't do that side.
That side is the front.
Yeah, that means the damn extruder's on the back, but sure. This, I'm in the use that I'm gonna put this. I probably will never actually.
Be showing it to anyone.
Well, no, I'll never use the UI.
You want me to
No,
turn it
I
to
don't
the side?
think we actually need to.
You sure?
I think I can get this to work without doing it. Oh, and actually, you know what? It's okay. EXP2 is the one with the black line, so those go right here, and EXP2 is the one with the black line.
Do you have a freehand?
Huh?
Do you have a freehand that one? Nope, currently no.
Yeah. There we go. It's gonna be right there.
See freehand, see freehand.
Okay, then maybe I can help with that, or you got it?
No, I think I got this.
Cool.
This is what it's looking like in the inside.
A lot of wires.
Yeah, we're gonna need to do something about those before we can put the build plate on, I suspect.
Presumably.
And this is why I brought out the zip ties and stuff.
Yeah.
That's cheating. You're not allowed to slip out. Fucking nut.
That's not your job. Don't do that.
I can't get this one to go sideways like they're supposed to. Okay. Oh, is this my problem?
Here, that might help you a little bit. It's actually getting it to work.
I think I may have cross-threaded this knot.
You're pulling it out.
Oh, whatever. Let's power this on. Fuck screwing this in. Turn it on. So, tell me if you can see the front of this.
Can you move it back just a little bit? There, yeah, that's good.
So
That's
you can see this?
Yeah.
Cool. And you can see
Here
this?
we go.
Yep. Hey, look at that.
Ta-da!
Anycubic console plus, welcome. Cool.
Oh, world.
Yeah.
The light just lit up. Cool.
It's telling you the temperature of the hot end and the Temperature of the heat bed is 0 because it's not installed.
Hi, everyone.
No idea. Oh, that would be set temperatures.
Alan's waving from the back.
I'm in shot, finally. That's really cool.
I don't know what the blinking question mark XYZ is about.
You move it up a little bit, so...
Probably haven't calibrated it all.
See, oh, you want to move closer?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Huh.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
we have
awesome.
built, technically, we have built a 3D printer. I mean, this still needs to be screwed in.
That has popped out. That might be one of the reasons why
Oh, okay, well, let's
some
unplug it.
stuff is
Unplug.
Unplug.
Alright, yeah.
It's a bad habit to just grab wires that
Yeah.
on things that are plugged in. I'm disappointed by the bulky external power supply with nowhere to put it, but
Yeah, it's just sort of a box on the side, isn't it?
a lot of 3D printers do that.
It's not integrated into the actual design.
Yeah, for a lot of kits and stuff, it's just cheaper to do it this way. And they always get negative reviews because you're exposed to mains wiring. But, you know, that's fine. It's not actually... You'd have to try... I don't want to say remarkably hard to electrocute yourself with that, but, you know, you'd have to try.
Hey, do you want to just
You could do
accidentally
it's
graze
not,
it?
it's gonna be hard for you to do it accidentally, but it'd be pretty easy for you to do it intentionally.
Yeah, exactly. If you really wanted to electrocute yourself, you know, you just grab
Oh,
those
do
wires.
it.
It's not plugged in. Man, I think I may want to take these out and actually tin them. It's got nothing to grab onto, which is why it's falling out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good enough for now.
Good enough for now.
Good enough.
So,
All right.
Cool.
we're going to come back. Maybe let's
Eat
sit
real
down.
quick. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna eat real quick. Maybe a little bit longer than our usual 10 or 15 minutes, but we'll be back probably within a half an hour at least.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna come back, trim off these belts, figure out the wiring, and it'd be nice to get a 3D print running. I don't know if that's something that's necessarily gonna happen tonight, but
You can always come Monday and see.
but damn it, I'm gonna try. So don't go away. We'll be back. Yeah, we'll be back for at least pretty soon for a short period at least.
All right.
So.
All right. So.
Bye bye.
And we're back.
Alan on the mic. Kris on stream. Malcolm
Yep.
coming in shortly.
Malcolm should be back in any minute.
If you need to catch up on our progress, we have pretty much constructed the entire thing, right?
Yeah, in terms of hardware, the only missing piece we have is the print bed, which is going to go right here.
Yeah.
Sweetie GZV. Hi.
Hello.
You know what, Malcolm, you've been good with these.
Okay,
I'm going to
I'll-
give this
I'll
to
give it-
you,
I'll give it
and
a
I'll
shot.
work on the software side of things because we'll do the one last bit of assembly for the actual build plate. Why not?
Gonna give a quick shout
That's
out.
going to be all
Quick
these.
shout out to what Malcolm's working on. Thank you, Malcolm. And that's what it looks kind of on the inside.
Oh, do you want to get a shot of the inside
Yeah,
here?
I got some of this shot. Bam. That looks great. Thank you.
It doesn't look great. The wiring could be much nicer, but, you know, it is what it is.
If you have any questions about us, question about the 3D printer, question about the stream, we're open books today, so by all means, ask away.
Okay, so we need a C16, these same Yeah, same damn screws. All right.
Meat Frost, hey!
This is gonna get in the way, I think. But
Meat Frost, hey!
Hey,
That's looking
man.
kind of small.
hey,
That's looking pretty small according to Meat Frost.
what kind of 3D printer do you use?
The cool one.
Fair enough. Yes, compared to a cool one, it is a little small.
Tall, but thin.
Yes, it is. It is thin. I'll give you that. Oh, okay, yeah. Some of these are 3 are left-handed and 3 are right-handed. That makes sense. That's why they're in separate bags.
What? They care about the handedness?
Yeah, because it's circling around a curve. So here,
curves. Right, that makes sense.
like you need to pair them up like that.
Alright, like
See this?
Kind of.
So you see how one's curved this way, one's curved that
Yes,
way.
yes. And to make a full circle. One.
Yeah, when you put them all together.
Cool. We'll get back to that in a little bit. So how's everyone doing? I hope you're doing well on this Friday evening.
It's just not cooperating at all.
Yeah, they're being a little frustrating, but
Oh, so Meat Frost said the only one I built was a little bit shorter, but instead it was wider and had the shape of a cube.
Yeah, typically 3D printers will be cubes. This is a Delta style 3D printer, so it's just set up a little bit differently, basically. And the print
I
volume.
think it might be that there's supposed to be spacers in here because what's happening is it's going all the way in and it's hitting the back of the extruded.
Oh, the screws are too long?
Yeah, the screws are too long.
That's not good. Sweetie CV says they want to print out something tall. Right? We can print out tall.
Yeah, tall things like vases and stuff like that.
It's a nice vase going on.
Because this is how long these are.
Let me see.
And everything
which
else
screws?
is
Oh, these are
screwed in.
M4s. These are
Oh.
M4 by 10s.
Barely see
I
it.
got something for you.
Oh, he's got a plan.
All right.
Wait, let me see, Malcolm, how small they are?
About you big.
Oh, those are tiny.
Yeah, but they are still just slightly too long. It's a weird angle to see like the full length of my arm. But no, yeah, these are just a little bit too long because they're going in and they're hitting the back.
And
Which
if chat wants to see anything in particular, just let us know. I'll try to
Oh,
make
wait,
a
those are
camera.
M4s. My box of screws is M3s.
might be an issue.
Yeah, M3s are not going to go into the M4 nuts. You know what I do have? I can run to my car because I have this Harbor Freight selection of 1,001 types of screws, and that will definitely have shorter, almost definitely have shorter M4 screws.
I mean, does it say anything about there being a spacer in there for you to screw it together, or does it literally
Nope.
just have you?
It's
screwing
got-
in? Wait, hold on. It looks like it does have us putting some spacer in front of
That
it.
C11 is the nut. Oh, it's got a nut in front of it and a nut in back.
Okay,
of it.
cool. So that might be part of our issue.
That's no, not
The C11s.
Those are C11s. Okay, yeah.
Let's try putting a nut in front and a nut in back.
And if that doesn't work, I will just run to my car because I know I have. Well, I'll let you.
So, chat, what would you say would be a good first print on this new and improved 3D printer?
And bonus points if you suggest something and give us a link to Thingiverse.
Oh, yeah.
A very tiny Phase 1 clone trooper helmet.
Malcolm has been asking.
We know what
for,
you want.
Malcolm really wants
I like clones.
a clone helmet.
Clones are cool.
You know what? Actually, I'm thinking maybe this is supposed to go through that hole on the bottom.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll see after. Hopefully,
I
after
don't
your
know.
league game. Hopefully, we'll still be here. Right. Enjoy playing league.
We're definitely gonna need to move this wiring thing.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, there's here.
Can you 3D print a 3D printer?
That's
Yes.
not as silly a suggestion as you think it is.
It actually gets done quite a bit from what I know of 3D printing. Is that a lot of people do?
Yeah.
Like, if you get a controller board like this, which you can easily buy on eBay, and you get some motors like these, and I already have the Bowden tube fittings, yeah, you can. That's
Just 3D printing.
3D print the rest of a 3D printer. You know, you need belts and pulleys and stuff, but you can print an awful lot of a 3D printer if you're so inclined.
Damn. That was more school than I thought I was expecting of that. Like, okay.
You don't need to tighten these down as much as you can tighten some stuff.
No.
down.
Okay. Cool.
We
There
good?
we go.
All right.
Fixed.
Nice. Give me 4 of those.
4 of those. Okay.
Something about the amount of
3 of
cables
those?
in the middle just makes it seem like yeah, this is what a 3D printer should look like.
There it is.
Inside.
Let's stick these on here.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Give you 2 of these.
All right.
I don't know exactly where they go, but we have a lot of cable management to do before we can even think about putting a bed in.
You can use. Okay, so Sweet GCB says, "Dang, so you can 3D print guns."
Yeah, you can 3D print a functional gun, though.
Yeah, a few people have done that.
Uh-huh.
I've heard people with 3D print cars.
Like a full-sized car.
Like a full car. That was like the weirdest thing I've heard people.
You need a real big
You need
printer,
a real big 3D printer for that.
But yeah, I mean, basically 3D printers are limited mostly by size right now. When it comes to what they can print.
I'm gonna try and figure out a way to put this through somewhere else, because if you think about the size of the build plate, actually grab just any one piece of that. Sure. So if you think about the size of the build plate, this is not gonna work here. It's not gonna go at a high enough angle. So, you see? Can I see the issue here?
Dang,
Yeah.
this
So-
is some really cool shit. Yeah, you can print a ton of stuff. Just
Yeah, I mean,
limited
if you
by
wanna-
size.
If you want to look at a bunch of cool stuff you can print, Alan, just go to Thingiverse.
Go to
Yeah,
Thingiverse or go
let me
to
put it in chat.
myminifactory.com.
Let me put it in chat and see if anyone wants to pull something out. So gives us ideas to print.
And, like, you know, I don't have any significant fraction of the things on Thingiverse printed, but I have printed a bunch of things from Thingiverse. So we could show those off. If you wanted
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, you go there, you'll see some 3D printed works. Go there and, you know, maybe we'll take some suggestions for things in the future. Come back, and we'll probably have it 3D printed.
I'll label these 2 fan connectors. Can you pass me the tape? A little piece of that. All the rest of the connectors are distinct, but the fan connectors
The same.
look the same. So that is
Yeah, there's some
fancy.
pretty cool stuff you can find on Thingiverse. I've like just looked around through it before, just because I've been curious, and there's a lot of real cool stuff you can find.
But you know what? While we're at it, let me tin these wires.
Yeah.
That's gonna drive me nuts.
This is
grab the soldering station.
Uh-huh.
I'll pass it to you.
There's another site if you want to see some cool 3D prints.
Alright.
Actually, grab some solder.
Oh, are we playing with this thing again?
Uh-huh.
Oh, snap. Guys,
We're
you're in
gonna
for a
be
treat.
tinning some wires.
We're actually going to play with the other parts of it.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
not going to do hot air.
Uh,
We're going to do
Hot
soldering.
metal.
all right. I want to get this in action. Oh, this is gonna look cool.
Is that a good shot?
I think it's a great shot. All right, I'm gonna switch it over. Bam. Fortunately, that table's not the most stable.
Yeah, normally you would want a little bit more space to do this.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
But we're doing
Hell, we're doing it live.
what we can here. So this is genuine Radio Shack leaded solder
Oh,
from
damn.
before 2006.
The Radio Shack.
From the actual Radio Shack.
Damn. Man, Radio Shack was great before they became a crappy
Before they
phone
became
store and then went
terrible?
out of business.
I mean, they were still selling phones back then, but
Yeah, but like they became pretty much exclusively like
Yeah.
a mobile phone store.
and this thing heats up like crazy. The tip should already be near 300 degrees. You want this about 360 there.
Mm-hmm.
Just gonna let this heat up, and we should be at 360. So,
All right.
you got this in shot, this wire?
Yeah, it's in shot.
You want to get it a little closer so you can actually see a little bit better?
Yeah, thank you.
There we go.
And don't breathe the fumes. This is a micro pencil tip, so it's not ideal for this, but still 360 here.
Oh, snap. Don't breathe the fumes. Everyone in chat.
I mean, I can't really avoid breathing the fumes, but I'm only doing 2 joints there, so we're not even joints. I'm tinning 2 wires. Okay, now this takes a lot longer to cool down.
I would imagine so, as
Alright.
soldering irons are a lot more metal right there.
So I'm just gonna put this up on a shelf and don't drop it on your head.
That would be bad.
That would be really bad.
All right.
And get this sucker out of the way.
Yeah, let's move that.
There we go.
Earlier, we used the other side of that.
Yeah, the hot air feature.
Hot air. It's kind of cool.
Okay, now back to dragging this. So back to this. That works. Now,
Right. So what's next on the itinerary?
next I've got this whole umbilical bundle here that I need to wire in a better way.
We're basically doing cable management right now.
I'm gonna put you guys picture in picture. Let's see.
I feel like this is probably good enough, although the umbilical doesn't want to fit through.
Oh.
Oh, wait, I see. No. Plastic in it.
Do it here, like. Can you see? Here, hold on.
because it's getting bunched up.
Talk with me, guys. What's going on?
Well, there's a little slit in the side of the plastic piece on the bottom here, and we're trying to feed the whole cable management system through there.
It's a little thick.
It's probably good enough.
Yeah.
Just about. I mean, we want these cables to be as manageable as we can. So, all right. So now this white cable. Let's just say, let's start managing some of this. Let's grab a zip tie.
Purple or black?
Purple's fine. There you go. Let me put that right about here.
Okay.
All right.
Cable management.
Stuff that in there.
Can you push the camera just a little bit back? So we can get more of the center shot?
Alright.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that goes in there. This is T0. Now,
Let's make that full view so you can see what's going on. So you guys also labeled all of the motors, the sort of the Z-axis, the Y-axis, and the X-axis.
Okay, we have X, Y's over there, and then this one right here is Z.
they have to be in that specific order, but the direction that you start counting from is up to you.
This is already looking a lot more manageable.
Yeah, see, this is my pro wiring tip. Do it wrong the first time, then you'll see where you've made your mistakes.
And you can
And
do
you
it
can
right
fix
the
it.
next time.
How many years of experience do you have wiring stuff, Chris?
I don't know, I built my first computer when I was probably like 13.
So yeah, I think that qualifies you as an expert.
Uh-huh.
I hate terminal blanks. These are the worst possible way to deal with wires. No, I'm sure someone's come up with something worse. Like, quite honestly, I would rather
You're putting far too much faith in humanity right there.
You don't think someone's come up with something worse?
No. I think that somebody has definitely come up with
Okay,
something worse than what you originally said, which is there's no worse way to deal with cable stuff. It's like you're putting way too much faith in humanity right there.
I'm just saying, like, I think it would probably be easier to solder these onto the board, even if the connections were on the bottom,
yeah.
and it didn't bother to mention that you were going to have to solder things until the last step.
Congratulations, you made it to the final step.
Now undo everything so you can solder on all of the wires because we didn't provide connectors.
Yeah, like if somehow you thought the connectors were there, but they disappeared on the last step. All right.
And again, guys, if you have any questions about us,
One of
about
those?
what we're building, what we do on this stream, or anything, by all
So
means,
come around.
feel free. We're open
This.
books.
This is the wiring strategy I call just tie down the mess.
Just shove it down.
You got a mess, but if you just tie knots around all of the mess, it'll almost look like you meant to do that, like on purpose.
Yeah, you've you planned this out. You laid it out exactly how you wanted this to be tied together. Who is the cameraman? I'm
Alan a little bit, me a little bit.
Anyone who can grab the camera at that point
Yeah.
is the cameraman.
Yeah.
on
What he's
this
talking about
stream.
who's switching the scenes is my name's Alan and I'm off camera right now.
He's pretty cool.
I'm usually on streams on Wednesdays and Thursdays on the same channel.
I think this is all that we
That's all we
need.
need to do.
I don't know. Do you see anything else that looks like it could be tied down?
I mean, you can always put
Semi-product-
more zip
No,
ties.
we
but
could
yeah,
put
in
more
a,
zip
in a- in a
ties.
productive way now.
In at least a semi-productive way. And we still have 2 more tables we need to tie in here anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I'll continue on with
Okay.
this, but yeah, it doesn't mention anything about the heated build plate, so give me the part with the wires coming out of it. First, let's space. Ooh, we did a pretty good job.
Mhm.
You meant to do that.
Just loosen this a little. Trick is, it's kind of got to be like sort of centered and stuff. And then this. Does this not have a? Okay, there was another thermistor. What did I do with that?
That?
How do you expect that we're meant to tape that onto here?
Uh-oh.
I guess that's what this piece of Kapton tape is for? It's just odd that they chose, not to do that for us.
Should we have stuck this underneath, or is that fine just sticking out right there?
Oh, yeah, let's undo all the zip ties I just did and stick that underneath.
Okay.
Actually, no, let's not undo all the zip ties, because cables have 2 ends, kids.
Oh boy, yeah, that's
Oh man. The path
Pro
leads
tip.
to- the
Pro
path
tip.
leads from
Check
this
both
is-
ends of cables.
They don't always have 2 ends, but a lot of times.
It is
That's
a
the
good
reason I
idea
didn't
to
do
just
that.
check them.
Let's lower this by. I don't like how tight that is, so.
Well, now there's a lot of wrist right there.
Just
Just showing off your wrist right there.
yeah, look at how nice this thing is,
It's got like joints and stuff.
right? Almost 360-degree movement.
Yeah, that's much nicer. We got plenty of slack there. It has an O-ring on it.
Hmm.
How cute. These are those are seals for compressed air. They're not designed for 3D printers. So, but the ones that I bought the other day were clearly made for 3D printers because they didn't have O-rings on them. Yeah, well,
Like a glove.
Mm-hmm. So that should be nice and centered.
Sorry about the camera. It's shaking a little bit. This table is not the most stable.
yeah, sorry about that.
But small sacrifice, I hope.
One thing we could try, and I didn't even think of this before, was we could do the, we have a mic stand, and the mic stand has an adapter for being a tripod on the end of the boom. So we could use, we've got 2 of those ones, and we could put the webcam on a boom.
Damn. Next time.
Notes for next time.
That's for next time. Also, any improvements you guys think we should have, just let us know.
Yeah.
Yeah, for this stream or for the main stream. You know what? I should probably tape this down with the other piece of tape as well, because it doesn't look like this piece of tape is doing anything. It's weird that they.
Taped and soldered that down.
Well, no, this is not soldered.
No?
It was. This part's soldered, but the tape
Yeah,
was put
yeah.
on over the solder.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's weird that it's soldered and then taped.
That, and it's weird that they put the tape on here clearly to be used for the thermistor, but they didn't like tape it down or give you just a little bit of tape, you know, on the backing still.
Yeah. Hey, Malcolm, do me a favor and put on Chris's hands from Morning Center. I kind of just want to see what he's up to. There you go.
There we go.
All right.
So yeah, you
I'm just
tape
doing a little
down this
pre-cable
white
management
cable
here.
here.
Yeah, this is a thermometer, so it'll tell us how hot the build plate is. And then I don't know if you can sort of see these tracks under here.
Oh yeah, kind of.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we can see
Yeah.
them.
So that is literally just a wire that runs along the whole piece of aluminum, and you run
Heats it up.
electricity through there, and it gets hot.
And then, what order do these three go in?
Metal, glass, and then the sticker probably, but we're not going to put the sticker on for now.
Cool.
All right.
There's a sticker.
When are you guys gonna do it again? Let me.
What's that?
Yeah. Move it back so we can see the coolness.
A lot more wrist.
Can't get enough of that wrist.
So
Let's see.
this is just T0, T1, T3.
Currently, what is happening is we're flipping through the manual.
Don't worry about that, guys. We're professionals.
Yeah, professionals always read the manual. That's how you can tell a professional from a newbie.
Just gonna see if it says anywhere, you know, like if you do happen to get the heated print bed, which thermometer should you plug it into?
That'd be good to know.
Yeah.
Okay, just
All
gonna
right.
search Google and see what they say.
All right. Let's go back to the main for right now. Meanwhile, see what everything's up. What everyone's up to.
And then this is so much literally an Arduino that apparently you actually do the flashing with the Arduino IDE. So it might be open source. And it might also just be that they don't, like they're just using open source software and they haven't actually done literally any customizations other than the ones they tell you to do manually.
So have they really done any customization, or have you done a customization?
Good questions.
Oh, can we show some of the 3D printed stuff that we've had in the past?
Yeah, sure. You got this. Cool. If you want to switch over to the little cam,
Yeah.
I can show it off.
There we go.
So we've got this right here, a little
A horn.
horn held by some dwarves. A couple of the feet fell off, but
Let me see yeah, there you go.
it's a nice side shot.
Whatever, you're not the boss of me.
So we got that.
Awesome.
These are the bolts that everybody has been talking about. Despite the sound, this one sounds like a dying cat.
Yeah, terrible bolt. That bolt did not like. You gotta.
There we go. That one's better. But yeah.
Those are our fidget toys around here.
These were
Fans
3D
are
printed
Already
separately.
spinning up on the computer.
It's
Yeah, those are two different types of plastic as well. The white
Yeah.
is PLA and the black is a PETG, if I remember correctly.
and what are the differences between those?
PLA is a corn-based plastic, or at least sort of plant-based, and PETG can withstand high temperatures, and it's easier to recycle.
Dice tower.
Actually, can you give me that dice tower and I'm going to use it as a
Absolutely.
support for this, like right here? Perfect.
have a little cat and a little steamboat. Very
Alright.
cool stuff.
Very cool stuff. Alright, let's see what's going on in the...
Alright.
What's going on now?
I'm wiring up the hotbed. This is again right behind a motor where it's hard to get at. But
Okay.
this side came out. Where's it here? There we go.
Okay.
And now, I believe we actually are done.
Officially?
In terms of
Wires?
building it,
Mechanical stuff.
mechanical
The
and wires,
physical,
yeah.
putting things together.
Da, 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 da.
Like the book didn't even have any instructions on what to do with the heated print bed and stuff. Red gutters. Those are going to get jammed up in there somehow.
So this place, what's the purpose of this plate in particular?
This is the heated build plate, so this can get hot, and making this hot will help plastic adhere properly. So we probably need to undo those.
I think that one needs to slide out a little bit, but the other ones should be pretty close.
I think that may have been hitting something here.
It's getting, the cable's getting squished right there, so let's...
It's a circle, so it can turn any direction we want it to.
Let's try doing that.
I genuinely don't understand how this is supposed to be leveled.
It just is, as far as they're concerned.
For now, let's tighten all these against it. That seems to do it just fine.
That was one of the problems you had with your last one, right?
Yes, I've had
Leveling the...
leveling issues. Every printer, you're going to have leveling issues, but
Looking good.
okay.
Yeah.
We're not going to use the glass or the sticker today. So. If we do want to do
put
it,
them on to take them, see how it looks.
Bam. Bam.
Bam.
that's what it's going to look like.
Beautiful.
Real nice. Ta-da!
Ta-da! We did it, guys.
Helpfully
Whole
put the extruder on the pack, which I still can't get over that, but
I mean, you could always just move it.
no, I'll move it at some point. For now, it's fine.
We could literally just scoot it to this side if we wanted to.
Yeah, but then that would interfere with this. We'd have to scoot it to that side, then we'd have to run the cable through the other direction. It's fine like this. Okay. So till now, the assembly is finished, and next we will show how to set up the machine.
So now we have a machine, but it doesn't do anything quite yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I need a CP 2012 driver.
Alright, let's go back to the main. Bam. That is the 3D printer that's full glory. Can you move the... Yeah, that's the full glory of it. It's tall. like a half Malcolm tall from this shot.
I am taller. It's still like the size of my torso, which is big torso.
Did that download? Where did it go? We could set up screen capture, but I will probably just actually tell you what I'm doing because it's nothing terribly exciting. Right now I'm trying to get the damn drivers to download. Here we go.
That would be an exciting stream watching the download bar.
No, it wasn't that they weren't downloading. It was that I downloaded it 3 times and it didn't open up in the Finder.
Hmm. Just the download stream. We get some nice elevator music.
Okay, so...
Is it 18.4? I think it's moving forward, is it?
That's what I do every Friday. Jeez, how many times do you want me to say okay?
A
Too
lot.
many.
All of the times.
I think it's going now. Oh, and it didn't actually tell us how to build the spool holder.
The what?
The spool holder.
Oh,
It never actually
True.
mentioned that.
did not mention. Do you want me to like put it together with what we have left?
Yeah, why don't you give that a shot?
Okay. Let's see.
Here. If you need screws that aren't these, I probably have them as well.
I should be able to do it with these.
Have to restart? It said we had to restart, but then it didn't say to restart.
Alright.
The spool holder.
Shits and giggles, I'm a
Why would you need that?
To hold the spool as it unspools, pretty much.
Well, I mean, technically you could just use, where did it go? They gave us a sample of PLA somewhere here.
I think
about-
it's over back there.
No, not that sample of PLA. They gave us, if you wanted to avoid using spool holder, you could use PLA in lengths like this, but you won't be able to print very much.
Not worth.
Okay.
Alright, let's go with that.
I may actually have to go watch one of the videos. We'll see.
Right now we're watching Malcolm build the spool holder.
Mm-hmm.
With no instructions, right?
No instructions. It's
Free
not
hand.
that hard to figure it out, though. Should be pretty easy to do.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of getting the right size screws.
Yeah.
There's a web Arduino editor?
Apparently.
Not what I want. I want to download the IDE.
Uh-oh.
That's an extra screw. You don't need it.
Yeah, I got plenty of those.
It's
Yeah.
gone. The nail elves took it.
Okay.
It does seem to have disappeared into the ether.
Okay, so let's just do.
This is going to explode. We already tested it. So I am going to need to plug this in a moment.
All right.
So, you know, don't lick the live
I'll-
wires.
I won't lick the live wires. As tempting as it is.
Do it. Just do it.
You're a horrible influence, Alan.
An enabler.
Cool. Okay.
It is a little disconcerting that it makes the extension cord arc every time, but you know,
Just a little bit.
it's fine.
Wait, what was that? It makes it what now?
Did you hear the pop when I plugged it in?
No.
I did.
Cool. Chat, did you hear it?
I heard it.
It's I forget electrically what you have to do, but on devices that draw a high amperage, you want them to slowly ramp up over the course of, you know, a couple milliseconds, as opposed to drawing all the power at once, because you can arc 120 volts over, you know, half a centimeter, which is about the size of the space you have inside the plug when you've got it half plugged in, but not 100%.
Oh, cool. Okay, so chat did not hear that sound. Okay.
It wasn't very loud, but we could potentially do it closer to the microphone, although that's probably a bad idea.
Probably a bad idea.
Yeah, we probably don't want to do that. I mean, you never know, but
Probably not. Okay.
Okay, open up the Arduino IDE. And we find the link for the firmware. We'll start with this link.
Those were all the pieces to the spool holder?
pretty much. I mean, like, technically this is
more are
also
you
a piece,
expecting?
but yeah, it's about 4 screws, 4 bolts, 4 panel pieces, and the bit that holds the spool itself.
And on these, you really don't want to over tighten them.
Yeah. Should be fine.
Bam.
Yeah, that's
Done.
goofy, but it's, you know, decent spool holder. And Google's gonna take their sweet time unzipping
So
it.
this. Yeah. You want to just open this? or-
Don't open that one. If you
You
want to
got it.
demo what it looks like, I'll grab an open tool.
And that just feeds it nicely into the.
Yeah, it just
printer.
lets it spin as the extruder pulls from the spool.
Here you go. Here's like a third
Awesome.
of a spool of the white.
So,
You want to keep, for PLA, you want to keep it sealed and with a desiccant for as long as you can, because it will actually absorb water from the air and
Oh,
then
wow.
not print
that
well.
just sits right there, and then just will unspool as needed.
Wow, 406 megs in this folder.
Easy feed.
I last updated it on April 9th, so we're getting a fresh copy of firmware.
Cool. But yeah,
Ta-da. Good job, Malcolm.
Anycubic.
Not sponsored. Hashtag not sponsored.
But yeah,
Okay.
that's
So-
how that works.
Okay, so we need to use Pronterface and just define literally everything? Is that how we're doing it? Okay.
What's going on, Chris? What's wrong with our... He's making faces. He's making faces about this. He's reading things, and he's making faces.
This is not for this version of the printer, so it probably doesn't matter.
Okay.
But, oh no, this is for the linear plus. Okay, I see. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, okay.
Alright, so it's happening.
Well, I got the firmware. It's whole directory. I think this comes with it's got the whole manual and drivers and a copy of Cura. Yeah, just a copy of Cura like you could get off of the internet. It doesn't actually have settings for this printer. Should be helpful. It's got 2 different versions of Arduino, both for Mac and Windows. Don't know why.
Everything you could ever want and more.
So we don't have the CoCell Plus. We have the Anycubic CoCell.
Mm-hmm.
So let's drag that to the desktop. And I'll archive that. Oh, nice. This is actually the manual.
What we had was not the real manual?
No, it's the exact same manual. It doesn't even have the fixed instructions.
Oh, great. Scanned. Just a clean
Nope,
scan.
not scanned, because it has a watermark over it. How to use Hotbed on CoCell. It does not include a hotbed. Okay?
So that's not a hotbed?
No, this is just from the old version. Yep. Wire both 5 and 11 amps. New firmware that supports Hotbed.
If anyone has suggestions about things to 3D print, there's a link for Thingiverse and my mini factory.
Nope, this is the same firmware. Okay, so the firmware supports the Hotbed.
We probably won't be able to print it on stream tonight, but if you got,
I would very much like to. Yeah, it's only 8 o'clock, so there's a chance we will get this printing tonight, and that I will be showing off some prints probably Monday.
Yeah.
On stream.
Yeah, Monday.
Awesome.
Noon Pacific time here, where you'll be playing Kerbal Space Program, right?
That is the plan.
Cool. With
Fun times.
with Zach, who was the voice behind the mic a little while ago, before I took over.
Okay, readme. Don't open Xcode to read the readme. Come on. Fine. Visual Studio Code. This is not for production use.
You can't produce things?
Oh, this is literally just Marlin firmware, huh? Literally just Marlin firmware. Well, let's see if there's a newer version of the Marlin firmware.
Following back just the
Yeah, just
different
get it from
things
the
towards
original,
the source.
the real people.
What are you fidgeting with?
Just
Nope, that's not something I want
stuff.
to do. Okay. Find the .ino file.
There seems to be a lot of steps to set it up.
It's not that complicated. I just have not used Arduino in a long, long time. So I'm trying to, make sure that I connect to the right thing and... Okay, here we go. So we want Tools menu, and select the board, Arduino Mega 2560, processor, AT Mega 2560. All right, so we got that correct. assume it's this one, but let's see. Yep.
All right.
Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm just trying to find the correct serial port to connect to.
And then all this will be powered through your computer, right?
It's got a Arduino computer in here,
Mm-hmm.
but what I'm doing right now is trying to upload the firmware onto it.
Emerald Embers asks, how's printing going? Printing is going through the
It's
setup.
going well.
The
We are not actually technically printing yet,
the machine is done though.
but yeah, everything
The
should be
machine,
set
yeah,
up.
the machine should be completely set up at this point. Well, the last thing we have to do is cut off the excess belt. Uploading firmware. I think that means I selected the right port.
It's good. This is good.
Presumably.
What does it say on the screen? Anything?
Just says Anycubic ready and has some numbers that seem to be the temperatures of stuff.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Done uploading. So it should
Yep.
be rebooting now.
Just rebooted.
That's it.
Uh-huh.
I feel like it's missing, the printer part. Then that's what Emerald Ember says.
Well, we
It's-
have the
it's-
hardware done. It's
All
the
of the-
software that we're working
Yeah.
on now. But I think we should just about ready to.
8756 just wants to say hello. Just want to say that hyenas are more related to cats than dogs, which is a fun fact for me because I did not know that.
Is that true? Huh? I did not know that.
I can see it. They're very cat-like.
Yeah.
Meat Frost is back and says, so that wasn't too pretty. I won one of the 2 games that I played. They were playing League. Not that I did a lot to deserve to win.
I never really got into League. Like, I understood why some people found it fun. I just never had a group to play with. And I feel like for League, you really need to have a group to play with. Otherwise, it really just is not going to be as much fun.
Oh, actually, the version of Pronterface that this comes with is the latest version. I'm still gonna get it from the actual source. I'm paranoid like that. I don't like just because it has the same file name as the real file. I'm not installing anything that they gave me.
That's fair.
Not on my computer. On this, that's fine.
More fun facts about hyenas. The spotted hyenas are the biggest hyenas.
Yep.
This is gonna be dumb. Are these the kind of hyenas from The Lion King?
I think the ones from The Lion King are spotted, but I'm not 100% sure. Just based on the size of them compared to the other lions. I don't know if they were actually spotted in The Lion King, but
That's my experience with hyenas. I did not spend much time at the zoo.
I haven't spent a lot of time like looking into hyenas either. I know a weird amount about hyenas for how little I have looked into them.
Explain how you got this information.
I have no idea. I just know it.
Did you fall down like a Wikipedia hole? 'Cause
I may have. I find myself doing that far too often where I'll just be like, I don't have anything better to do right now. And then I have spent like a ton of time just jumping from Wikipedia page to Wikipedia page. Just like, how did I get to this? I was looking at authors 4 minutes ago.
I do that all the time.
it's kind of fun.
The other day I was researching something in particular, and then I started going down a Wikipedia hole at the periodic table of elements, and is everything a metal, and are gold crystals metals? And the answer is sort of yes, but not exactly.
Yeah, when you get down to it, there's a lot that we're just sort of like, yeah, sure, I guess.
Yeah, that's basically the answer. Was like, do you want it to be? Okay.
A lot of science, once you get past like the stuff that we teach everybody as fundamental facts, is kind of just like, I guess, sure.
Okay, so
Third fun fact about hyenas. The alphas are female.
Hyenas typically are matriarchal.
That would explain a few things.
Is that fan is not running?
That fan is not running?
It doesn't seem to be running. I just touched it. It's not running.
Yes, that was DC cartoon where Batman fought Literal Poop. That was the Dark Injustice, the Injustice League Dark. Whereas the Magic ones, yeah, my cousin told me about that one.
Have you ever gone on Wikipedia, hit random, and then tried to find your way to a specific page, only clicking links?
It's
Like,
easy if the specific page is philosophy.
I mean, yeah, But yeah, it's-
like 6 degrees of separation.
a little bit, but it's a lot harder because there's a lot more degrees usually.
You know, it's funny you bring up Batman because, whoa.
Sorry, am I completely in front of the camera now?
Yep. Jordana, my fiance, and I played Injustice this past week on stream on Wednesday. What are we making, guys? We're making a 3D printer.
We made this.
We have made a 3D printer. We're trying to get the 3D printer working now.
You're right in the shot.
Sorry, I'll turn around. We have to probably spin that back around. I'm just trying to figure out why the fan isn't turning, because it says in here. Well, first of all, it calls both fans the 41 or the 4010 fan, which is not super helpful.
Omar 8076 just says they're going to give us animal facts this entire stream. Is that cool?
They're doing what?
Just giving us animal facts.
Oh yeah, sure.
I
Mind
like
some
that.
animal facts.
I'll take it.
So it says the radiator cooling fan should be on if the temperature is higher than 6 degrees Celsius, which seems awful cool. Yeah, nozzle temperature, hotbed temperature. Okay. Yeah, that got hotter. It's 26 now, so presumably that's working.
Yeah. Good catch. The Megalodon was the biggest shark in the entire world, measuring entire 20 meters worth.
Is a megalodon classified as a shark?
The strongest jaw force in the animal kingdom.
Isn't that isn't the strongest jaw force of in the like mammals is the hyena, correct? Like they have the strongest bite force.
That's nuts. Really?
Yeah, like they can literally snap bones.
Damn.
Like hyenas are crazy.
These are the fans. Oh, you know what? No, is it plugged in? Doesn't look like it's plugged in.
Me, what time is it for you? I'm very curious.
So we're gonna unplug that. Get this on DC voltage.
No, Meat Frost. I was asking.
Get this
Meat
on. You
Frost.
can get this on
It's on
camera
the
somehow.
chat.
All right. Here, if you want to put the
All right, let's look
the
at
small
this.
camera up. And,
Damn. All right. Measuring the charge.
I'm seeing if there's power going to the fan connector.
I hope so.
Why is it doing that? I need to be able to see it as well.
Wow, it's early.
Is this giving it? Let's just give this.
Omar, do you have any more animal facts for us? No juice?
No, it's just this is not a terrific multimeter. It's got 0.5 volts on it. That's clearly not correct.
There's a little bit of an issue.
Thanks to Old Spice Hydro Wash, my quest for hydration was finally over. Was it a mistake to use my only water to take a shower in a place devoid of all water? Only the sands of time can be the judge of that. To take a shower in a place devoid of all water? Only the sands of time can be the judge of that.
7 p.m.
To take a shower in a place devoid of all water?
Still 6 hours sleep.
Only the sands of time can be the judge of that. To take a shower in a place devoid of all water?
Still 6 hours sleep.
Only the sands of time can be the judge of
Oh,
that.
that's
Around
7
Take a
hours.
shower in a place devoid of all water?
No, 6 hours sleep.
Only the sands of time can
Math
be
is
the
off.
judge
Oh,
of that.
that's
Take a shower in a place devoid of all water?
no, that's 8 hours. That's full 8 hours. Math is off. Oh, that's
Take a shower in a place devoid of all water?
no, that's 8 hours. That's full 8 hours. Math is off. Oh,
Bigger
that's
than the models.
Take a shower in a place devoid of all water?
I'm going to start by
8 hours. That's full 8
something
hours.
this
Math is
to
off.
heat up and see if that does anything. Would be kind of cool if we had a... That's heating up.
Oh, did something happen? Were you guys getting it?
Fan kicked in. Okay. It says 6 degrees, but what it meant was 60 degrees. That makes a lot more sense.
That does make a lot more sense. It's a really quiet fan. I mean, it is very small, but still pretty quiet.
You guys?
Um,
Sorry
what
about
the
that, guys.
What's that?
I opened a window and I was trying to say something. I must have interfered with the sound. I'm sorry, guys.
is there no sound at all?
No. So I checked something on another website and it must have been playing an ad.
Oh,
And they were getting the ad. So I apologize for that.
we should have ad block installed.
It was on Twitch, right?
No, so yeah, oh yeah, we don't have ad block on.
No, we do. We have an ad block installed. It is just disabled for Twitch. You know, because we are like a Twitch partner and stuff. And didn't want to stream us blocking Twitch ads.
Probably not. That might be a little bit bad.
I don't think it's specifically against the rules, but it also seemed like it was not a cool thing to do. Now that fan is kicking in.
Yeah, I can hear that, man. Oh, there are ads to get around ad block too? Weird.
It's a constant battle between ad block and ads as they just try to figure out ways to one up each other. Sort of like Darwinist evolution.
Oh, that's gonna be hard for me to. Sarcosuchus was the biggest alligator, measuring 16 to 18 meters, with the third strongest jaw force. I hope I pronounced that right.
So what is the strongest jaw force of mammals? Is it hyenas? Like the spotted hyenas? Because I thought it was spotted hyenas, but I might be wrong.
Megalodon hunted blue whales. That's terrifying.
$2,500. Oh, there. There we go. So I can see a live view of the temperature on my monitor now.
Wonderful.
Oh, cool.
Everything seems to be working.
We got
So far, should not be on there.
Okay, I will be
Too
right
bad.
back right now.
Yeah. What's that?
I'll be right back. I need to get a phone call right now.
Okay.
yeah, for sure.
That fan should shut itself off any minute now.
Temperature is steadily ticking down.
give this a minute for that to fall below 60. It is down to 75 degrees. Oh, and then we need to
Put that back down.
that back down.
Wait, hold on.
Some of the cables can be sticking out the side. This is going to come back off again, so it doesn't have to be perfect.
Somehow this one is way off now.
How did that happen?
I have no idea. Is this not a perfect circle?
Should be.
Yeah, it should be a perfect circle, and yet
Oh, this one is off too. You got it shifted that way a little bit. I'll do some cable management on that.
it's sticking up and it's bugging me.
Yeah, I got that. All right. Kind of feel like I should wait for Ellen to do the next thing because actually we're going to see this move in a second.
Yeah, okay, cool.
You know, I can pull up the chat on here so we can actually see what's going on.
Yeah. Opened up my phone and just gun sounds.
That is solid.
It's so good.
Okay, so we got chat open. Pop out.
Okay.
I always hit viewer list when I need to pop
Right?
out the chat. You would think, like, I've been doing this for long enough, I would know how the damn Twitch interface works. Okay, boom.
Nice.
It lives.
It lives.
Is that this fan that's turned on?
No?
Oh, that must be just motors. Or squealing, holding it in position. That's... Right? It's gotta be the motors. Huh.
Nothing seems to be broken, so should be okay for now. Ah. And it stopped.
Okay. Can you run and get a sheet of printer paper?
Absolutely.
No, careful, you got this
Yeah,
right around the chair. I got it.
All right.
So let's get the scissors here and just cut out.
Rough circle.
It doesn't even have to be a circle, just like a square, some kind of shape that's about half the size of this thing. Yeah, Alan, you missed it moving. It's alive.
It's alive. Damn.
It's alive. Here, I'll let it do the same thing again.
Oh snap! It's alive.
It's alive.
Oh man. Okay, wait.
That is a much nicer circle than we need.
I care about my circles.
Okay. Have you guys been following chat? And
A little bit, but not too much.
Lead Frost. Kind of wish witches existed in our universe.
Ditto.
Not saying they don't. It's not impossible that something like a wizard exists. We just haven't found them. True. Wait, whoa. Check that out.
Okay.
It's alive.
So that ought to be close to 100 millimeters off of the build plate. Yeah, I mean, for 130 millimeter values of 100 millimeters. We also, like, we're not using the glass plate, but,
Let's see. The
Glass plate
Nucleus
built up by probably about
Stoas had a 15-meter shark-like
3
fish without the teeth.
millimeters or so.
Had armor around its head that also worked like teeth that could bite through the most heavily armored sea creature. Also had armor placed around its eyes. Oh, it had an exoskeleton?
the emergency stop is yanking on this, by the way.
Cool.
Oh, we have a fully evolved version of a small version of that? I want to look that up. Nucleus. I don't know how to pronounce this.
Okay,
Gonna look that up.
let's go down to 10 millimeters. Everything's looking good so far.
Whoa. That looks terrifying.
Spooky.
That's
It's-
like 40 millimeters.
It's alive!
Yeah, so it seems like it's off by about
Oh, what
30.
is this? It's alive! It's totally alive.
Yeah, the ocean terrifies me. I mean, like, the deep ocean. I don't mind swimming in, like, you know, at beaches, but, like, deep ocean seems utterly terrifying. If I had to,
Oh.
like, say anything about that.
Hey, congratulations! That's just 4 days away. Omar's graduating the 6th of June. Congratulations. Graduating high school? College? Something else?
Okay, we can go
It's
negative on this, so that's 0. That's -5.
Frost agrees. The deep ocean is
Minus
terrifying.
10.
Whereas Omar loves
Minus
the ocean.
15.
Oh, I love the ocean as well. It's just,
Minus 20.
Whoa, careful with that.
Yeah, so we want to go on even further. I think we can do another 5.
5 should be fine.
What was that?
Oh, Omar lives in Iceland. Interesting.
It might have been this.
Oh, yeah, that can be turned off.
There you go.
Yeah, the ocean is fascinating,
3,
but very terrifying.
4,
Hello, all the way from Los Angeles. Thank you for joining us from
6.
Iceland.
7. They go down another jump that much?
Yeah.
Oh,
Alright, could go down one more like that?
Yeah, should be able to.
Okay, now let's say 29.5. 29.7.
It's like just off.
Let's go to 30.
Still
just
like
make sure it doesn't actually hit.
ever so slightly off.
Yeah, Omar, I bet you're right. I bet there's a
30.2.
creature bigger than the blue whale out there.
Right,
in the deep ocean.
30.4. Like
There's just so much darkness we
just
haven't
off.
actually seen it.
We can go a little bit more.
So what are you guys trying to do exactly with that right now?
Get it like just there we go. I think that's still like just off. Probably because the paper's sticking up a little bit.
We're up to 31. 31.5.
That's
Is it touching it? Let me see.
pretty much touching it.
Yeah, that's, I go 0.2 more, so 31.7.
So why?
That's too much.
31.6.
All right, 31 and a half.
Cool.
Can I do, let's see. That didn't move. Okay.
All right. So why are we trying to do it as close? As possible?
Because for optimal 3D printing, you want the nozzle to be above the height of the build plate by just about the width of a piece of paper.
Oh wow. Okay. That makes
That seems to be about the right width. And because of all the variability and like we put this together, they can't possibly measure the distance between this end stop and the top of the plate to half a millimeter
To
accuracy.
the width of a piece of paper.
Yeah. So we've measured that ourselves, and now, oh, cool! I have to update the firmware.
You have to update it.
I have to I have to change the definition in the actual firmware.
Cool.
Okay, so
All right. Let's see. They actually evolved a creature that was half mammal, half reptile, and it was the apex predator at the time. It existed before the dinosaurs. Also, Omar says if you spin paper fast enough, you can cut a coconut in half.
Yeah, people have attached just to show the fact that friction and like centrifugal force is scary. If you put a like perfectly circular paper blade into a grinder, like one of the hand grinders, you can cut through a ton of different things.
Whoa.
Yeah, because as
paper
long as
is
you're,
also really tough.
yeah, like paper is
Surprisingly
ridiculously tough for what it is. Like you can actually make solid armor out of paper if you want to. You just need a lot of it, and you just fold it over itself repeatedly. Like you could make body armor that will actually stop a lot of stuff. I mean, it's not going to stop like a bullet for the most part, but like, yeah, paper is very cool when it comes to what it can stop.
So, it is as close as it should be. It's moving up and down. Just updating the firmware right now.
Should be literally there.
What would be the next step?
I believe that the next step is actually going to be printing.
Cool.
Awesome.
So we are almost there.
Oh yeah, I knew this one from astronomy. In 1.8 billion years, the Milky Way the Milky Way will collide with some other galaxy.
I believe it's Andromeda.
I believe it's Andromeda.
Yeah. They're
That close
on
to
a
one.
collision course to bump into each other. I think like even if one of us somehow was still alive then, I don't know that it would impact our galaxy that much.
They're just kind of like bump.
I mean, yeah, the thing is the distances are so much. Like, yes, it would drastically change what our skies looked like, but it's such a huge distance, and the speed that it would be moving would not be enough to actually, like, all of the anytime you've seen a simulation of that, and this is just me going off of my like very basic understanding of like, I guess that would be astrophysics maybe. Like I don't think that
Shit.
what
Oh no.
What number did we come up with? Because I just quit the damn software.
37.5 or no
Minus 37.5. You sure? No,
Negative.
no, it's 31. wasn't
negative
it?
31.
Okay, we're doing this again.
Okay.
Okay, guys, did you catch that number?
Let's
I'll
grab a
write
pen.
it down.
Yeah, grab a pen.
This handy 3D printed cup right here. It's real cool looking.
There's also a black hole with a mass of 80 billion suns near our solar system. That's what you call terrifying.
I mean, theoretically, we don't know for sure, but there might be a black hole at the center of our galaxy.
Why wouldn't I be surprised?
Do I have to quit Arduino? Because
Oh no.
Okay,
What was that?
that's 0.
Yeah, no, it's sticking. It's not moving at all. So go up a little bit.
And that's. We're just gonna do this whole procedure again.
Did you know zombies actually exist?
Yes, there's a fungus that can take over the brains of ants, and then the ants climb up to the top of grass, and they get eaten by sheep, because the sheep are eating the grass, the fungus can then affect the sheep's brains. It's technically not a zombie, and that the thing is still alive. It's just a parasite. Like zombie, it depends on how you classify zombie.
That's the premise for The Last of Us, right?
A little bit. It's that a fungal virus just went ape shit out of control, and we couldn't stop it, really.
Well, at least like the zombies in that game are based on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 31.
So what happens when we eat the sheep? I don't know. I guess we become zombies.
32. Yep, 31 and a half.
31 and a half.
Minus 31 and a half.
Right? I can
You're right.
put words from my head onto paper.
Ooh, gruesome. Okay.
They call that 31.55 because I didn't hear it move, but it actually did move a little closer for that. All right, now
Don't forget that number, guys.
Not just
We
a
have it
fungus.
written down,
It is
but
a larva
still.
that snails eat, and it controls its eyes.
Huh.
Nature's terrifying.
Nature is terrifying.
there are a lot of parasites that are alleged to control people's minds.
I saw one that controlled a fish. Like it takes over its tongue essentially.
Oh yeah, there's a smaller fish that will
Yeah.
eat the tongue of a bigger fish, and then is basically that fish's tongue.
Yeah, it's cool.
But that's a little bit of a symbiotic relationship, and oh no, that is mostly parasitic.
Yeah.
There is a really interesting symbiotic relationship between some smaller fish and sharks,
Yes.
where the smaller fish will pick the shark's teeth clean, and the sharks in turn will not eat the smaller fish.
Okay, so this says that if the number is positive, you subtract it from 300. And if it's negative, add it to 300. So we're going to...
Yes, there are billions of microorganisms on you eating your dead flesh. Yes, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Nature.
Also, I don't know if this is still accurate, but I'm pretty sure that every 7 years you will have everything in your body will have regenerated to the point where you have none of the same cells.
Yeah. I've heard of that as well. You are no longer the same you that you were then. No part of you is the
From
same.
a philosophical standpoint, you will never stand in the same river twice.
Yeah. Hey. I'm not Jordana. I will not stand in the Jordana actually wrote a whole thesis about that.
Oh.
Okay, gotta quit this.
Jordana is my fiance, and she streams with me on Wednesdays.
She's also a nerd about philosophy.
She is a big nerd when it comes to philosophy.
See, I'm not a nerd when it comes to philosophy.
Again.
I'm just a nerd when it comes to Star Wars and or D&D. Those are the two things that I'm good at being a nerd about.
Jen and I will probably be playing Stardew Valley, moving away from Injustice and going back to Stardew Valley.
Come on, don't crash on me, Arduino. Not like
Parasite eats
this.
fish's tongues, takes the tongues in place, and eats the food the fish eats in the fish's tongue. Yeah. Yeah, that's the fish that we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That makes you scary. That's appropriate. Hey, Crash? The firmware crash?
The whole Arduino ID
Oh, no.
locked up.
No.
That's no good.
We're so close.
Yeah, and it takes like a minute to launch the damn ID8 too. So.
All right, guys.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
it. We're calling it now.
Yep. Find out about the cube that I printed on Monday. Now we're gonna get to the point.
We're doing it. We've committed at this point.
Yeah, at this point we're not gonna stop now.
Damn. What was our record for the longest stream?
We're there probably.
Well, we started at about 12:25 or so.
I can tell you.
When did we start?
We have 8. We've been streaming for 8 hours and 21 minutes.
Cool.
I mean, I don't think this is quite the longest one, but it's gonna be.
We're
It's
getting
gonna
up
be.
there. By the time we're done, we'll probably have been streaming for the longest.
Yeah, probably. No, just over 9 hours, I would guess.
The honey badger and the wolverine are the most dangerous animals on the planet. What classifies them as the
So
most
most dangerous by like body weight,
By what measure?
or
By what
like,
measure? Like
the amount of toddlers that they can kill compared to other animals? How do you measure most dangerous?
animals that don't care. Animals
Done
with
uploading?
with
Did we?
adamantium in their skeleton.
Okay, we're gonna try 2 things here.
Oh yeah, have you guys read about that one? I think it was a badger, but it might have been a wolverine that repeatedly escaped its enclosure and like stole stuff from the zookeepers to escape its enclosure. And then the first thing it did when they decided that it had gotten lonely and wanted a mate, when they put the mate in, was climb on top of the mate to escape its enclosure. It's a very driven badger.
Okay, I just discovered how you do bed leveling on this. You do bed leveling with these 3 screws.
Huh.
Oh.
Because you level the top and then, yeah. Okay, so,
Honey badger fought 3 lions and survived. What happened to the lions?
That's because lions are cowards. Seriously, lions. Everybody's like, oh man, lions are terrifying. Those things are just giant cats. They will run the fuck away if you, like, can injure them at all. Like, they're just like, this is not worth my time. I'm gonna, like, go away now.
So brave like lion. Gryffindor means nothing.
I mean, that's like the... Lions themselves are not brave. Like, the idea behind lions being brave does make a little bit of sense.
Meatballs agrees with you.
Yeah, lions are just big cats. Big cats are basically just small cats, but big. Like,
or small cats are basically just big cats.
yeah. They're all just in general pretty spooked about doing literally anything.
Oh, interesting. The honey badger skin is loose, so if you hold their backs, they can.
Normally
turn
you'd
around
want
and
to
claw.
put tape all over the entire build plate if you were going to use the build plate like that, but we're just going to print something small in the center here, so this ought to be good enough.
Interesting. I did not. They had such loose skin.
Save some tape. All right, so with the height set up okay, well, let's just double check. G1, Z, 0. And if we hear this crunching and breaking, then we pull the power. But since
We should have this right.
we should have this right, it's worth it to
Theoretically.
test it, worth it to run it up and down, make sure, you know, the belts are going to be okay. And actually, technically, we probably didn't even need to cut the belts. That looks pretty perfect. We can just barely wiggle that card under there. Perfect. Okay.
Great.
Now, it says the first thing to do is to print, but it also...
Also, like wolves are just dogs.
Actually, you know
Wolves
what?
are
We
more
can
brave.
try. Let's get this and this.
Yeah, it's a
Do I actually have to
dragon.
rip the
It's the
nice
biggest lizard on the planet.
shiny packaging?
I think so.
Oh, no, you don't.
Wait,
No?
alright,
cool.
wait,
Oh,
we're
cool.
focusing on 3D print for a little bit. What's going on?
Hmm?
What's going on next?
Okay, so we got this alleged card reader in this very shiny gold pack.
Like, it's so fancy.
That makes it like a rare like reader.
It is
right?
a rare foil reader.
Right.
Yeah. And then there's this exceptionally blank SD card, but I'm hoping it's got some pre-sliced models on it. So.
Yeah, the Komodo dragonfish, bacteria in its saliva. Yeah, it's poisonous. Can kill you.
Yeah. Catfish actually also have little poisonous, I think it's like hooks or spikes on them.
Catfish are poisonous?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, like, not enough
Okay,
to
they
like
have a file called card test no
kill you
use
completely,
dot
but
Wait, card use, no use?
card test no use .g code, but it's 0 bytes long.
Okay. So no use.
I don't think we want the things that are on this file, this card. Let's see. I downloaded a bunch of stuff. Does that have test models? Just STLs. Okay, so that means I have to set up the software. I like how in the manual it's like, okay, and now the next step is go print a test cube. We don't include a test cube, and we're not going to tell you how to set the software up. Have fun.
You're like, and you're done, right?
fantastic.
It's done. You're done.
Okay, shit, I have the wrong version of Cura on this computer.
Uh-oh.
Welcome to Updating Stuff the Stream.
Oh, that's it, guys. Bye-bye. Scare factor.
Can you open the door? It is starting to get a little toasty in here.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Okay. Scare factor is 0 out of 10. Omar's gonna say the name of a scary animal, and you rate it from the scale from 0 to 10.
Is that how scared I am of it, or just how scary I think that people in general think it is, or how scary it actually is? How do we do this rating system properly? What metric are we also rating it on? Is it just our fear, or how dangerous we think it is?
Wouldn't hurt.
Sure. Yeah. I'll say how afraid of it I am, and then someone should probably tell me, no, you're being done. You should be more afraid. Always be more afraid.
I have a concept for a druid that I want to play who is terrified of nature and thinks that nature is like the scariest thing on the planet, and the reason he's a druid is to try and control nature and protect people from nature.
Just the ones that
'Cause,
creep
like-
you out and how dangerous it is. So yeah,
Okay, cool.
How afraid of it are you?
So go ahead and say the animals. What are these animals that you're going to be saying?
I'll read them out as they come along. Come along.
Machine center is 0. We have a heated bed, but we're not going to use it. Our nozzle size is 0.4.
The bobbit worm.
Fuck a gantry.
Bobbit worms are scary, but no, they are pretty goddamn scary. I don't know how dangerous they are because I don't know how like hard their jaws can shut. Don't look up a bobbit worm; it's going to terrify you of ever going in
Okay.
the water again.
Okay. Never mind. That alone was probably around 7 to me.
Yeah. Do you know what a bobbit worm is at
No.
all? Okay. Do you want to know?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
They're kind of cool.
No.
Like on a coolness factor, I'd rate them like, I don't know. I'd rate them pretty cool on a scale of not cool to very cool. It's a very arbitrary scale.
The goblin shark.
Again, pretty scary. Don't know how dangerous it actually is. These are mostly just like sea creatures that look really spooky.
0 out of 10 though. How would you say?
As far as just like the spookiness of it, is its mouth like, is it attacking me, or is it just like chill? Because it's like it depends on what the attitude of it towards me is. Because if it's trying to kill me, then it's pretty scary. But that's just because it's like trying to kill me. That'll make anything pretty scary.
Just on a primal level, when you hear goblin shark, how does it make you feel?
I'm not gonna go near it. but,
Automatically
like,
scale my cube to 70% of the original
I'm not
size.
gonna be like
I'd look at it curiously, but I'm probably not going to go near it. Would be what I'd say. I would not touch it. Yeah, I would not touch the goblin shark. Very very spook.
Oh, camel spider. I've heard of this.
Oh, those are terrifying.
Those are
No, those are very much. That's a
Right.
10 on the scariness level.
Like a 9 or 10, yeah.
Because camel spiders, those are like huntsman spiders. Don't mind those. Those don't actually attack us. The only reasons that they're responsible for killing people in Australia is because during the winter they will climb up top in cars and then fall down when people turn on the heaters, and the person gets terrified because they like spider the size of my hand just dropped onto their like lap and then crashed the cars.
I mean, I would crash my car just on principle if that happened.
You'd be like, all right, no, this is it. This car needs to burn.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, like huntsman spiders, those guys are pretty chill. I'm not afraid of huntsman spiders. Camel spiders, those things, and this may be an entire myth, but it still is scary because somebody thought it up. Can take down camels, and that scares me.
Yeah.
They're also huge,
So,
like very huge.
to catch people
No
up,
spiders
what's
should take down camel.
Yeah, I agree with what Jordana said.
Jordana,
That should
who is
not be
off
allowed.
screen right now, my fiance, who streams with me on
Hi.
Wednesday. Yeah, she asked what's
She's
going
just
on.
off that way.
She's asking what we're up to, and right now we're just updating.
Doing printer
We are
setup,
very close to
almost
actually
starting to
printing.
print.
Oh my god.
Do we want to put some filament in?
That would tremendously help with the printing.
Yeah, yeah. Do we want to use?
Yeah, you got that white filament?
Yeah. Or do we want to use the little section of sample black? Is that too small?
I mean, it's not too small, but there's no point in even taking that out.
Here's another animal.
Alright.
The tarantula hawk.
Tarantula hawk. Those are cool.
I don't know a tarantula hawk.
I believe it's another spider. I think the tarantula hawk is the one that eats birds.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure.
Yep, no, that's a 10. That's a tenner.
I'm
See,
gonna
Like,
probably block the camera again, but this thing has too many settings.
Let's check it out.
We move the water.
Ben, this is what it currently looks like, up close and personal. They play some blue tape. What's the blue tape for again?
just keep everything clean.
It both keeps everything clean and it helps print adhesion.
Oh, the tarantula hawk is a giant wasp.
Oh no, yeah, no. Tarantula hawks are definitely up there. They're very high in that because tarantula hawks are fucking terrifying. They're huge, huge and spook.
Break on the end of this.
You doing okay, Jordana? Tarantula hawks are very scary.
That's true love when your fiance goes, you look dead.
Oh, man. Huntsman spiders, like, I can't be afraid of huntsman spiders ever since I saw the gif where somebody like pokes one in the butt and it like jumps and like flops away. Like it just was so adorable. I was like, I can't
Not a terrifying thing.
I can't be afraid of that. Somebody photoshopped like a little like top hat on it as it's running away.
Okay.
Pretty much ready to go.
Pretty much ready to go.
Okay,
Come one with the plant. All right, so we're gonna test that we can do that again.
Also, huntsman spiders, like, all they do is eat other spiders and, like, insects. They literally exist to deal with the other nopes of the world.
Yeah, you can't get too pissed off at that, I guess.
Like, they're big, which is a little bit scary, but they're not, like... Like, look at this thing. Blink. Like, you can't really be afraid of that.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry folks, the stream is kind of falling apart a little bit at this point, but it's 9 o'clock at night. We've been here all day,
Yeah.
and I think everyone probably in the audience and in the office here just wants to see this damn thing print. So we're getting the hot end up to 200 degrees Celsius.
It's a spider wasp. They're supposedly very docile.
We're
They're still very
at
scary
200.
looking. They're giant.
So we're going to watch this extrude for the very first time.
Extrude.
Yep, plastic came out the bottom.
Cool.
You might be able to see the.
You can probably see the little white bit driven down. Let me just get my spring steel.
Down.
You guys can see it?
A little bit of a drip.
Yeah.
It came out. What about the bullet ant?
Bullet ants don't scare me. I just know to avoid them.
You're not too likely to run into one of those.
Yeah, like I don't think I'm ever really gonna run into one. But if I did, I know that I'd be like, no, thank you. That looks like that might hurt me a lot.
No thank you.
Okay.
I'm gonna say pass on that. It's gonna be a hard pass.
Do we feel lucky?
I think we do feel lucky.
Feel lucky.
Who needs luck when you got our confidence in our work?
Oh, I wouldn't want to. Meat Frost says I wouldn't want to get stung by a tarantula hawk. Just watch the video of someone
Is
getting
this
stung
okay?
by
Give
one.
me an error, but
The
is it
man
actually
is on the
printed?
ground shouting. That is terrifying. No, these creatures are terrifying. Nature is scary.
Damn, nature, you scary.
It's doing something, so it gave me a whole bunch of errors when I hit print, but then it also started printing.
Whoa, check it out, man. Can you move the camera?
Yeah.
It's alive!
It's printing.
Moving.
It's not
Oh,
just
it's been
moving,
moving
it's
for
printing.
a while. It's printing.
It's printing.
It's actually printing. We did it. We
And you
built
see
a
this?
3D. We built a 3D printer in a day,
Oh God.
and we got it to print.
Where's the printer part of it?
You see this white?
I made that joke earlier. I was like, I asked how's it going, and I was like, it looks like it's missing the, printer part.
Well,
There it is.
so in the next.
It's also so freaky
This
to
says
watch.
5 hours, but that can't possibly be right. It's
It looks like a spider.
gotta be much less than that.
For finishing this.
This
just-
20 millimeter by 20 millimeter by 20 millimeter cube is not going to take 5 hours, especially not at this speed. This is going much
This
faster.
is going fast, man.
I'm kind of afraid it's gonna like. tell
It's
me
not
I'm
going
deep
like
now.
super smoothly. It looks like crap, but you know, it's working. Like you can see how the printer's rocking back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be doing that, but
Do they need to be tightened or loosened? Or...
the screws are too long. So I'll get in some washers and put them somewhere, and that should improve that a little bit.
So the screw shouldn't be like sticking out the top, right?
No, these screws
Oh,
are actually
those
supposed
are-
to be
No, I
sticking
mean
out.
on the wiggly bit.
Where?
Oh, up here?
Yeah, up there.
No, those are supposed to
those
be.
are
Yeah,
supposed
those
to
are
be
supposed to be
sticking out.
there. The part that's too long are the end bits right there.
Oh yes. I see
excuse
those
me?
also sticking out.
Question: what about this alligator snapping turtle or the common
Sir?
snapping turtle?
Snapping turtles are another one of those things where they don't scare me,
Oh,
but I would
okay.
not go near one.
I
Common?
got a recurring nightmare
But
about
nothing.
snapping turtles, giant snapping turtles. eating
Well,
people.
we've got this issue here.
Was it?
Alligators
Err.
and your
Error min temp bed printer halted. Please reset.
Oh no! We thought we were alive.
We were. It just
It lived for a little bit.
Stop
It's
them.
now dying again. Yes.
Alligators, aneurysms, and what was the third one?
It was alligators, crocodiles, and
Crocodiles
aneurysms.
and aneurysms. Okay.
See, snap.
The only things anyone should be afraid of.
The three top things that Sterling Archer is afraid
I
of.
thought they were the only things he was afraid of.
Okay, I can't do anything to
I mean, he
reset
said
this.
he's afraid of. He's totally afraid of other things like commitment, but.
The common snapping turtle It's aggressive. But
Oh,
the
I bet I could have
alligator
hit reset.
is a bouncer. I'd be more of the pouncing.
Be afraid of pouncing.
That'd be a great pouncing. The poodle moth.
What?
Are you afraid of the poodle moth?
What is a poodle?
I do not know what a poodle moth is.
That
Is that one of
sounds
those
too
moths
adorable
that's
to
like
be evil.
giant?
Or
Doesn't
how
look-
about a silverback
Real
gorilla
bad.
running
Well,
at you
is
angrily?
it?
I'd be terrified.
Yeah, not great, but like, hey,
For a 3D printer that was just a flat packed box 9 hours ago.
Shit.
I didn't know this was communion.
right, and then here, if you guys wanna pass that over here, again, I'll show chat. You can switch
Okay,
to the
it's
close
right
cam.
there,
So
you
yeah, we got
Right there.
Right,
a little bit blown out, but it's all white. It's a little rough, but there we go.
Yeah, it's not coming in too.
Yeah.
There you go.
That looks good.
Kind
It's
of.
actually just a computer processor, like futuristic.
3D printer, huh?
Yep. So how tall can this print again?
Like,
Yay tall.
Oh, thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
there we
Burner,
go.
for
There.
following.
Damn.
oh, thank you for following.
Thank you for the follow.
We'd follow you too, but I think that's illegal.
Well, people
We
follow
would-
us, but just not like in a cold way.
Nice.
Yeah.
Looks cool, Mr. Burner says.
I wanted to make that
I'm
joke
excited.
since Halloween became a thing. Ever since that term was coined,
Yeah.
just
All right, let's
So
go
what
back
is
to
a
the.
poodle moth?
Okay.
I'm curious what a poodle moth is.
I think it's just a giant moth.
I'll look it up.
So this is our 3D printer that wants a 3D print, but just quite can't.
It did a little bit. Give it a break.
it's a baby, Alan.
Winged.
That's
Yeah,
the most
poodle moths are-
adorable thing I've ever seen.
What, poodle moth?
Yes.
They are huge
Oh
and
my god,
yeah.
that's adorable.
Poodle moths are crazy big.
I would not be afraid of that. I want it as a pet. Malcolm, can I make that my familiar?
Poodle moth? Yeah. You can have a poodle moth familiar if you want.
A winged fox, essentially a giant bat with a puppy face. That sounds
A
cute.
what?
A winged fox.
Oh my god, those are adorable.
Bats are
Winged
So-
foxes, sugar gliders. Sugar gliders are also adorable.
Cthulhu larva. We're playing a game where chat lists names and how we feel about them.
Are
Like
you
just
making up
animals.
names now, Chad? I feel like you're lying to us.
I don't.
I feel like they've been lying to us the whole time. But that's what chat's here for.
They made the internet post of like these photoshopped animals
Oh, definitely.
in the time that it took them to.
Yeah.
No, Cthulhu larva's a thing.
Malcolm, don't
They're
touch my
also
babies.
called. They are also called a sea pig, though. They look like that.
It's just kind of gross.
Yeah, it's just kind of like.
It looks like it stopped halfway through the development.
Yeah.
They also look like that.
Ugh. That's creepy.
Yes.
Also, I forget what it's called, but like the little desert hopping mice, like the kangaroo mice, adorable.
Very adorable.
Yeah. Man, eyes are just like the weirdest looking goddamn thing ever.
Your eyes are the weirdest looking thing ever.
Eyes.
Just
A-Y-E,
looks
A-Y-E.
like really
Golem
drunk bat.
and opossums had a child.
The furry puss larva. It is a larva that has a fur like a cat, but has spikes on it. So do not touch its fur.
Well, why would it have fur then?
To be cute.
If you can't pet it, then what's the fur good for?
Warmth.
I'm gonna use that next time I touch Malcolm's hair and he tells me not to.
What?
What's the point in having your hair if I can't play with it?
The hair is not for you, the hair is for me.
Malcolm also.
Which
isn't
you
a pet.
complain about all the time. Are you?
He is
Golden
basically
retriever.
a golden retriever. You're right.
Yeah, I'm not even. I was gonna argue with. I was on her side with this one. I'm basically a golden retriever.
You're like Hazel she like play bites you a little bit. Like she's like, and I'm just like, stop. This is not what I wanted.
It will give you burning pain for 12 hours. Do not touch.
Okay.
What will?
No touch. The furry puss larva.
Wasn't gonna touch it.
Do not touch.
Blue-ringed octopi are very poisonous.
Chris, what's the
We
situation?
should totally.
I keep saying error min temp bed, which seems to be an error either related to that you're setting the bed temperature too low or that the thermistor is reading too low a value. But the first time I didn't set the bed temperature, so I don't know what's going on.
Maybe it's the room.
No,
No,
it's
no.
that would not be it.
It couldn't possibly be the tape, right?
No.
Hey chat, you guys should look up what is it? True facts about the animal kingdom.
Well, I mean, which true?
It's the
All of
series
Zay Frank's true facts videos, like the true facts about animals,
are the best.
because he's done true facts about sloths, true facts about ducks, true facts about tree frogs, true facts about the cuttlefish.
Praying mantis.
Zay Frank
snails.
videos were solid.
This interests me. Moby Dick was based on a real sperm whale named Mocha Dick.
It also sounds a little like they made it up.
Probably, but also.
Okay, so
Then also you
there's
can
one
say-
more thing we're gonna try,
Well, sailors were just
and if
dirty
this
guys,
doesn't
so-
work, then we'll
Well,
just
yeah, but
say
Mocha Dick,
what's that?
What you looking for?
that's
The other
No.
exactly.
You gonna unplug the bed?
Nope.
A few more questions about something. Okay.
I'm gonna plug the thermistor into random spots until we see a number here.
All right.
You look at that number.
Good, will do.
Going back. We're going to examine the bottom of the hole. Yeah.
Stick the camera down here if you want.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. It's supposed to be in
Oh,
T1.
we got it. Cool. Fixed.
Fixed.
So, yeah,
I
if we-
highly suspect this is fixed.
If we look at this right here,
How did?
if you notice, there's you got the cables.
I think that's fine.
So if you look right there, we now actually have a temperature. That was just reading 0 before. Now that's the temperature of the nozzle and the temperature of the hot plate, or the heated plate. So yeah.
Yeah, ligers are an actual thing. Male lion, female tigress,
What is?
biggest
Huh?
feline in the world. A liger.
Yeah, Liger.
So we're gonna try this with the heated bed again because why not?
All right, let's try this again.
And if everything works correctly, you won't see anything happen for nearly a minute.
Cool.
Because this is going to heat up to 205 degrees, and then the build plate, after this heats up, the build plate will heat up, so this end is going to heat up to 205 degrees C. It's not quite heated up yet, so I can't just pull that straight out.
Yeah, the Zodiac Killer is still loose today. Probably in the 60s or 70s, if still alive.
Whatever.
Was never caught.
Was never caught.
There is a great movie about it though.
Never saw it. It was very good.
Actually a quality movie.
Which movie?
It's called
Zodiac.
Zodiac. Oh yeah.
With I think it was
Gary Oldman?
I don't remember if Gary Oldman was in it, but it definitely had Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
At 185, 188, 190, 93, 95, 97,
200.
5, 8. It's going to stop at some point. Okay, we need to do some temperature calibration on this, I think.
What's wrong with the temperature?
What's wrong with it being 5 degrees or 10 degrees warmer than it's supposed to be?
Oh, there we go.
That's cooling back down again. Yeah, it just shouldn't overshoot so much. Okay, well, it's elected to not heat the build plate, but it knows how hot the build plate is supposed to be, so that's something.
Let's do this again. Man, check it.
Did it just dig into there?
Yeah, it's digging in. Pull it.
Stop.
Fortunately, I have to
Wow.
actually just raise this up here.
That's unfortunate.
Well, that's because we
Reset it.
moved the build plate, so we didn't
You're right.
put
Yeah.
it exactly back again.
It's up a little bit. 'Cause of right
At this
here.
point,
Yeah.
we damaged it, and we have to go back and recalibrate the whole thing.
Right.
So we're not going to do that tonight.
No? Alright.
It's late.
It's 9. I mean, how long have we gone? We haven't streamed for 9 hours yet, right?
About 8 minutes short of 9 hours.
Okay, we can go 8 minutes.
9-hour stream. The biggest thing a blue whale can swallow is a grape.
If it's a little scratched, that's fine.
Just a little bit.
Just a little scratch. Do you guys have thoughts about the coconut crab?
Which one's the coconut crab again?
I'm pulling it up right now. Big ass crab. That is terrifying.
It's right over here.
This is a problem with this thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of cables down here. But,
Yeah, Jupiter has been protecting us from asteroids. All the gravity just pulls all those asteroids away. What about the spider crab? How do you feel about the spider crab?
spider crab?
Mm-hmm.
What does that look like?
I don't know. Want to show you a coconut crab?
Yeah, how big are they?
They're huge.
They're like the ones that are like that big is the body and the legs are like
Yeah,
they're
they're
big. Yeah, those guys.
huge.
Pretty big.
That big.
That's probably level enough.
Oh yeah, I had nightmares about spider crabs growing up.
Those are the like really long-legged ones that are like huge but really long legs.
Yes.
It's like the body itself is like yay big,
Yes.
but the arms are like longer than mine.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what's going on.
G1, Z10. Oh yeah, that's I don't like how much
It's like super loose.
this thing shakes around.
Anyone have any hints as to how to make it less loose? Yeah, let's see this work out.
Okay, that should be about 1 millimeter off the bottom.
It's about cool.
Yep, it's got to be, let's say, 0.3 up.
There's a little bit of plastic sticking out of the bottom, which might be causing it to be a little bit lower than it actually is.
No, you may have plastic sticking out of the bottom, but I don't think it's affecting it much.
Cool.
We get to recompile the firmware again.
Awesome. That waiting game. Oh, hagfish are disgusting in my mind.
Okay, remember that we were
Hagfish
going
are
to
pretty
be
weird.
subtracting 0.2.
Subtracting 0.2.
Did you write it down?
No, so this would be plus 0.2.
Alright, let's go back to the main thing. And then once that finishes up, it will have been leveled. The heat plate should heat up, and it should print.
I don't know about the heated plate should have heated up before, but I also didn't necessarily tell it to heat up. So, not making any promises on the heated build plate. What we're looking for is that it prints and doesn't stop after 2 minutes and say the build plate is too cold.
See, video game monsters, scare factor now. Okay, video game monsters. Bowser.
Not scary at all, as he's basically just a member of a traveling troupe. Like that's one of the justifications that has been stated as to why like all of the Mario games are actually canonical, is that they're just a traveling troupe of performers. That's why they have stuff like Mario Party as well, where everybody ends up showing up together and like all of the games actually make sense, and why Peach is constantly getting kidnapped is because it's them putting on shows.
It would explain the Super Mario World 3, where it's actually set
It
like...
just looks like a stage.
Yeah.
And everything's just cool mechanical stuff.
Okay, question. Okay, how do you feel
Try
about
that.
clickers? Last of Us.
I'm a fan of clicker games.
No, clickers. Like
Clickers
monsters.
is in the
Clickers is in the
monsters
monsters.
from Last of Us.
Those monsters. Yeah,
Those are terrifying.
they are terrifying.
Jordana was afraid of those when we played that on stream.
I'm not too spooked.
How are you not spooked?
What am I afraid?
Honestly, it's because I have something I can fight back with. I don't get scared of stuff in games as long as they give me a weapon of some kind. That's why
It's
Yeah,
the noises
that
they
makes
make.
some
I
sense.
don't mind the noises either. Like I've played a lot of horror games, and I do not mind. Like I don't get scared of horror games.
Reflash firmware.
I do not get scared of horror games as long as I have a weapon. I'm playing Outlast.
Terrifying.
Jesus Christ, I am so uncomfortable playing that game. The entire time I just am getting more and more jittery and afraid.
It's super great because you guys can't see it on stream, but like he's like not
Very
quite shaking, but almost.
I'm not
Very
shaking.
tense.
I am tense and like I'm doing the equivalent of being on the balls of your feet ready to run. Like the second anything gets in my way. Or
Nemesis from the Resident Evil series.
do not know that.
I don't know those either. Yeah.
Nemesis, I probably put like around 7, because it was an early monster I faced in my career. Pyramid Head from Silent Hill. Not that
Again, all of those games give you weapons. If you want something scary, I need a game that doesn't have a weapon.
Even with a weapon, they can kill you.
I mean, I know, but games where you are given something to defend yourself are inherently less scary because you're expected to be able to fight back against the monster and potentially kill said monster long enough that you can get away. Games where you are not given anything to fight back with, you can't kill the monster.
That's true.
And so you just have to accept your fate if they see you. You're like, oh god, no. This is it.
So like Slenderman?
Slenderman, again, was not a scary game for me. Mostly just because the concept itself just didn't... Like, it... I understand why it was scary to people. It was not scary to me because it did not seem like something worth being afraid of.
Yeah, if we're talking about like video game monsters, one of the things for me also, it has to be, it can't be like too tropey of a character.
Slenderman is just way too campy.
Yeah, like Slenderman is, I don't know.
It feels like a creepypasta.
Exactly.
Like, it's like, this seems like a bad internet horror story.
I would say Triangle Head is the same way.
Yeah, it's a little too much like,
I am
great.
Horror Man's.
He's got a giant sword and a weird pyramid mask.
Yeah.
Little
Whoop-de-doo.
nightmare monsters. Like the janitor, the chef, the guest, and the lady. I'm not sure.
None of those ring a bell to me.
Okay, but Mitros, imagine these monsters existing in our world.
Again, it's like, if they did, the government would have captured them and dissected them by now. Like, it's the same reason why, like, I feel like being an alien would just be the worst. Is
Yeah, no,
'cause-
if those kind of things existed, I would have a gun.
yeah, it's like, for most of this stuff, it's reasonable that we would be able to defend ourselves against anything that we could fight in a video game, and even stuff that we couldn't fight in a video game. Like, my biggest objection to Outlast is that there have been several moments where there's been, like, a machete on the wall, and, like, I'm like, ooh, batteries, and you just grab the batteries, but you don't grab the giant fucking machete that you can fight back with. Like, half of these dudes don't even have any weapons.
Slenderman is a creepypasta. It is a creepypasta.
Yeah, I know, that's why it feels like a creepypasta.
Yeah, but
Is it is a creepypasta.
So See, I get
Like
into
Outlast is genuinely scary.
See, I get into the immersion of games. So like clickers
I've watched some people play Outlast, and it still scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, Outlast is a genuinely scary game because it feels the most real. Both Outlast 1 and Outlast 2. It feels really realistic because they have you having the camera and being able to put it up and down,
Yeah.
and like the whole you can see your body in it. That game would be I don't know that I could actually stomach playing that in VR.
Well, and so much of it is like sort of believable real spaces, but you're like crawling under the tables and through cabinets and
Yeah.
hiding like crazy from everything.
I'm pretty much just ready to spend the entire rest of my time in a barrel for that game.
Yeah.
When we start playing that game, I'm just gonna be like, all right, I'm getting into this barrel, and we're done.
I live here.
necromorphs wouldn't be terrifying if they existed.
I don't know that necromorphs would be as scary if they existed, because I think that everything that has caused necromorphs to go wrong in those games is literally just somebody being fucking retarded before they actually like not even being like super dumb because of like the markers like causing them to go crazy, like them just being stupid because like it's like them just being stupid because they just are stupid. Like, first off, necromorphs can very easily be killed. Like,
Oh, the build plate just started to decide to heat up.
How about a xenomorph from Alien Isolation?
now xenomorphs, they do scare me. That's not from the video game, but I mean, yes, a little bit from the video game, because that's a game where you do have a weapon, but you cannot kill it. You can just kind of scare it off for a little way.
Alien Isolation, yeah.
Yeah, that's scary. The Alien movies, absolutely terrifying. That's a good horror movie.
They're just good movies.
Yeah, I mean they're great movies. I would. Oh my god, we got the like Blu-ray remastered super high definition ones,
sweet.
and we were watching it on my PS4 because that does Blu-ray, and on because we got my dad a giant TV for Christmas this year, so it's like a 60-inch TV or something ridiculous like that, and so we were just like watching it, and it was such like even for a movie that was that old, it was so high quality. We were like, whoa. Like, it looked so nice, and everything was so crisp and pretty looking.
This thing is going crazy fast.
Yeah. It's also wiggling a lot.
It's wiggling like crazy, but like
It is going crazy
I'm
fast.
pretty sure that this print would have
check
taken
that out.
2 hours on the other printer.
Well, I am terrified of Alma from here.
It's wiggling so much that this is
It's
not
not going to
gonna
be an
even-
accurate square.
yeah,
but-
not even going to be a square. But well, now we can retire as champions. This is working.
High five. High fives all the
Build
time.
plate is actually, yep, that's actually 60 degrees. I don't know why I had to touch that.
Cool. So what's the time frame on this thing finishing?
This is
Is
saying
it estimating a crazy amount of time?
no, it's now saying 16 of 20 minutes remaining.
Cool.
I guess it's been going for 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think so. No, yeah. You guys got any other questions about what might or might not scare me?
Alma from here.
I haven't played the Fear games.
What about a game?
I've seen Fear 3, but I haven't played the Fear games.
What about a game where you're a blind person in a haunted mansion?
I'll be right
and
back.
the
If
only
it starts
times you can see
screaming or smoking or making
hiding
other
stuff
noises,
under your
unplug
game.
it. But
Will do.
if it keeps doing this,
That would be
it's great.
creepy.
What would be creepy?
Game. You're a blind person in a haunted mansion. Only times you can see is by tapping stuff with your cane.
Ooh,
That would be
looks
cool.
like it's working.
Yeah, and it's going really fast because
Super
apparently this would have taken 2 hours on the old printer to print this.
Wow.
See, what I'm immediately thinking with this is that I could print like the leg armor and like bracers using like just the white filament for like clone armor. Like I could totally just, I mean, I'd sand it down so it's a little smoother on the outside. But yeah. Because like this is wide enough that I could just print it in like a tube.
Yeah, you can totally do
Yeah. I mean, like, some of the newer printers that are like the really high-end ones are just ridiculous how fast they are. Especially the ones that print via, like, I don't know how it works, but they basically just dip it into a vat of the stuff and pull it out.
That game is actually based on something.
Which game?
The one where you're a blind person and you can only see by tap and stuff with your cane. It's called Precision.
Huh. Soma was a horror game that didn't, like... It tried to be too philosophical about everything.
Hey.
No, in not a good way, because they were asking... They were basically... The whole point of the game was that it's, like, you can transfer consciousness from, like... You basically could download your entire personality and memories and everything onto a computer, and the game was played as you being the downloaded personality trying to work your way through a bunch of underwater things to get off of Earth after Earth has died.
Oh, it's
That's
called.
weird.
But it keeps bringing up the question of, like, is it really you because
Right.
you're just copying it, and is that actually you, or are you just a copy? And, like, they tried to be really interesting about it, but it was kind of just like, no, you're just a copy.
By the way, the game is actually called Perception.
Perception?
Oh no, yeah, Perception. Perception. This is going pretty fast.
Huh?
This is going mad fast.
Okay, cool.
You guys gonna be here a little longer?
Yeah.
A little longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright guys, we're
It's,
actually contending for Schmuckco's longest stream.
It's doing good.
Oh, that's like halfway done.
Yeah, like, it's going real fast.
The Z speed is unbelievable on this thing, actually.
Like the upward.
Yeah, the up and down.
Yeah,
speed.
yeah.
It's like, I don't know if you've seen that one preparing to print, but it takes like 5 minutes to get
Yeah,
all the way
yeah.
down. Of course, it'll have better Z accuracy, but this is actually looking pretty good. Let me grab one tool that we're going to need if we're going to wait. I mean, if we're hanging out until this print is done, I have a tool.
We might as well hang out till the print is done.
Oh, do you know what the Typhons are from Prey? I don't know these.
I have not played Prey, unfortunately, so I
Yeah.
don't. Here, if you want to switch it back to the main camera, I'm going to see if I can lower this a little bit so that we can actually see it.
Oh,
Doing
get
its
like
thing.
horizontal in there?
Yeah. So.
Oh, and so I have, this is a question we've gotten several times. I don't know if anyone who asked it is still in chat, but I came up with a good idea of a first thing that I want to print once I get it all calibrated in and everything.
And tighten the screws a little bit.
Yeah, tighten the screws. I mean, given how sloppy it is, the print actually looks
Good.
pretty okay. I wouldn't go as far as saying good, but like
Alright.
pretty okay.
How's that?
I will move it over.
So this is something I would
Yeah,
have been
there we go.
printing if my other printer, well, if my other printer was working fine. I wouldn't need to print it, but I would like to print it on the other printer.
To compare how.
Well, no.
Okay,
So
alright,
no, I'm telling you what I would like to print. So I discovered that one way of leveling a print bed is a little bit more reliable than sticking a piece of paper under it and like just hoping for the best. Is that you can actually get dial indicators for real cheap at Harbor Freight, and you can get a printed dial indicator holder that snaps in place of the fan on the other printer.
Oh, nice.
So I just like basically automatically level the build plate there. So
How about the character Chris Walker?
From what?
I'm not familiar with that character. I don't think.
It's from Outlast.
Oh, who is Chris Walker? Because I played the first Outlast forever ago, around when it first came out.
He looks like a big fucking dude.
Is he from the first Outlast? Because I don't remember much about the first Outlast, and I haven't played a ton of the
Oh
second
shit!
Outlast.
This is done already.
Is this done?
I mean, it's not completely done, but it's doing the
top coat.
the first of the 3 top layers. So
Alright, movie monster.
You said it would take like 2 hours in the other printer.
Alright, Omar, you're gonna go to
an
the
hour
next scene? Yeah.
probably.
Wow, that was real fast.
Oh wow.
I don't understand how the estimates on this work. It says estimate 455 of 1733 remaining. Is that it's going to keep going for 4 minutes? I guess it must be. It's going down faster than 1 second per second. So.
How do you guys feel about Chucky, the creature?
Oh, the like evil doll.
Doll.
I have never actually seen the Chucky movies.
I haven't seen him either, but
I
it's
saw him with
not
my
really something
dad,
that I'm
and
afraid of.
I saw him as a kid, and he would laugh. So I'm like, oh, I shouldn't be afraid of this doll then.
Yeah, literally my only association with that movie would be that, and the thing I think of is that the "Hi, I'm Chucky, Wanna Play" sample is often sampled in dubstep.
True.
Totally forgot that that's a
Kinda
thing that
creepy.
happens.
Michael Myers?
Like just him as a person?
No,
Yeah, I don't know. Michael Myers is kind of creepy.
Just a little bit.
He's creepy. He has a creepy white face and like creepy knife. How about Dementors from Harry Potter? The concept of them is actually really
The concept of them
The
is actually
concept is
pretty
pretty-
terrifying.
yeah,
I
pretty
don't know that any of the portrayals of them, except for in the books, has really done them justice.
Yeah, in the movie they just are weird.
The movie, they're just not really
Well, I
scary.
mean, that's a cool feature.
It's me for me to ask about how about Vin Diesel?
Like just Vin Diesel as the actor.
Vin Diesel and he plays D&D, so I can't be afraid of him.
Yeah, he's the perfect movie actor.
Vin Diesel seems like also one of the chillest dudes around.
Yeah, like, oh man, I want to see.
Okay, this is still a little hot to be ripping
Oh, Leatherface is
this
scary.
off. But
Yeah,
Leatherface?
what I want to see is a buddy cop movie with Vin Diesel and The Rock, where both of them are secretly nerds, but don't want the other one to find out, and then they have to go undercover to Comic-Con. Because I think that would be a fantastic
I
movie.
want to see that movie.
How about Leatherface as a monster?
Leatherface, that's the.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh, I'm not a huge horror movie guy, so I don't know like any of these horror movie things. How's it look?
Not good, but
I mean, not bad.
Alright.
it printed. It
You
did
got,
a
you
thing.
got a little square.
You got a square.
So let's see how, show that off on camera. You can show all the little areas where it's sort of indented on all the edges.
It's a little wiggly.
It's a little wiggly, but we
If you
can
look,
fix that
if you
out.
look close.
Well, let's see how close we got. Because
It's
this
a
is
little wiggly, but
Oh, the creepy lady from The Ring. Or The Thing from The Thing.
oh man, I haven't watched the thing.
the lady from The Ring. That was pretty creepy.
Yeah, that was a
Coming
little
out of
bit
the TV
scary.
and shit. Yeah.
That looks, yep.
Hand that over here. So we're gonna measure it in this direction. Well, it's about 0.3 of a millimeter off. 0.6 of a millimeter off in that direction. And 0.3 under in height. So it's all over the place. But
I think that's probably because it was shaking around so much.
How about The Grudge? Do you
Lord.
guys know anything about The Grudge? The movie? I don't know that one.
it sounds familiar, but I have no idea what that is or who's in it.
Yeah, I'll let you pull that out.
Yeah, well, it's cooling down already.
Trim it.
Trim it right off.
Cool.
Well, I think this is a success, pretty
Yeah,
much.
I mean,
Like, there's,
we printed a thing.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
a
we
lot
did
that
it.
can be done with getting the glass plate on there
I'm getting
and getting that all leveled in. We'll have to update the firmware again. It's a little bit more risky with the glass plate because if you slam hard enough, you can't actually
just shatter
shatter
it.
the glass plate.
That would be bad.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
Two creatures. Xenomorphs.
two more.
Xenomorphs, we said again. Terrifying.
Mhm.
Subjective.
Yeah, those
And-
are terrifying.
The Pale Man, I think from Pan's Labyrinth.
Pale Man from Pan's Labyrinth.
Don't know that.
That's creepy. That is a creepy creature. And I saw that movie with my dad. And it's one of the few movies I can see with my dad because it's in Spanish. And
It's a fairly recent movie, wasn't it?
yeah, like the last 10 years.
Guillermo del Toro.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like
Guillermo del Toro.
2008,
Yeah, just about.
maybe? Somewhere in there?
Yeah, that whole scene was terrifying for the two of us, which is saying something.
Ooh, got a goblet.
Smiling man.
Bizarre. Oh. Huh. I recognize that model.
What's that from?
Oh,
I
creepy.
don't know what it's from, but I know that there's a 3D printing filament company that demos every single one of their filaments with that model.
Oh, nice.
That is a creepy thing.
Little owl standing there. That's weird.
All right, guys.
Oh, it's a caterpillar. It's currently face down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
Alright.
less weird.
Still weird, but less weird.
Bird in a cage. Oh, they did. It did come with a 10 by 10 by 20.
That's a funny name. Don't know that one.
But yeah.
All right.
All right, wait. Sorry,
Cool.
guys. Last thing. I can't believe this is an actual creature. It's called the killer condom. Not a joke.
Hmm.
Wow. Okay, that's the thing.
Give us a killer condom fact before we sign off.
Yeah.
I'm going to let's run through the streams for the next week. So
Yeah.
on Monday, I'm going to be back with Zach, who you saw earlier, and we're going to be playing some Kerbal Space Program. We've been playing a modded career mode. So we've been launching satellites to the moon and doing science and blowing rockets up. It's a lot of fun. You should come check that out.
Yeah.
And on Tuesday, I don't know who or what is happening on Tuesday, but it's happening on this stream right here at about noon.
Yeah.
Someone will be playing some kind of games. Alan, what do you got on Wednesday?
Wednesday, Jordana and I, Jordana, who you might have heard off screen a little bit, we're getting married in Stardew Valley. We're marrying blue-haired Emily, so that's gonna be fun. And
Isn't she
then-
purple hair?
No, that's Abigail.
Oh, yeah, that's Abigail.
So we're gonna do that, and we might actually do it in co-op. We might test out
Fun.
a mod for that,
Oh, wow, cool.
and then
So you can attend her wedding.
yeah, so I can attend her wedding. And then on Thursday, I think we're gonna continue playing the Destiny campaign with Gus and Malcolm.
Yeah,
And
that
I'm
should
gonna
be
be
that should
playing.
be a fun time
And then,
because Destiny is a very cool game.
and then
It has some
Friday,
very cool.
I don't think there's anything scheduled there currently, but I mean,
But there's a
Somebody
stream
will be-
schedule.
somebody
Someone
will be streaming on
but we
Friday.
can't tell you who they are and what they'll be playing.
We don't. know
I'm
where it's gonna
guessing
be.
it'll be Malcolm.
I'll probably be there. I'm on stream a lot.
yeah.
And if we can't come up with anything, like I'll crack out the 3D printer again and we'll
Take
do some,
requests.
take requests, do
This
some
thing
ads.
seems to go real fast. So.
Yeah, so that's what's coming up on the next week at Schmuckco. And if you missed that or you forgot it or you'd like to check in later, you can see our full schedule at schmuckco.com/live. And I think that's all we got for tonight. So thank you very much to everyone who stopped by, followed, cheered. Thank you guys. Hung out,
Gave us
yeah.
animal facts.
Gave us animal facts. Yeah, do we have that, the condom facts now?
It kills. The killer condom kills you when.
Killer condom kills you. All right. Well, on that bombshell.
It eats your man bits when you put it on.
That doesn't sound like fun.
Nasty.
So, on that note,
All right. Good night.
goodbye. We will see you next week.
Adios.